Your Excellency, my name is Emmanuel. I'm a Nigerian, but I'm based here in South Africa. Your Excellency, please, I want to say something here. I think when it comes to supporting SMSs, small businesses, I also noticed that acceptability is a problem. For instance, I eat South African dishes, but I have some South Africans who don't really like, they say, our Nigerian dishes. So I think, I'll just give an example. So acceptability is very important, so that South Africa as a government should be able to allow people to know that this is our kind of food. They could give it a try. For example, our fabrics, give it a try. Okay? I could like the tiger skin the Zulu guys wear.
Sir, I'm going to ask you just to succinctly give me your question for His Excellency, please. Thank you.
All right, sorry. So my question is this, or rather my suggestion is, I think we need to do a little more on acceptability so that everybody could accept each other, please. Thank you.
Accessibility, and I think that's what we're seeing here.
Yes, that's what we are seeing, but without the trade fair and big conferences, that's why, and I'm sure the colleague, because he lives here, can attest that we've got a program on social cohesion, where we work with churches, communities, as well as the academia, to educate our people about the need to ensure integration and acceptability among Africans. Yes, in terms of the economic sectors in each country, we've seen, not because of regionalism, we've seen that countries are moving toward reserving low job opportunities for unskilled workers within those countries. And that has been one of the problems we are facing in South Africa, which we are now addressing. And I can safely say that people who are registered, who are documented, and they are here legally, they do get support. They are not discriminated. But what the colleague is saying is that we must also ensure that South Africans also buy their product. And I believe you are correct, and that's what we are doing under the program of social cohesion.
Go ahead, ma'am. Okay, we're going to need to sort that mic, please. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Fezeka Nyaga, here in KZN. My question is, firstly, thank you so much for this beautiful opportunity that we are accessing right now. My question is to you, Mr. Sihle Zikalala. As young people with grade 1 in our businesses, we're not getting jobs for us to assist us. But tomorrow we have to go and pay for the company that you have registered, of which you have never had no opportunity to do the job. But you are owing SARS, you are owing CIDB, you are owing the company itself, but you're not being able to be assisted in anything. How are we going to be able to be assisted through that? Because we're not getting any funding, so we need to pay for the company because the companies are registered. Thank you.
Thank you. Operation Vula. We're going to go back to that, I'm sure.
But I can say that as part of Operation Vula, we've got the Youth Fund, which assists young people with funding. Whether you talk of a funding requirement of 50,000 up to 2 million, we can support, and that is the grant. But what is important also is to get information and trainings around areas of specialty that you are doing. So if you go to our stand, Trade and Investment KwaZulu-Natal, you will get information about the KZN Youth Fund, about the Operation Vula, but also about market analysis, so that we are able to help you access a sustainable market.
So, sir, I think our time is actually drawing to a close, and I certainly don't want you to leave the stage and think Bronwyn didn't ask me the right questions. You are the successful host of IATF 2021. The final message that you would make to our audience, and of course, we've got so many people watching on screens throughout the auditorium as well.
This is the first Intra-Africa Trade Fair that takes place after the inception of the Africa Free Trade Zone or Agreement. So let us all understand we need to support each other. We need to work and integrate the continent. Let us buy products from Africa. It is time now for buying what is made in Africa. That will grow skills, that will grow jobs, that will address the high level of unemployment, but that will result in economic growth of the continent. So it is time for Africa. Hashtag buy made in Africa.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for His Excellency, the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Sihle Zikalala. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Down. Now, we had extensive conversations around infrastructure. It's been a key theme here at IATF 2021, and it's been a key theme for many, many years as we have these discussions on stages with regards to integration, with regards to infrastructure gaps, financing of infrastructure gaps. And what I am so pleased to report today is that we are seeing definitive solutions coming to bear. I'm going to just segue and give you a little of information about Petrolin, which is one of the companies leading the charge when it comes to establishing infrastructure right across the African continent. For over 30 years, Petrolin, and more precisely its founder, Samuel Duso Ore, has worked to create a synergy between companies and institutions of the continent. Since its creation, the Petrolin Group has proven to be a partner of choice in the petroleum domain and a support pillar in Africa relating to local business opportunities to world realities. It highlights a unique approach to development through targeted research partnerships, the application of principles of good governance, and the promotion of local competence. Petrolin Group understood early on how to equate her partners with synergies between different areas of activity in Africa, between tradition and modernity, between industry and raw materials, between the private and public sectors, and between local and international players. Petrolin Group has become adept at building bridges linking regions of the continent on the one hand, and on the international community and Africa on the other. This is the reason Petrolin is investing on the Backbone project, a large-scale integrated transportation infrastructure program, and that includes, this is what I'm so excited about, port, dry port, airport, rail, and highway. As we know, they are all critical to the development of several countries in West Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please may I have your attention as we observe a video on the Backbone project.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That was Petrolin Group. Now we have a deal signing session. Any of you who've been here for the last couple of days have seen billions of dollars, literally, in deals signed at IATF 2021. The target is $40 billion to outdo the 2018 IATF in Cairo. And to add to that, we have 4 signings to take place. The first one is by the same company. And what I mean by that is it's 2 expressions of interest to be signed by the same client with a Frexim Bank who has 2 companies. The first is a $210 million project finance facility in favor of Othniel Brooks International Limited. And the second is a $100 million trade finance facility in favor of Harvest Group of Companies. And for that, we will call the CEO of both companies, Reverend Ada Ugo Ngadi, to please join us for the signing. Signing for a Frexim Bank is Mr. Rene Awamabeng, who is the Global Head Client Relations, signing for a Frexim Bank. Give them a round of applause, please. Ah, nice to see you. And now, whilst they're signing it, let me tell you a little about what they're signing. Today, on the 16th of November 2021, here on the main stage of IATF 2021, a Frexim Bank is signing a project finance facility and trade finance facilities for Othniel Brooks and Harvest Group of Companies. Now, Frexim Bank's been very active as a lead on participating bank in the past decade in financing infrastructure projects across Africa. And in this capacity, Frexim Bank will be issuing a non-binding letter of interest to Othniel Brooks International and Harvest Group of Companies to provide project financing with respect to a proposed construction and commissioning of 300 million litres refined petroleum products storage facilities in Zambia. This represents the bank's non-binding interest to arrange, coordinate, and support the project debt financing of up to $210 million. Gentlemen, madam, you can now sign.
So come on, and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, 2 expressions of interest signed, $210 million and $100 million. Congratulations to both parties. We shall quickly move on now, and Rene, you're going to stay with me, I understand, for these other signings. So you're my wingman on this, because we've got more. Next, we're going to a $110.4 million syndicated term loan facility. This is for Zimbabwe Electricity Transmission and Distribution Company. This is, they usually call it ZETDC. Representing ZETDC is Mr. Freddie Mazana, Finance Director of ZETDC. We just take a second to take the family photos before we continue this next signing. And here comes Mr. Freddie Mazana, Finance Director of ZETDC. You're very welcome, sir. Please take that first seat over there. Okay, snappers, if I could have my colleague Rene back, please, for the next signing. Thank you. Gentlemen, please go ahead and sign. Now, as you're signing, I'll tell you a little bit about what they're signing. This is a $110.4 million syndicated term loan facility. Now, the proceeds of said facility will be utilized to pay off legacy debts due to legacy creditors in an aggregate amount of up to $79.5 million due to Hidroelétrica de Cahora Bassa and Electricidade de Mozambique. The payment will assist ZETDC to import additional electricity and negotiate better terms for the legacy creditors during periods of heightened electricity shortages in Zimbabwe. Proceeds of the facility will also be used to import smart and prepaid meter systems. You can go ahead, gentlemen. Please sign this $110.4 million syndicated term loan facility.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream fall. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains.
And there you have it, a $110.4 million syndicated term loan facility for Zimbabwe Electricity Transmission and Distribution Company. This is a signing that will go a long way to alleviating those heightened electricity shortages in Zimbabwe. Very important, because we know with that comes production, with that comes better health and education. It's a very important moment for Zimbabwe there and Frexim Bank. Rene, you are not free yet because I need you for one more signing. This was a big one, Rene. This one's a big one. Yeah. It's a mega signing, isn't it? You've been working on it. Rene says they've been working on this one for 2 years, and now comes the culmination here at IATF 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a signing of a term sheet towards the approval of $750 million to Eriton Exploration and Production, representing Eriton, Mr. Jite Okoloko, who is the chairman of Eriton. A great pleasure to see you again, Jite. It's been a long time. COVID's kept us apart, but we're back together again on stage.
And come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream fall. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness.
So, gentlemen, once your pens are at the ready, you can now go ahead and sign. Joe will show you where you put your John Hancock, as they call it. Now, as they're signing, let me tell you a little bit about this $750 million term sheet towards the approval of $750 million. The bank is issuing that to Eriton Exploration and Production to finance the acquisition of 100% of the shares in 2 special purpose vehicles, oil mining lease under a senior secured reserve-based lending facility, and also to finance the prepayment of all of Eriton's outstanding exposures with its existing lender.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream fall.
$1 million. There's a lot of paperwork to sign. This has taken 2 years to come to fruition. And and many, many, many man-hours. Gentlemen, here comes the moment where you exchange the documents, shake hands. Congratulations, gentlemen. Congratulations on this very important day for you. You've both worked and your teams have worked extremely hard. But you're not free yet. I have to ask what this day means. Mr. Jite Okoloko, Chairman of Eraton, I have a microphone. I'm not afraid to use it. It's yours. I just want you to say a few words.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's actually a pleasure being here to sign, especially this transaction. We have worked with Afri-Exim Bank for almost 2 years. This is a big milestone for us. It is helping the company Eraton continue with its expansion strategy to able to monetize oil and gas assets and reserves that exist in Nigeria. So this is a big day for us, and we're really excited that this transaction is finally coming to closing. So I want to thank you all for being here to witness this and at least celebrate with us as we sign this particular deal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Rene, maybe you can say a few words on behalf of Afri-Exim Bank.
Thank you very much, Mark. On behalf of the African Export-Import Bank, this is another strong commitment of our dedication to support indigenous African players operating in the oil and gas sector. Eraton is a long-standing partner of the African Export-Import Bank. We are supporting this transaction with key partners like Shell and other local Nigerian banks. We've worked tirelessly. I want to send a strong message of congratulations to all our partners at Afri-Exim Bank, at Eraton, at Petrovision, the lawyers who have worked with us on this transaction to bring to financial closure. We would continue to support indigenous African players in this sector as we transition towards developing our continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I make no mistake, Jite, the chairman of Eraton, is smiling widely behind that mask. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, he has been tortured over the period.
He's been tortured, but now rewarded. Congratulations. Thank you very much. That concludes the signing, this deal signing session. There'll be many more over the next few days, but now I will ask the gentleman to please exit the stage so that we can continue the main session. Thank you very much. A round of applause for all the deals signed in this session. Now, as they go to take the perfunctory photos with the IATF branding, no doubt, I will just introduce the next session. A great moderator. We've got great moderators here at IATF, and that makes a big difference, you know. And this next session is no different. Now, Africa, as we know, has a growing and predominantly young population, and the average age in Africa is under 20. And these factors grow consumer demand and illustrate the urgent need to expand employment opportunities and capacity building across the continent. This is synonymous with every country almost across Africa. So this next session is called Driving Intra-African Trade Through Youth Participation, a very, very important subject matter. Your moderator for this session with some great panelists is Fifi Peters. You may know and you'll recognize her, certainly her name and her face, because she's a senior broadcast senior anchor at CNBC Africa. Please welcome Fifi Peters.
Mark, you forgot to mention the conflicts of interest that I'm now also your friend. Yes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's interesting we're having a conversation around the youth, and I'm just scouting the room and I'm seeing not a lot of representation of the youth. Problematic. Nonetheless, I am not here to preach to the converted. I think that we all know that Africa is rich in this resource. That is a group of young people, a group of vibrant people, a group of entrepreneurial people who happen to be the largest in the world. We have a golden goose here in this continent, and the question is, how do we get it to lay the golden eggs that will grow our economies and create jobs? And to what degree can boosting business amongst us as Africa help us in that task? So I'm going to welcome the panelists very shortly. But as I was preparing for this discussion, a few examples came to mind about young innovators who are already in action. Aisha Pando, so she's a South African entrepreneur who developed the Uber of cleaning services, as it were. She's presently got about 40,000 active users on her app and has created thousands of jobs for mainly women in this country. We have Katleho Mapai, who is the co-founder of a point-of-sales system called Yoko that has enabled many small merchants to get paid and to also contribute to the revenue service through taxes. I don't know how many of them are happy about that, but nonetheless. And we also have a Nigerian-born entrepreneur, Olukbenga Agbola, the CEO of Flutterwave, which I had the honor to meet. And I say honor because it is the latest unicorn coming from the continent after surpassing a market valuation of over $1 billion earlier this year, after 5 years, of just 5 years in existence. And Flutterwave, as many of you know, enable payments in across countries and in multiple currencies. So we have a lot of examples out there of young people presently in action, probably a lot more, and even more than that on the sidelines, waiting to come into the mainframe. And so the conversation we're having amongst each other is, how do we get them to do that? And I hope that you will be free enough to share your thoughts, solutions with us on social media using the hashtag IATF2021. But I'm here to facilitate conversation, so I'd like to introduce you to the expert panel that will be driving this conversation home. Starting with the Honorable Mr. Asuko Ekpenyong, who is the Commissioner of Finance, Government of Cross River State in Nigeria. He is representing His Excellency Professor Senator Benedict Ayede of the Cross River State, who was unable to join us because of an unexpected commitment. Honorable Suko. Sir, could I kindly ask you to come up on stage? All right, while he is preparing himself, we also have Mr. Ravi Pillay, who is the MEC for Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs here in KwaZulu-Natal. MEC Pillay. Thank you, sir. We have Dr. Maxime Honato, the Regional Director of UN Women, Eastern and Southern Africa Office. Mr. Mauro Jallo from the Tony Blair Institute of the Office of the President in the Gambia. And last but not least, Mr. Roberto Vidal Ferreira, Executive Director of Business Development at Motor Engel. Thank you. Wonderful, and good morning to you all. I'm very excited to have this conversation about an age group that in South African standards I no longer qualify for as of last month. But nonetheless, welcome, Commissioner. Oh, and a wonderful addition to the panel as well. Miss Jennifer Chiriga, who is the Chief of Staff at the African Union's Development Agency, is a new partnership for African development, that's NEPAD. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you. Kindly take your seat. And so I think that when we are discussing solutions for this, how to crowd in a lot more young people in business and how to get them to contribute more to intra-Africa trade, we need to understand which group of young people we're talking about, because there's quite a few, right? There are the many young people who are of working age, who don't have jobs. There are those who are presently in business, who are trying to scale up but are finding it quite difficult. There are those who are just quite archaic for the future needs of the workplace. Quite a number of young people we're addressing here. But nonetheless, MEC, if you can kick us off as the host of this year's conference, what is your point of departure, sir, in crowding in more young people in business and getting more young people at the intra-Africa trade table?
Thank you, Fifi, and good day to everyone and my distinguished panelists. I think, fortunately, the Premier was on the platform just 20 minutes ago, and he spoke about a number of initiatives that we have in KwaZulu-Natal. But before I come to those specifics, I think the intra-Africa trade, in terms of its macro messaging, has been providing a few key issues. And the first one is information. Just at a very base level, we don't know each other as Africans sufficiently. We don't know, Professor Obasanjo put it quite succinctly when we said we simply don't know what products are being produced in each of our countries so that we can explore the opportunities of trading in them. But more importantly than that, it's clear that we can't be trading in goods that are produced somewhere else. And that brings us to the point of local production and how do we stimulate local production. So in all of that, I think young people have a critical role to play. And the initiative here to have a dedicated youth startup session or panel or pillar, as we call it, is quite important. I was fortunate enough to be at the official opening of the session of young people yesterday, and the dynamism and energy was quite inspiring. And they raised a number of issues. The first would be access to information, mentorship and training, access to finance, business management skills, and then lastly, access to market. Because we find we take people through the first 4 of those pillars, and then they sit with having produced stuff which they're unable to basically sell or trade because we haven't done enough work on the access to markets. And that's where the information gap must be addressed. Here in KwaZulu-Natal, we have 2 or 3 programs. Let's take the agricultural program. Excuse me. Let's take the agricultural program. And I'm sure in all our countries, we have people who are participating in the agriculture at a subsistence level. Now, we have a program that seeks to take them from subsistence level to small holding level and then to commercial farming. Now, that requires detailed plans and inputs at each of those levels. So the agricultural department, for example, will give support in respect of seeds, fertilizer, irrigation systems to be able to emerge from that subsistence levels. Then when you go to the small holding level and your produce is more than what you need and more than you need to sell to your neighbors and you need access to markets, then we've been able to approach big chain stores and say, what commitment are you making to take stock from this particular sector? And they have. And then there's the logistics of getting that produce from the field to the shelf in an efficient timeline in particular. So that's lot of nitty-gritty work that needs to be done as far as that is concerned. Then we have young people, and the Premier spoke about Operation Vula. There we've sought to use our public procurement. Like, for example, we spend in this province probably up to 10 billion rand on basic stuff which is required by government, whether it's toilet paper or detergents and the like. And we've identified those products and said, we will guarantee this market for you if you're going to be able to produce it. And again, we give support along the value chain to be able to them to access that market. Again,
I like how you've listed some of the challenges in crowding in more youth involvement in terms of the fact that we don't know each other well enough as Africans. COVID probably made things worse because we couldn't see each other and travel around, but nonetheless, hopefully things are on the road to getting better. The fact that not enough of the goods are manufactured here on the continent. You spoke about the lack of access to sufficient finance as well as markets. And it is encouraging to hear a bit about what KZN is doing to try to facilitate that. And we'll hear a little bit more about that, sir. Dr. Maxim, just to get opening thoughts from you, sir. You're in a division that represents a group of young people that were by far the hardest hit as a result of this pandemic, women. Talk to us about your point of departure in finding a solution to develop this group of young people and enable them through some form of empowerment, be it via employment or be it via becoming employers themselves, sir.
Thank you very much. Let me take you, in my country they say when you fall down, don't look at what happens at the place where you fall. Step back and see where you slipped. And that place might be a little bit far from where you actually fall down. And that was happening to women when we start this conversation. We need to know where women are coming from. When you meet a woman in business, you step back to her house, you step back to her environment, and what you see, you don't like. And when you see that woman competing in the business environment, she deploys like 3 times more effort than a typical other young person. Now, the reason why the conversation that we are having about young people is very, very important is that we will notice that business is being hampered in the region by conflicts. It's being hampered by a lot of other things, like manifestation we see in Nigeria, in South Africa, young people on the street. Why? Because there is a gap in the economy that our policy environment is not helping. So a lot of people will be talking about demographic dividend, trying to build on the youth. UN Women has done a study in 3 countries in the region on what is hampering women businesses. And we have seen issues like technology, we have seen issues like finance, markets, but more importantly, policy. And no matter how you take it, there is obvious gap that needs to be filled. Let me take one example before talking about policy. In the technological area, we've seen the increased importance of the digital sector in the economy. And when you look at the digital sector, you see the gap between men and women in terms of understanding, number 2, influencing, number 3, benefiting from what government is doing in the area of improving digital environments. UN Women has started a program, very interesting program called Young Girls Can Code. And that program in 17 countries on the continent has shown a huge level, a demand, people hungry for that type of things for girls. A typical father today will be wondering, what is my girl going to do? And I'm saying typical father on purpose. Now, when we talk policy, to quickly finish on my introduction, what we have seen is half policies. What I call half policies is like You close your border, like we do most of the time in big countries like Nigeria, to protect local producers. But you don't put in place policies that is going to support them technically, like any kind of accompaniment measure. So the fact that you protect them without developing them is what I call half policy. You can have, for instance, a tax incentive for a category of business people, including young people or women. But that tax incentive needed 2 or 3 other policies to function, but you see that those policies are missing. So the report that UN Women did puts in evidence these kind of gaps that we have seen in the region.
All right. Very interesting dynamic there, particularly regarding protection without development. And I think it's food for a thought. Perhaps we'll flesh into how we can introduce more developmental ideas or initiatives or policies in the next round. Honorable Suko, sir, can you just give us a sense of what is happening in Cross River State and the strategy that your government is employing in enabling a lot more young-run businesses?
Thank you very much. Good morning. Let me start by giving out some numbers. The theme of this is youth inclusion in the trade agreement. The African Union Youth Charter defines the youth between the ages of 15 and 35. On the continent today, there are approximately 1 billion people below the age of 35. That means between the ages of 0 and 15 years, you have 541 million people. Between the ages of 15 and 35, you have 455 million people. What that means is that over 70% of the population of Africa are the youth, or they belong to the youth demographic. So this free trade agreement is about the youth, and the youth must be included. There must be need for capacity building and development to ensure that they have adequate participation in this trade agreement. Now, to come home to Cross River State, what are we doing? The governor of Cross River State has, His Excellency Senator Professor Ben Ayade, has understood that most of the challenges we have is the non-utilization of the youth factor in our economy. One of the easiest ways to utilize the high levels of energy young people have beyond technology is, and as cheaply as possible, would be in the agricultural sector. What are the usual challenges to entry? What are the barriers to entry in agriculture? Today, there's a preponderance of subsistence farming in Africa, in the area of agriculture. So what the governor is trying to do is to try and develop mechanized farming, large-scale farming, to ensure that there's efficient and effective output. The usual barriers to entering mechanized farming is the acquisition of land, large-scale land preparation, working capital, and the machinery is required. So what the governor has done was to identify young people that are interested in agriculture and start a capacity building program to develop their skills and their abilities, gone further to acquire large parcels of land, parcellate them, as well as develop them and prepare them. Beyond that, allocating them to young people, providing inputs, working capital, with a 360 model whereby we off-take some of this produce from them to the state-owned industries. We have state-owned industries in Cross River State, such as the cocoa processing mill, one of the largest in West Africa, the rice processing mill, one of the largest in West Africa as well, and a cassava processing mill that is currently being developed. Now, this is the model that has been developed by His Excellency, and the state has started the process of implementation. One of the challenges that we have are adequate capital to drive this process. But once you can develop a model such as this that is 360 in nature and channel the energies of our young people into that, you find that there's going to be positive growth in the local economy.
All right. Perhaps we can talk about maybe what you're doing to address the challenge regarding scaling up through more capital in the next round. But Modu, your role is very interesting, and I'm not asking you a question around your role within the Tony Blair Institute, but More specifically, you sit on the board of the Youth Advisory Table at the AFCFTA. I've never met a young person on the board. I didn't even know that they had one, and so it's quite encouraging to hear that they do. But as young people, what are you guys bringing to the table in terms of solutions in crowding in more youth participation in business? And are you being taken seriously in tabling those solutions?
Wow, I mean, those questions are enough to write a dissertation in terms of the breadth and the sort of, how much needs to be covered there, but I'll try to be succinct. I think the key thing, I'll start with the Youth Forum. It's sort of an example of how, we took the initiative. It was founded by someone who's become a friend of mine, Lerato, who's from South Africa. And it was essentially meant to hold the AFCFTA Secretariat accountable for decisions that are made around the futures and the presence of young people in a way that takes their interests into consideration, but not only into consideration, but giving us a seat at the table, as you alluded to. Now, what we're trying to do is ensure that while we're holding them accountable, we also hold ourselves accountable, because we're trying to have a shift in terms of the mindset in the way young people relate to these institutions and vice versa. So we don't want to have a situation where, you book 2 tickets or so to a conference for us to speak and we're happy and we go home and we clap for ourselves. We want a situation where we're able to sit at the table as equal partners at the highest levels of these multilateral institutions and national governments, to be able to advise governments in terms of what is in our own interest. Because as we know, governments and these institutions, particularly on the African continent, are predominantly populated by, and no offense, by older men. And there's the gender aspect there as well. So that's what we're trying to shift. It's not easy. Obviously, we, at the moment, don't have funding to do that. But we're working towards sort of building our structures, because we also need to come correct. And we recognize that. Now, shifting over to the Tony Blair Institute, which is sort of my day job, that's where I work. What we look to do is, we talk about, our slogan is making globalization work for the many, not the few. And essentially, that means looking at marginalized groups, and young people are oftentimes marginalized on the continent. So we look at inclusive policies and how we can push government to have that approach. You're able to see transformative policies being put in place. And for me, I'm not as much, it might be revealing my background in terms of my development economics background, but I'm not so interested in some of these token things that are done for young people. I'm interested in real empowerment. And that comes in the shape of supporting young people, putting them in places both in terms of governance and the economy, where they're able to empower themselves and empower other people. We've seen it, across the continent in places like Nigeria, Kenya, where young people are literally changing how we do things across the continent. So if you give them more opportunity in terms of financial backing, training, and also give them opportunities in governance. I mean, there are not many people my age who have the privilege of doing what I do, which is having direct access to advise governments on what to do. And that needs to change. We need a critical mass of young people that are competent, passionate, and committed to be able to make these things change and to inject some innovation and energy, frankly, into our policy making. Thanks.
I couldn't agree with you more. Let's take the experience of what we're trying to do as a continent outside of the continent and draw some lessons from a region that has been united for many, many years, although there's been a bit of fragmentation in that unification of late, with a couple of countries wanting to leave the European Union. But nonetheless, Roberta, if you can just perhaps share experiences from what was achieved under the EU and what we can draw lessons from as a continent in terms of facilitating the development of more young people in more meaningful roles and more influential roles, both in business and government.
So first, thank you very much for having us here. First, Motengil has 95% of its workforce as Africans, and therefore we, being in 16 countries, we started realizing there was significant difficulties in mobility within the continent. So when we were challenged to come to this conference, we actually thought about our own experience and also my past experience as a student youth leader many years ago. And one of the examples I think about is always the Erasmus program in Europe, where you actually incentivized close to 6 million students to interchange across the continent. The first, which gives us a proof and an evidence of how Europeans, the younger they are, they see themselves as Europeans rather than nationals. The second one is the harmonization of accreditation. Okay, so the Bologna process guaranteed the harmonization of accreditation, and an engineer here is the same as an engineer there. In Africa, how we are trying to implement that, and we are trying to enhance and foster our workforce, which is the key driver of our success within the continent, is actually foster that mobility. We've been working with several universities. We fostered the protocol between the University of Porto and the University of Rwanda in Kigali. We foster a lot of vocational training and technical training that is required. We've been designing a program for mining operators and mining staff to mobilize, not only if they are today in Mozambique, they will be tomorrow in Guinea and the day after tomorrow in Sudan. So one of the things that lacks the continent, and we have been trying to compensate that by doing ourselves our own programs and bringing our teachings from Europe, is actually to develop programs where a Mozambican can easily move to Angola, or like we've been having today, my head of legal is actually a Kenyan lady. So we focus on building up a common accreditation within the organization. Okay, we use now a lot of e-learning platforms. We've fostered procurement plans and logistic plans, and people to have significant vocational and technical training. But again, there is very little that an organization by itself can do. Okay, and I think these initiatives should actually be fostered between the academia and the corporate world to guarantee that Africa has the leaders they need, and Africa has the technicians and the knowledge they need to grab the future in the coming years.
All right. Jennifer, last but not least, ma'am, I mean, quite a lot has been shared so far by your fellow panelists regarding the areas of challenge that they see and some of the solutions on the table regarding what their own individual organizations are doing and some of the blind spots that our government perhaps has in terms of the policy framework, particularly even within the AFCFTA. But what would your point of departure be, ma'am, in actually moving towards a tangible solution for the discussion that we're having about realizing or helping our youth realize their actual potential on this continent?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
I can.
Well, I represent the African Union Development Agency, and maybe just to share a little bit on its mandate before I go into some of the work we're doing. Through the reform agenda of the African Union, the AUDA NEPAD has been given a really huge mandate. First of all, to be the agency that pushes for implementation of Agenda 2063. And the issues of youth are very much central to the Agenda 2063. We also are the technical interface for Africa's strategic partners, and we offer advisory services to member states and to regional economic communities on a whole range of development issues. So when it comes to the issues of youth development, particularly entrepreneurship, one of the major projects that we are implementing currently is the 100,000 MSMEs, 100,000 medium, small, and micro enterprise project. Now, this is an unprecedented and scalable digital platform, which has a number of key pillars. We have the MSME Academy, which provides capacity building and training for entrepreneurs. And through this pillar, we have about 13 countries that are on board. We've had 25,000 MSMEs registered, and about 14,000 have participated in online platforms for this capacity building project. Then we have the MSME market, where we are facilitating for entrepreneurs to have access to a much broader market. The other important pillar is the financing, where we are brokering financing for youth-run MSMEs. And we have a partnership project with the EcoBank, which has provided some financing for a number of MSMEs to really upscale their activities and move from informal to more formal, operations in the market. And if I may just add, with the AFCFTA, of course, we all know that this is providing a huge opportunity for Africa. And for us at AUDA NEPAD, the advisory services that we provide to member states and to the regional economic communities, I think makes it logical that with deeper integration of the regions and stronger regional blocks should translate to continental gains at the level of the AFCFTA.
All right.
Thank you.
Dr. Maximasi, you want to say something, sir?
Yes, I thank you very much for mentioning these issues that I was alluding to at the beginning of the conversation. In terms of the digital platforms that we are seeing at the moment, there are several divides. I was only referring to one at the beginning. You have the divide between those who have access and those who don't have access. You have the divide between those who have access. You have the divide between those who are consumers and those who are producers. Because having access to the digital instrument is one thing. Using it for productive purpose is another thing. You see in some countries like Uganda where they have tax on internet. And what the government said is that it's a gossip tax to prevent young people spending the whole day on YouTube instead of using the digital instrument for something productive. And then the third divide, you have the divide between the predators and the victims, because we tend to ignore how much violence you can see on internet these days that keep women out of it because they want to protect themselves. How does government make the digital platform safe for young girls to navigate? The other thing that I want to say is a Buy From Women program that some countries have tried. You see in Kenya, in Uganda, in some other countries where government says, we want to promote women's businesses, women-owned and women-controlled businesses by setting up a minimum quota for purchase from those companies. This is something that we have seen in elections in terms of women accessing elective posts where they have quota. And it's now migrating into the economy with very, very interesting results. But I was talking about half policies. When you set up a quota like that, where you say we want to purchase 30% of any government bids or any government procurement from women, then you need to accompany this with technical support, because the customers will not be happy with a produce that is half quality. So these women that benefit from that the opportunity needs to be supported technically so that the produce will not suffer from. And that is something that a call that we are sending to the private sector to ensure that these government initiatives are not just left for government, but are taken up by the private sector, so that women are not just benefiting from just what you call corporate social responsibility, but women are rather brought into the core business of corporate worlds.
Sure.
So
sure.
that will be the call for you.
Yes, sir. And I think I'd just add to that in terms of the digital divide that you have spoken about, the digital divide that can potentially exist between those that are enabled and those with other abilities. I was actually introduced to this way of thinking yesterday. I met a gentleman who said that those who are traditionally regarded as disabled do not necessarily see themselves in this way. It's not necessarily a disability, but it is this ability. And I do know that there are areas of divide where technology only favors a certain group of enabled people and not those with other abilities, and therefore this, to your point, governments and the private sector also need to ask themselves, how do they, going forward, ensure that inclusion is spread for all groups with all abilities? But you mentioned the private sector, and Roberto, if I can just come to you, sir, given how important the private sector will be in enabling a lot of these businesses to operate, by virtue of the fact that the private sector will have a role to play in bringing a lot of these businesses into the supply chain, and enabling a lot of these businesses to scale, perhaps even through partnerships. So there was a call for the private sector to do more. Why isn't the private sector doing more, in your view, and what should be done to enable private capital to move a bit more in the space?
Well, we are in a sector of prototype industries, right? We are a prototype industry, and it's very hard for you to constantly move your equipment and move your resources. So one of our reasons of success, one, as I mentioned, is our workforce, and the second one is actually the supply chain and the partners in the countries. On a project of large scale like the one we have done in Malawi of close to 1 billion euros, we relied significantly on local supply chains, and that fostered the growth of several let's say satellite service providers, right? So in large core projects like we try to do, there's always the need for us to find and identify local suppliers and local service providers. You cannot just bring everything. That's not possible, and not even viable and sustainable. So we always focus and try and in country identify reliable partners, and that is one of the second reason of our success. So, and we've been extremely successful because especially in remote areas, if you don't identify those who can work with you, it will be difficult. We just mobilized for a mine in Mali, and most of the initial equipment that was there was by a subcontractor and a service provider. Same thing happened when we started building the first the refurbishment of Kigali airport. We relied on local partners. So it's important to capacitate SMEs, but it's also important to work with them in the generation of business, right? And we can foster and teach, but it's also important to pass to action and to practice, and this is one of the things that we focus on.
All right. MEC, I'm back with you, sir.
Thank you.
As we head towards the finish line with this conversation, you had mentioned a few things that KZN had on the go to assist the further development of young business. So, is it enough? Because we can all talk about what we are currently doing, and probably the list is extensive. Is it enough in your view, and what further action will you and your team have to take to actually move the dial in a country where, according to some statistics, we've got 78% of young people presently outside of employment. So,
No, thank you very much. I think that's the crux of the challenge, is how to take it to scale and how to massify. And to do that, I think we need to find the best practices. But before I get to that, I just want to pick up on some things that have been said. I don't know about you, Doctor, but generally our age group belong to the technological ignoramuses, right? I feel very inadequate quite often, and I'm not shy to say it. But that's not so with the young people. And that's a strength we need to pick up on. When we analyze the economy post or immediately COVID started to bite deep, and there were three sectors that did reasonably well. That was agriculture, because they were not affected by lockdown, and it was an essential service.
we had to eat.
Yes, exactly. And then it was the IT sector, which showed multiple growth. And we all know why. Everything is virtual and everything is technology these days. And the third was pharmaceuticals. It's a pandemic. It's all around the health issues, and the pharmaceutical sector showed tremendous growth. Now, I'm saying this because we need to analyze those sectors that have the potential and direct our young people to it, or for them to choose which sectors which are going to show the greatest potential. So we disaggregated our economy in KZN into 14 sectors. I keep saying that we mustn't have a spray and pray approach. We must have a targeted approach. So if there's a sector of the economy that's not really strong in our province, then we're not going to put significant resources into it. And young people must then be able to choose that particular sector which think they have the interest, it gives them some vibe. And just on the last point on technology, those of you who are going to go through the exhibitions, look out for a chap called Nati Mbele, who used the TV spectrum spaces, it's called the TV white space, and he was then able to set up internet access for an entire rural area, what we call an entire traditional area, in numbers that will probably, it's one of the biggest areas, Kwatolo, and it's probably 100,000 people. And through that mechanism is able to provide internet access, and they're convinced that they're going to be able to commercialize it at a level that's going to be much more affordable than the big boys are providing it in the big cities. So that's the kind of inspiring example we need to use to build on. But I also want to say that when I was there yesterday at the launch of the youth startups, and we were preaching these programs that we have, which you want me to come to, and I think the Premier spoke about it, 300 million rand directed 1,029 SMMEs throughout the province getting the benefit, not cash. That's a lesson we've learned, and that when you give cash, the accountability becomes a bit gray, and we're not always sure that the money is used for the correct purpose to develop the business. So in this particular case, we're funding equipment. Now, there's a young lady from Cameroon who got up and said, no, we're very excited about this, but there's too many experiences of where these what she called the top-down programs, in their opinion, do not reach the real people and help the connected, as she put it. So that's a very diplomatic way of saying that let's not corrupt these initiatives. And in my view, the only way we're going to be able to defeat that is to have absolute transparency in the way beneficiaries are chosen. Because it can't just be, first come, first serve. You've got to choose those who have shown some ability and talent in order to succeed at the next step of receiving the benefit of this program. So that's something we need to talk about. She suggested, for example, that it should not be a top-down, but the decision-making should be at local level. I'm not convinced that that is sufficient, because you could easily have corrupting influences at the local level, sometimes even more so. I'm suggesting complete transparency in the process is the only way, and that's a conversation we need to have. The last point I want to make is we are embracing a huge challenge. I mean, the ACFTA and the whole African agenda is a huge challenge. That's why we got it to 2063. Agenda 2063, and we need to learn how to bite it in chewable chunks, right? And I always use the climate change approach to say, how do we do it? to fast forward to my conclusion in the argument, is we have to have an effective monitoring and evaluation framework. So if we are saying now that we are between 16 to 18% only on our intra-continental trade compared to 60 to 80% in other parts of the world, then what are we aiming for? Can we say, for example, that in the next 5 years we want to move that 18% to 25 and 30%? And more importantly, how are we going to do that? In which sectors are we going to do that? And what targets we're going to set for ourselves in each of our countries? In that way, it's a macro issue, but in that way, the young people will then get a fair share of that growth that we are trying to build.
Right.
One final example, sorry.
I thought that was the final one.
Clothing and textile, this is an important one. At one stage, we used to employ 300,000 people in the clothing and textile industry in this province. That dropped to 43,000, and primarily because of the flood of cheap imports from other parts of the world. So it's a trade and tariff issue. But also, I think our national department responded very creatively and created a national clothing and textile master plan, and then committed all the major chain stores to push their local content from 30% to 65% in a period of time. Now, so those chain stores now are compelled to look for local producers to put onto their shelves. And already we're seeing it going up to 90,000, and we want to work back to the 300,000.
You know, I think that COVID even helped in that regard, not being able to get product in and the delays that we experienced. I think some of those local stores, even within themselves, have taken their own steps and have placed targets of their own to increase the supply at home that they can control a lot better than globally. But just as we prepare to close this discussion, just some final thoughts from you, Commissioner. Just, Ravi, you touched on transparency and the importance thereof, and you looked back at what had been done previously and threw forward to how it can be done differently. And Honorable Suko, I'd like to ask the same from you. You identified the challenges of Cross River State. You mentioned the issues around capacity. But as we, or as you, not me, as you now prepare your young people to trade with markets beyond Cross River State, but a huge continent with huge ability and potential, what will you be doing differently to ensure that those young businesses are in a better position to succeed?
Thank you very much. The African Continental Trade Agreement has an objective which seeks to eliminate or reduce the barriers, the tariff and non-tariff barriers to trade effectively among the 54 member countries, and effectively creating one of the largest single markets. Now, that works for Africa if it is driven by Africans. I say that to say this. I started off with statistics as to the youth demographic, and in terms of the fact that they are the people, the key success factors for how successful the trade agreements will be. What we need to do is to ensure that there's a lot of sensitization about the trade agreement. If that wasn't done during the formulation, the policy formulation, if that was done, excellent. But if that wasn't done comprehensively enough, there is a need for sensitization at the local level, at the grassroots level. And the rural, the provincial towns, people need to know about this trade agreement. They need to be emotionally involved, actively involved, and just by the sheer providence of age and the logic of time, they have the greatest stake in this trade agreement because they have more active years of service and in commerce. I belong to that youth demographic, and I would like to think that we would want to be actively involved. Now, there are certain limitations in business that youths usually have. One is access to cheap capital. Most of the countries in Africa have weak infrastructure in terms of power, in terms of roads to provide logistics, water, and other inputs required in production or in commerce. There's a need for countries in Africa to deliberately set out to empower, to build capacity among the young people, provide access to capital. Now, not just access to capital, but it's important that they set up a framework that gets rid of adverse selection, the moral hazards of giving money to the wrong people, and ensure that the money gets to the right people who have ventures in which they intend to pursue. If we do not do this effectively and efficiently, the truth is what may end up happening is that while the trade agreement is good, you may have a scenario where foreigners to the continent come into the continent, set up with as little footprint as possible on the continent, produce locally, trade unrestricted, but repatriate the value out of the continent. So there is a need for the young people to be the champions of AFTA, and that starts at the grassroots level by sensitization, building capacity, and providing access to capital.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure, agreed. Jennifer, just to the point of the thriving industries under COVID, as it were, that are industries that I believe most analysts think will continue to have growth, technology, pharmaceuticals, as well as agriculture. For young people wanting to set up shop in those businesses, ma'am, what do you think needs to change going forward to enable a more active and more thriving startup culture on the continent?
Well, I think first and foremost, the issue of trade is about goods moving across borders, the pharmaceuticals, particularly in this era of COVID. I would like to take it up to a really high policy level to say the member states need to come to an agreement, I think, on the Africa passport so that there is free movement of goods and services and people across the continent, because I think that's really fundamentally very, very important. We are looking at post-COVID recovery activities, and at NEPAD we have the homegrown solutions activities, which is an acceleration for businesses to be able to enter the market and get assistance through interaction with health experts, particularly when we look at the pharmaceuticals. So I think these are some of the issues that we would have to look at. Of course, I think particular policies that are really aimed towards building up this sector need to be put in place, and they need to have coherence with national development plans. I think that's a very important aspect as well.
Yes, yes, I agree. Last but not least, to the youngest person on this panel. And I'm going to put you on the spot because while we don't have a lot of young people in this room, I have noticed quite a lot of suits, very nice suits and very nice high heels, and I'm making the assumption that these are individuals who do have influence within their respective capacities. And therefore, Maudu, can you leave us with a final message as to how should many of the influential people in this tomorrow?
Again, dissertation question. I think, honestly, you know, for a lot of young people like myself, we see this issue in a very, actually in a very simple way. Because I think the issue of youth empowerment or you know, including youth has been expanded so much that it now includes so many things that frankly I think are borderline irrelevant, at best, you know, sort of tokenism and trivial. And I think what we actually need to be focused on are two things essentially, is economic well-being of young people and political inclusion or empowerment of young people. And these are the two main things. I mean, you know, I know, and I'll just allude to it, I'm not going to go into it, but, you know, recently another discussion in this country has been raised around, you know, what does power actually mean and what does empowerment really mean and how far has this country come and so on. I'll leave that right there and not go any further. But that teaches you a lesson as to where does power actually lie. You know, because a lot of young people are very much interested in governance, politics, and so on. And that is important. But I found that, you know, now that sort of I've worked with governments, I find that the process for procurement, for lending out contracts, tenders, and so on, is done in the same way you think about who to invite to dinner. Is, oh, I like this guy. This guy did a great job last time. Let's get him again. But what that does is you're not creating opportunities for new people to come into the system and get opportunities to be able to be a part of the procurement system. And in many of the countries that we're from, for the people here that are from Africa, the government, unfortunately or fortunately, is the biggest contract giver in many of these countries. So having a government contract is the holy grail. In that case, there's a sort of outsized pressure on the government to create a more level playing field. Because for young people, we're not asking for handouts. We're not saying give us because we're young. All we're saying is give us an opportunity, and then we'll be able to take it from there and run with the baton.
Nothing further to add there. No handouts. All we're asking for is opportunity. And with that note, I'd like to give my panelists a round of applause for their wonderful insights. And thanks so much to you all for listening.
It's a nice way to chase us.
Okay.
So come on, and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past.
So, ladies and gentlemen, don't leave because we have something special for you. We're going to break. We've got something very quickly for a few minutes, and then after that, we're going to break for lunch. So don't go yet. Stay in your seats because, I'm talking about how IATF is not a talk shop. It's a walk shop, if you want to call it that. It's a place where deals and agreements are signed. I have another one for you. The African Union Development Agency, that's AUDU NEPAD. This is the first ever development agency on the continent of Africa, is to sign an MOU with the Afrexim Bank. And so to represent AUDU NEPAD is the Chief of Staff who you just saw on that panel. If I could invite her back to the stage, please. Miss Jennifer Susan Chiriga. Madame, if you could come and join us. You're here already. See, already there. I'm calling you and you're right next to me. Thank you for your timeliness, madam. I suppose you'll be representing the CEO of AUDU NEPAD, His Excellency Dr. Ibrahim Asane Mayaki, I suppose, in the capacity of the Chief of Staff here. And representing Afrexim Bank is Mrs. Kanayo Awani. She is, of course, a well-known face, the Managing Director, Intra-African Trade Initiative at Afrexim Bank. So, ladies, I'm going to ask you to take your seats and grab your pens. Important deals like this require witnesses, so I have a little bit of a surprise for you. In April 7th, 2015, Mrs. Jennifer Susan Chiriga was appointed as the Chief of Staff of AUDU NEPAD, and the chairperson at that time was none other than the great Dr. Nkosana Dlamini Zuma, who was effectively the person that appointed you. She's here today, and she's over there, and we're going to call her Madame Mommy. Please come and join to be our official witness for this MOU. It is certainly an honor to have her with us today. Can I have a handheld microphone, please? A handheld microphone for my technical guys. Thank you. So if I could ask you to take your seats, and if I could ask all of you to assemble behind the signatories, please, we shall begin. Now, ladies, pens at the ready. you can go ahead and sign. And as you're signing, let me tell you what they're signing. The objectives of this MOU is to establish a non-binding and non-exclusive framework of collaboration to support African countries, the regional entities and institutions, and the RECs, the regional economic communities, to help them to implement AU Agenda 2063, particularly the aspiration to an integrated continent, politically united based on the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's renaissance of the Agenda 2063. The program includes coordination with RECs in cross-border integration through 1, the exchange of technical knowledge, project feedback reports, and upscaling of capacity building exercises. 2, use of payment and settlement systems, such as the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, SADC, and other regional payment and settlement systems, to facilitate the free movement of goods and services, and also the dissemination of proprietary in-house systems to support integrated border management and advancing Africa's physical and economic integration through digitalization and ICT towards the Africa we want. So, ladies and gentlemen, therein the signatories have signed. This is the MOU between AUDU-NEPAD, the African Union Development Agency, and Afreximbank. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. I asked for a microphone. Someone was going to give me a microphone, but it never appeared. Please, guys. No? Okay. Yes, but I think this has to be disinfected, so it's much easier if they gave me a microphone. Thank you. There you go. Ask and ye shall be given, seek and ye shall find, knock and the door shall be opened unto you. So saith the Lord. Here, I have a microphone, and I would like you to say a few words back.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yes, I think it's working now. Afreximbank is a key partner of AUDU-NEPAD since 2016, when we launched the Move African initiative in Kigali, Rwanda, that created the traffic light system. Since 2016, following feedback from stakeholders on what the traffic light system would look like, AUDU-NEPAD went on the ground with the RECs, particularly with the COMESA Ministers of Trade and Transport and SADC Ministers of Transport, to not only create the tool, but to operationalize it. The partnership with Afreximbank is critical in growing the Move Africa initiative into a program which will define the practical aspects of trade facilitation, in going to the underlying issues, in simplifying, harmonizing, and standardizing processes and procedures at border posts, building up on the work that is being done through the traffic light system. It will be fundamental at this point in time, when trading under the AFCFTA that kicked off on 1 January 2021. Efficient borders translate into a well-functioning AFCFTA. AUDU-NEPAD, as the implementing agency of the African Union, is happy to join hands with African institutions such as Afreximbank to build the Africa we want. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. You know, intra-African trade will not grow unless we deal with also not just trade finance. So some of the deals we're signing, you know, speak to finance, but we must deal with facilitation issues. And that's why this partnership is so important with AUDU-NEPAD, because financing alone will not do it. We need to break down the barriers across, and break down the 87,000 borders that divide African countries. And that's why we're doing this. Partnerships are in our DNA, because we know that agencies that are, and institutions that are aligned have to come together. That proverb, I think, is African, that says, you know, if you go alone, you go fast, but if you go together, you go very far. And our ambition is to support the implementation of the FCFTA, and that by 2063, many of us won't be here, but we have the Africa that we want. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And Your Excellency, maybe you're here, and I always give you a mic whenever you come onto my stage, because we just want to hear your dulcet tones.
Thank you very much, and congratulations for this deal. I think it's always good when I hear we're working towards Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, because everything in this is about the Africa we want. So congratulations, and also I hope one day we can get to a point where there'll be free movement of everything across the continent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. That concludes this deal signing. Thank you very much. As the signatories leave the stage with Her Excellency, you can leave the room and take a break. Let's take a 1 hour break. It's now 12:15. Be back here before 1:15. And lunch apparently is served. Some of the ushers with red sashes can direct you if you don't know where that is. We'll see you back for the program in 1 hour's time. Thank you very much.
When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business. Intra-African trade fair, Intra-African trade fair. So come on, and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business. Intra-African trade fair, Intra-African trade fair. So come on, and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh, Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair. Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh, Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh, Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh, Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream fall. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh, Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream fall. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, I trust you had a good short break. We're going to go now into our plenary session for the afternoon, the role of quality infrastructure and the harmonization of trade standards to facilitate intra-African trade and investment. It is my absolute pleasure to invite Ms. Gugulethu Mfupi, broadcaster at Kaya FM. She's also an incredible conversation strategist, and I believe that we are having a video message to kick off this session, Dr. Barbara Sigmund from Germany. So if we can get that video message ready, and I'm going to ask Gugu Mfupi to come up to the stage and introduce her panelists for the next very important discussion.
I'm assuming you can't hear me. Now the microphone is on. A very good afternoon to you all, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for making the time to join us. I can tell it's after lunch, but I'll tell you that after this session, there'll be a lot more excitement in the room, and that's exactly what we want to hear from each and every one of you. I'm delighted to be moderating this conversation, and in a moment, we will hear that video message from Dr. Barbara Sigmund, which we will play to help set the context for today's conversation, which will essentially focus on the importance of the theme that we've gathered under here over the last few days, ensuring that whilst we do want to trade, build opportunities to transact in terms of products, goods, and services, we do need to ensure that they do build up a sense of trust. Accreditation, making sure that quality is a key priority in terms of the infrastructure that we develop to ensure that we harmonize the standards and, of course, asserting the efforts that we try to build in terms of accreditation. So over the next hour to 55 minutes, we'll be expanding on understanding the status quo of the current environment, building up on some of the initiatives that have been established by the representatives who will be on stage, and most importantly, walking away with some tangible solutions that we can implement in the short, medium, and long term, understanding what it is that we can commit to ensure that we have these drives. As I warmly welcome my panelists on stage, in a moment they'll make their way up onto stage, but I do believe we do have a video on standby, which we'll get ready in just a moment. But allow me to introduce my panelists who will make their way onto stage and join us shortly. Ms. Olaranti Doherty, who's a Director for Export Development at African Bank. And a round of applause, of course, for each of them as they make their way up. And I like to challenge you with your applause. We know it's quite warm. We know we're African. We know that we like to express excitement when we have our speakers and representatives on stage. So please do add some life and excitement to the conversation today. She'll be followed by Dr. Hemogene Nesingama, who is the Secretary General for the African Organization for Standardization. A round of applause for him, please. Followed by Dr. Oswald Chiakambuvu, who's the Senior Technical Advisor for Quality Infrastructure at the African Union. A round of applause, please. Followed by Dr. Stephen Karingi, who's the Director for Regional Integration and Trade Division at UNECA. Mr. Mark Russell, who's the President of Government Services and Senior Vice President for Africa for Bureau Veritas. A round of applause for him, sir. And in a moment, we will also be joined by the chairperson of the Pan-African Quality Infrastructure Institute, Dr. Celestine Okanya, who will be joining us as well. As soon as he does make his way in and gets mic'd up, he'll be joining us on stage for this critical conversation. As my panelists get settled, let's turn our attention to the video that will play to provide some clarity for today's conversation. But of course, we also have one more panelist we'd like to introduce, Jody Skoltz, who is the CEO of the South African Bureau of Standards, SABS. Jody, for joining us. We can pay our attention to the video now.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am sorry that I am not able to join you today in person to this panel on the role of quality infrastructure and the harmonization of trade standards to facilitate inter-African trade and investment in Durban. The topic is indeed vital with regards to the realization of the potential of the AFCFTA and boosting inter-African trade in general. To date, Africa is characterized by low inter-African trade compared to the other world regions. It is true that non-tariff measures are far more restrictive to trade than tariffs and pose the main obstacle to increase inter-African trade. This is why we, within the framework of German development cooperation and as PTB International Cooperation, work together with our partners to reduce non-tariff measures. One of our focus areas is the harmonization of standards relevant to trade and the approximation of technical regulation on the continental and regional level. With the adoption of the Africa Quality Policy in early September, a common vision has been created to move forward in this direction. In this context, PTB's support is embedded in the long-term strategy Quality for Africa and taking into account the African Union agenda on African economic integration, boosting inter-African trade and the implementation of the AFCFTA. Thereby, we follow a multi-level approach, interlinking the national, regional and continental level to ensure that the quality infrastructure required to reduce barriers to trade is coherent at all levels and is geared towards international good practices. Strong interlinking between the levels is inherent to the system of quality infrastructure by itself. Not harmonizing standards create diseconomies of scale and create obstacles to exporters who aim to enter new markets. It is important that we continue to work to reduce this obstacle as much as we can. Unfortunately, it will not be possible to harmonize all relevant standards at once. Harmonization of standards is time-consuming and requires lengthy negotiations. Therefore, we need to further progress on focusing on the harmonization of standards in selected priority sectors. We believe that the pursued digitalizing allows us to speed up the process of harmonization. In addition to that, we need awareness-raising formats on the relevance of quality infrastructure, like this one today, to share the relevance of this topic. Another main obstacle to trade with regards to non-tariff measures are technical regulations. As these are subject to national legislation, their approximation to reduce trade costs are even more challenging. Currently, African traders are facing an issue of accessing information on technical regulation. This is why we are cooperating with UNCTAD to gather all relevant information and making them easily accessible in an online database. Currently, there is no institutionalized association of regulators in place at the continental level. To move forward, we believe that the establishment of an African regulatory cooperation based on experience from around the world will be an important milestone to facilitate the approximation process of technical regulation. For this, a first important step in this direction has been taken: the finalization of a first concept note paper on the creation of an Africa continental regulatory framework. A lot can be achieved with harmonization and approximation, but also the idea of a branding made in Africa is certainly an important impulse to underline the quality of African products. However, this product quality must also be guaranteed, which we are happy to support with the scope of our cooperation. Let me close now by stating that at PTB International Corporation, we believe that quality infrastructure is not everything, but without quality infrastructure, everything is nothing. I wish to you a fruitful discussion today, and thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and I guess some amazing insight that we heard there from Dr. Barbara Sigmund, giving us a very important and critical message that we all need to be quite mindful of, how it is that we build on the regulation, policy, and understanding how to tackle the harmonization of quality insurance right across the continent, quality infrastructure, and ensuring that that remains a key priority as we look to develop and enhance on the trade opportunities that exist across the continent. Well, my panelists will join me now in expanding on much of these insights that we look to draw upon, and perhaps I'd like to start off the conversation by focusing on the status quo, looking at some of the developments, the challenges that we faced, unpacking some of the medium to long-term commitments that we've seen being embarked upon, and of course ensuring that we do find some tangible outcomes that we can build upon as we leave this conversation here today. Dr. Celestino Kanye, I'd like to start off with you, sir. I guess as to build up on the status quo and of course the video representation that we heard today in terms of the status quo of quality infrastructure that we experience on the African continent at the moment. I know that in your capacity as the chairperson of the Pan-African Quality Infrastructure Network, you've only been there just before the pandemic hit, and I guess it's quite important for us to also reflect on the impact of the pandemic and subsequent lockdowns and how that might have shifted or influenced the current environment and status quo of quality infrastructure. Share your opening thoughts and remarks with us, sir.
Thank you. As we all know, the pandemic affected everything that we do in life. Quality infrastructure was also affected. Quality infrastructure was affected by COVID in terms of activities that are involved in quality infrastructure. When you say quality infrastructure, you discuss issues of standards, metrology, accreditation, conformity assessments. Most of these activities involves observation, physical contacts, and all whatnot. So with COVID, we had to begin to think, how do we perform our duties, perform our activities, and still be able to comply with COVID protocols. And I'm sure that my colleague from the Standard, the Secretary General, will probably speak more on what they've done during this period. But I know that they had to conform to COVID protocol. They did more on virtual activities, on harmonization, accreditation. We had to develop remote assessment principles and procedure, and I'm sure that you also are aware that conformity assessment will beginning to think about remote assessment or audit.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot that have been done in trying to readjust the way we do our business to be able to continue even in face of COVID. I think the conformity assessment bodies have been very creative, very innovative, and with this, we have opportunity even to do better than we were doing before the COVID.
Indeed. On that note, I'd like to come to you, Dr. Oswald, perhaps to expand on this as well, just as a representative of the Quality Infrastructure African Union representative, to really share some of your insight as well into some of the major impediments that you might believe remain as key challenges to establishing quality infrastructure on the African continent.
Thanks, Gugu, and thanks for putting together this discussion panel. As our chairperson, Okanya, has highlighted, the pillars of the African quality infrastructure comprise our continental institutions that are working in the area of standardization, working in the area of accreditation, working in the area of metrology, and then, of course, we have the component for conformity assessment. Now, I know that to many of us, these are very technical areas, and sometimes the language is not easy to digest. But we need this infrastructure to underpin all our efforts, really, in developmental programs. We've just launched, as we all know, the AFCFTA, and trade has to take place. And if we didn't have this infrastructure, and by the way, it's soft infrastructure. We're not talking bridges and buildings here. This is, standardization, the processes of elaborating standards, and then of testing products for compliance to those standards. So we need to have those systems working, and we need them to be collaborating at continental level. That's how we will achieve the harmonization, which will enable free interchange of goods from different parts of the continent, and that's really where we're going. The challenges, of course, are there, because if you look at some of our regions, the development of these areas is still a bit low. In some areas, of course, it's quite advanced, and we are hoping to get the partners talking to each other so that we can all ultimately be speaking the same language.
And that's a very valid point that you mentioned, the making sure and ensuring that we do speak the same language in order to facilitate that trade and, of course, opportunities for ongoing transactions to take place in. But, of course, we do need to unpack the reality of where we are at the moment. And Himogene, this is where I'd like to come to you to further perhaps give us a sense and an understanding of this theme of harmonization. And we've heard of it as a common thread that does need to be prioritized. We're well aware that we've inherited various standards of approval, of quality, from various nations, as the current status quo is. Perhaps help us understand how it is that we can ensure that whilst harmonization might not take place at the same time or overnight, but various strategies, solutions that we should look to implement to ensure that these various individual standards of quality do not hinder cross-border trade across certain regions of the continent.
Thank you very much. To start with is that we should understand the policy document that we sign. So many countries now on our continent are members of WTO. When you look at WTO TBT agreement, it's indicated that when you are dealing with standardization, you start checking if an international standard exists.
Yes.
When it doesn't exist, you go to continental, meaning that our continent is also. Then if it doesn't exist, you are allowed to develop the standard. But even on our continent, there is another level of regional economical community, meaning you should start at international, at ARZO level, regional economical community, and if there is nothing, then you develop your standard. That's where the issue comes from, where if we don't follow that, we will have 55 countries developing different standards. What we do is to harmonize the standard following WTO principles. We have what we call Africa Standardization Harmonization Model, where you look at international standards that exist. If they are not there, we do what we call unique product for Africa. If unique product for Africa now, it's when you look at, does any country on the continent have a standard, as an example, on cassava, on sweet potato, that can help to have a working document for harmonization process. Meaning if really we follow those principles, it shouldn't be a problem. The harmonization can be easy. And we are doing it because currently we have around more than 1,300 standards that have been harmonized on the continent. The main challenge would be the implementation at the country level. Yes. Once again, it's to continue building the capacity of how people can participate more in the harmonization. But participating also, we need to understand that all standards don't require 55 countries to participate, because you might not have interest on that product. Yeah, it's very important to know your economy and understand which priority sectors that you really want to be involved in. Thank you.
I find that a very refreshing outlook, and I'd like us perhaps to deep dive into this particular theme. And Jody, I'd like to invite you to elaborate on this further, given that you are a representative of a Bureau of Standards from a national point of view in South Africa. And this is exactly where, again, the harmonization conversations do need to take place to make sure that from a national point of view, how do we integrate with our regions? Are there particular learnings, lessons, or insights that you can share with us as to how to advance on these?
The bedrock of everything we do is important. Getting in participation of industries into your technical committees is fundamental to developing standards. So as the Bureau of Standards, we have a mixture of adoption of international standards, but we also grow our own South African standards. And so our participation, I think, in ARSO, in the technical committees, South Africa participates in about 33 out of the 85 technical committees. We've got a further 30 nominations pending. So I think participation, both at a national level and at a regional level, is critical to sharing and understanding standards and harmonization of standards. I think there's some work that we all need to reflect on, and it's something that I'm extremely passionate about, is bringing more diversity and inclusivity into those processes. So bringing women into the fora, making sure that how we work is inclusive. So those are things at the Bureau that we're really passionate about and wanting to drive. And I think another tool is looking at mutual recognition agreements. We need to have confidence in each other's processes and systems.
Yes.
Have these signed agreements. So the Bureau, we've signed with Botswana, Namibia, and we've got a program. These help our exporters export products into other countries because our certificates are recognized. It also helps imports coming into South Africa. So I think, there's a lot of work that we've been doing. I think under the Made in Africa Quality Framework is another area. But I think the bedrock is the recognition of these arrangements between national standards bodies, because we play a critical role in ensuring that our economies can flourish.
And this is the part of the conversation where we should be getting excited, right? Because it's where the conversations take place, where the partnerships are established, where those engagements are also embarked upon to make sure that we build up on that trust that's required to ensure that we develop the best quality infrastructure that can be made possible. Mark, I've kept you quiet as well, but I'm keen to hear your thoughts here as to what you've witnessed across the continent in terms of partnerships to ensure that that trust deficit is something that we can build up on to ensure that as we integrate, as we collaborate as countries, regions, and of course members of the continent, that we are able to advance on some of the suggestions that have been made by both Hermogene and Jody to advance harmonization effectively.
Sorry. We are happy to partner with any institutions, and we are very delighted. So 1828 is when Bureau Veritas has started to look after quality in Africa, worldwide. And what we're doing is really always aiming to improve quality, safety, environment, and sustainability more and more. We've been operating in Africa for almost 120 years in 30 countries, and only this year we will have certified more than 3,000 companies. We have performed more than 1 million tests in Africa only with our laboratories, and thousands of control in the field. So we are always delighted to partner and to come to the table to bring our experience of Africa countries and to bring our experience of all the rules and standards which are already applicable in Africa. And we've got a good view as a Bureau of Veritas of what are possible, because we are not policymakers, we are implementing, we are the one dealing with the companies on a daily basis to make that happen for real. So and here, awareness, communication, all that is very important.
Indeed. And I'm keen to build up on that very briefly with you, Mark, just in terms of the investment in training and upskilling human capital to make sure that there's a clear understanding from different regions, from different countries, to ensure that their upskill or investment rather in human capital and the skills required is also maintained and monitored. How would you shape that or view that in terms of making sure that regions, countries adequately communicate on the kind of skills and standards they require?
I'm sorry, there's an echo. I'm a bit struggling to understand you. So we are performing a lot of awareness. We are partnering with the industry association, with the Chamber of Commerce to have awareness meeting, awareness webinars to make people aware that not complying with standards can be harmful to the community. And then we are also developing trainings, giving trainings to the people for most of the usual certification scheme, for most of the usual standards. We're trying to leverage more and more the digital tools, and in that respect, I think that the Afreximbank Academia initiative is a very good one. And yesterday I visited the ITC booth to try to see with them if we can further partnership or support even further. Mm-hmm. And then when we are going to developing our own capabilities for testing and all that, we leverage, we do training, but we're also leveraging the know-how of Bureau Veritas to have all the skills required to perform and to deliver the appropriate certificate or deliver the appropriate testing.
Very important that you mention that. Thanks for that. I do realize that there might be some audio challenges that we do experience on the stage given the speakers and the microphone, but very grateful that you've all taken the time to respond to those opening questions. But I do want to build up on those collaborative themes that have also been highlighted in this conversation. And this is naturally where, Olorante, I'd like to come to you, building up on some of the examples and establishments that have been highlighted as to how it is that we're trying to ensure that we drive this theme of harmonization, that we keep to making sure that there's ongoing communication and trust that's developed between these different institutions. And in 2019, Afreximbank put its money where its mouth is and made a commitment to ensure that there will be ongoing investment into African assurance and quality insurance centers. Help us understand what kind of progress has been made, particularly given that we've come from a pandemic, but yet we still focused and have our eyes on the prize of establishing these very key and important institutions.
Thank you. Just to emphasize, Afreximbank took a deliberate focus on the quality infrastructure space because of its relevance in supporting trade, in promoting intra-African trade, and in ensuring that we can implement the African Continental Free Trade Area. So we went into the development of the Africa Quality Assurance Centers initiative to establish testing, inspection, and certification centers across our member countries. We went into this in 2017, and we went in partnering with a lot of organizations who are able to support us from a technical perspective. As you well know, we are financial institutions, and what we want to do is to be able to support our esteemed colleagues here in building the quality infrastructure space on the continent. So we went into partnership with ASO to seek to ensure that we can support the harmonization of standards across our member countries, to support the establishment of quality infrastructure facilities, the testing, inspection, and certification centers in the regions. We started with a pilot project in Nigeria in 2019-2020 in partnership with Bureau Veritas, and we commissioned the projects, and I'm glad to let you know that we are currently implementing. The project is 60% complete in terms of development, and it should be commissioned by Q1 2022, and it will be operated and managed in Nigeria to support the testing, inspection, and certification for food and agri-products, so that we can ensure that Nigerian food and agri-products can, be traded across the member countries in support of the African Continental Free Trade Area.
Exciting news, and I see, Oswald, you'd like to jump in there because you have some excitement to share. Go ahead.
Just very quickly, because what Oloranti has just shared is extremely important for us. Most big companies will have a quality assurance department within their establishment. But we've been talking all this week about small businesses. And these are guys who you would not expect to invest a lot of resources into doing a testing outfit, for example, because the amount of testing that they need to do is very small. So this approach is going to be excellent because it allows a lot of businesses in the area, especially the small businesses and those led by women and youths, to access those resources and make products that meet the standards that we're crying about on the AFCFTA market. I just wanted to add that, and thanks, Oloranti, for sharing that.
Thank you for that, Oswald. And I think it really does speak to the camaraderie, right, and the collaborative efforts that are taking place across the spectrum. Stephen, I've kept you quiet for way too long, sir, and I'm keen to get your thoughts on the back of this positive example that's been shared here, that it does appear as though we're on the right track, and it tells us something that we need to learn about further collaborative efforts, where the right resources are brought about, the right skills and expertise also brought to the table, and of course making sure that the man on the street, small and medium-sized entrepreneurs and enterprises, are the ones who benefit. Help us unpack how it is that through these kind of efforts we ensure that our economies are able to thrive by reaching the farmers, the entrepreneurs and individuals on the ground.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. That's a very good question. So obviously, with Homogene here and having listened to the other panelists, what I would want to say is that the contribution I would want to make here is that at the end of the day, everybody is asking, how do we ensure that the AFCFTA delivers results for us? Now, and then you have asked, how do we ensure that this AFCFTA is delivering results across the continent and across sectors, and is inclusive? I think Jody talked about the issue of inclusion, and Homogene talked about the issue of regional economic community. So I was going to say that it is not possible to develop standards for all the tariff lines that are going to be traded under the AFCFTA in a single day. So there's going to be an element of prioritization.
Yes.
And so what we did together with ARSO and the African Union Commission, that is the ECA, we looked at the value chains that have the possibilities of delivering immediate results under the AFCFTA. And for those value chains, we identified those products where the harmonization of standards and regulatory regime needs to be prioritized.
Yes.
We had two criteria. First of all, we said for any product, it has to be one in which there is comparative advantage in a given country, within a given REC, regional economic community, and there is already an existing standard under the regional economic community in more than one regional economic community. And on the basis of that, we were able actually to come up with a list of products that require harmonization. We identified cement, fish, milk and milk products, fruits and fruit juices, cereals, automobiles, mineral water, and products like those. So these are products where there is comparative advantage in a given regional economic community and there is competitiveness, and in which standards exist within a regional economic community, which then brings the question of inclusion that you have asked. If you look at the products that I have mentioned, you will see these are subsectors where you can have young people invest in, you can have women businesses expand. And so for that reason, we believe that with this kind of prioritization, through harmonization of standards and scaling it up now across the continent through a prioritization process, we can deliver results to the common African person in Durban, in Lagos, in any part of our continent.
Lilongwe, Lusaka, anywhere really, to make sure that they're all actively participating, growing. And I'm keen to expand on this so much further because this prioritization process really is quite key to make sure that by prioritizing these certain spheres of the economy, we also communicate and share that messaging with entrepreneurs and members of the business community to actively participate. Jody, I'm keen to throw this one to you and perhaps Celestine as well, given that you both have had the opportunity to work from a national cooperative point of view and expanding that to neighboring countries and, of course, the regions that you might trade with. Help us understand this ongoing effort to not only participate in the prioritization of certain sectors that are competitive, but making sure that you take these entrepreneurs, small and medium-sized businesses, along with you for the journey to ensure that there's an increasing pool of economic participation. Jody, let's start with you, and Celestine, if you could perhaps add on to that to share the continental perspective.
Thanks. So I could share what we've been doing at the Bureau of Standards. We've got a consulting arm specifically aimed at SMMEs. Obviously, in terms of the impartiality rules, there's a 2-year cooling off period, and so we've got to adhere to our accreditation requirements. But I think that's been an invaluable tool to work with SMMEs so that they understand the manufacturing process, the product specifications, which would be contained in the standard. There would be information about technology, there would be information about knowledge, and this could be shared with entrepreneurs. But then also it's in the management processes. So it's not only that the product is consistent, but the way in which products are produced is consistent. So I think that's been really, the feedback that we've received from South African entrepreneurs has been really gratifying, that this is something that they need. They didn't even know this existed. Because I think, the evolution of entrepreneurship in many developing countries is that you fall into it. Very few plan for it. And so understanding the ecosystem and the regulatory framework, some of the products would be regulated by specific regulators in the country, but overall, standards are voluntary. And so making sure that you produce according to a specific standard helps you to compete not only nationally, but also internationally. So if you look at the food safety standard, for instance, it allows, it gives confidence in South Africa's food industry that your manufacturing processes and your products are on par. So if you've got that certification, it just opens doors, not just on the continent, but also to other export destinations.
Yes, certainly. Celestine, if you could add on your perspective there, sir.
Yeah, this is a very important aspect of this conversation. When we are discussing or working very hard to harmonize everything, whether it's standard conformity assessment, the important part of it is how do we get the SMEs to understand and put into practice what we are talking about. For Paki, what we have begun to do is to create forums that we can build capacity of SMEs in this aspect. In this very IATF meeting, we have 6 different trainings set out focused on SMEs of different value chain, so that they can understand what does it mean. What is the standard for my product?
Yes.
What is the African standard for my product? What is the conformity assessment requirements? What does it mean for me to certify this product? So if they can answer these questions for themselves, that's when we begin to make impact in their mini industries, mini home manufacturing units, so that the language we speak here, which is very complicated, can be broken down. So as we're doing it at the continental level, the effort is that the members of PACI, which are national institutions, should also domicile and do the same thing by creating forums, training opportunities, and capacity buildings for SMEs to understand the basic steps towards certification of their product, using accredited laboratories, applying proper metrology to it, and weights and measures. So, yes, we will do all the talking here, but we have greater work to do at the very, very basic level of helping them understand the implementation part.
Yes. Well, we'll hold you to that. I guess it's a lot of work for all of us to participate in, making sure we get that messaging on the ground. And even to many of you here who might be entrepreneurs, perhaps you can raise your hands just to give us an indication as to how many of you run small and medium-sized enterprises. If you can raise your hands, just that we have a good gauge. You're exactly who we want to speak to make sure that you participate in the priority streams, that you actively also understand how to standardize much of your product offering in order to be able to trade with your peers across the continent. So this conversation really is for you, and I guess there's some commitments that certainly need to be made. But Himogene, I want to come back to you here. Because whilst there are efforts that we're trying to make on the ground to make sure that there's a keen effort to harmonize a lot of our quality infrastructure across our countries, our regions, and of course the continent, it's great to be locally relevant, but we also want to be globally competitive. What can we learn from some of the insights you can share with us at ASO regarding not only the theme of harmonization, but making sure that these standards that we implement are not only measurable, implementable, but also compliant with some of the international standards that we'd like to compete with?
First of all, I want to comment to what my brother Stephen Karingi was talking about on the study of priority sector.
Sure.
That's where it's a start. Yeah. Our priority as Africa, that's where we can be relevant. We apart from looking at what is traded, we even look at potential export basket. Because usually it's what the missing link. We try to do standard on cement, on something that's already is there. While we can do standard on cassava, injera, and the other product, cannabis, that I was talking with Jody just shortly. Those are the things that we should enter to, without even forgetting the fourth industrial revolution. We have an opportunity now to start thinking beyond of a copy-paste program. We look at a standard as enabler for import and export. If you want to export, you look at more international standard because you are opening up your market.
Yes.
I always give an example. If you are at your home, do you taste the banana before you eat it?
No.
Yeah, it's your own market. I can tell it's your local market. But when you are now taking that banana to the market, they are requirements. When you are taking it to Africa, international, globally, they are those requirements. That's where the game starts. We should understand the game of trading. And the standard is enabler because it's the easiest way of getting knowledge without buying patents and license. Because a standard has the knowledge, good manufacturing practice, good agriculture practice. What do we do to our SMEs, our industries, if we play as policy, the police that's come and cross business while we are killing innovation? Yeah, that's where we should be looking and focus on that one. The other point is on the testing method. Recently, we embarked on a collaboration on testing method for cassava product. Because cassava is in 24 countries as a value chain on the continent. But we have been having a standard just for food, looking at it as a food. Then selling the flour, cassava flour, while it's going to be used in the pharmaceuticals, it's going to use that to produce starch. What do? Value addition is another key by using those standards. It's really very important that we understand the game. The standards are not just those papers. The standard is the knowledge embedded there, and the standard should respond to our needs. And those are the needs that Steve was talking about. We have product that we should start harmonizing without even forgetting. We talk about good and service. Yeah, we have like a standard on good financial grant practice.
Yes.
It's the first one on the continent. Now is being used by South America, is being used by European, and is an African standard because it helps SME on dealing with the grants that they have been getting. And when you do the process embedded in that standard, you can be certified.
Yeah.
In short, we have ways of to deal with this issue without just a copy-paste way. We think broader, we think of what we're going to be trading to one another. Thank you.
Hermogene, I like the idea that you're bringing to the table, and I want to build up on it with you, together with some of our other panelists, just in terms of not only being innovative in terms of creating our own standards by prioritizing the products that we actually do produce and want to export, but also making sure that there's a sense of compliance. Because when you create new rules for new products, for new services, it calls about a greater sense of responsibility to making sure that there's compliance, and where there are transgressions, that we hold those who fall short to account. I'm keen for you to juxtaposition that for us, the responsibility that we also need to prioritize regarding accountability to compliance. Perhaps Stephen and Oswald, I'll also give an opportunity to build up on this theme of compliance as well, as we look to create new rules, new standards regarding our quality infrastructure.
Yes, actually, the problem is on the quality culture. One example on good agricultural practice. If you start your agriculture implementing the standard, you will comply automatically because you have started applying. Don't just think about the standard when now SABS is coming or another certification body or Bureau Veritas is being hired. If you are constructing a building, that is actually where we should even bring in the education on any standardization. Standards should be in the curriculum because in the engineering, it's where we have been using the standard because nobody wants this building to fall on us.
Oh, certainly not.
The engineers are using Euro codes for building. We should do the same on the other products. Yeah, start thinking, is there an existing standard? If I am going to manufacture a certain product, if there is, start applying that standard. And we have a system that helps SME. We call it maturity model.
Sure.
Maturity model, you look at your business. You have the same indicators for a standard, but the required, if you are a small, medium, you require probably critical indicators to start with. When you are a global player, you require probably the critical ones become bigger.
Sure.
Meaning we should have the quality culture, not start from the end. Start from looking, does it exist? Can I use it? Then at the end, you comply without knowing you are complying.
Because you're already working from an established ground of having a standard there. Stephen, perhaps you can start off, and Oswald, if you can add as well.
Now, first of all, to say that coming to this fair is actually one of the greatest things because we've talked about the SMEs. The SMEs can actually have their capacity built by looking at the big corporates that are here. So using this platform of trade fair, we hope that the SMEs can also be able to learn on how to do this. But to answer your question, I think there is a dimension whenever we talk about standards that sometimes we tend to ignore. There is also the dimension of intellectual property. And I'm bringing this issue up because there's a lot of knowledge within the continent. And that knowledge could actually be knowledge that comes with its own standards, which needs to be recognized and which needs to be taken as an equivalence to other existing standards. And so to help our entrepreneurs, to help our SMEs, we need also to think, how do we harness and how do we codify these standards so that we do not have a huge hill to climb when it comes to the harmonization of standards or the realization of equivalence between standards.
Indeed. Oswald, if you could share your thoughts very briefly, sir.
Gugu, this is getting very interesting. You know, we live in a real world. And out there in that real world, there's a market for substandard products. We have people that probably can only afford products that we would call substandard. So it's very important for governments across the continent to especially make sure that our people are protected against consumption of products that would be harmful to themselves. So we then, in that regard, want to use the standards that ASO, that AFSEC are making on this continent as a basis for technical regulations which become enforceable by law, rules, for example. Okay. Now, also we have to look at it, we had a priority list just now from the perspective that, we don't need to put a lot of energy into regulating whether a pen will write or not. Let the market do that. If you put a substandard ballpoint pen on the market, people won't buy it, full stop. So we leave it like that. But if it's foodstuffs, if it's medicines, for example, then we want to make sure that the government steps in. Right. On the CFTA agreement, there is going to be rules that will be applied when you are trading things that might potentially be harmful. You have to comply with the standards, right? You have to comply with the technical regulations that will be based on our standards. The important thing will be that we need to agree to harmonize them so that the same rules apply in Timbuktu as they do in Bloemfontein. And I think we're getting there as Africa now. We've got a quality policy in place that will assist us in a harmonized way to lift this to the level. The agreement itself, the FCTA agreement, has been written with an understanding that our minimum is compliance actually to international best practice as per WTO TBT agreement, like we had the Secretary General say earlier. So I believe we're on the right path. We just need to, the businesses now to work with us in this and to the benefit of all of us.
Indeed, and I appreciate the excitement. I'm actually keen to hear what more of the entrepreneurs might think later on at the end of the session when everyone's having their conversations on the sidelines, because it really does speak to ensuring that we are taking tangible steps to the economic emancipation and, of course, even diversifying many more of our economies by capitalizing on products, services that are unique to the African continent and leading the charge in terms of the innovative standards that we bring to the fore. But as Oswald has mentioned, we can't do it in isolation. We need business to come on board. We need government as well to assist with policy, entrepreneurs, and of course, other members of the community to also share their insight. And we also need finance. Oloranti, this is where you come on board, right? As a representative of a development finance institution, it's quite clear that AfriCenBank is committed to ensuring that we continue to invest in institutions that prioritize quality assurance and quality infrastructure across the continent. Help us understand, number one, why is this so critical in order to build up on many of the themes that we've touched on this panel? And secondly, how AfriCenBank will continue to make these kind of commitments as we move forward with the AFTCA agreement.
Thank you. I think why it's critical has been, mentioned by several of my co-panelists in terms of the fact that, we need it to even be able to trade amongst ourselves. We need it even in terms of ensuring that we protect our people. We need it in terms of even engaging with the international markets. And for an institution like AfriCenBank, from our perspective, in the Trade Finance Bank for Africa, promoting intra and extra-African trade is very critical for us to be able to support the development of the quality infrastructure space. And I mentioned earlier when I was speaking that the bank was developing a series of quality assurance centers across the continent, with the first one in Nigeria. We hope to be able to replicate this in places like Tanzania, Egypt, and Ethiopia very soon. One of the key reasons why
I
we
think
are
you're
doing...
breaking news right now. Because if anyone is sitting in this audience from those countries, there should be an air of excitement, right? Because it essentially means whatever you produce or going to start off with as a product in your region and in your country will have a base and a quality assurance center. So I think that's something that needs to be commended.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And why are we doing this? It speaks to what Dr. Oswald said. Look, we need to support the SMEs. They need to know that there are places that they can go to get their products tested to meet international markets. A lot of them intend to, sell across the region. A lot of them intend to export out of the continent, but they don't have a clear idea of what to do or where to go. And the Africa Quality Assurance Center will be testing, inspecting, and certifying. Not only that, it will also be offering training facilities to ensure that they are able to train SMEs to know what the standards are and how to comply with them. And we'll be working with people like ASO to be able to do this. But I also must emphasize that we have a very good partner in Bureau Veritas. They've joined us on this initiative. We're working together on the pilot one in Nigeria, and we hope that that will be commissioned Q1 2022, and then we'll roll out the next. But beyond the Africa Quality Assurance Initiative, the bank is also willing to support existing quality infrastructure facilities across the continent in terms of providing financing to ensure that we establish new ones and we support and expand existing ones. We have also been providing financing and support to organizations like ASO to ensure that they continue with their good work in harmonizing standards to ensure that the quality infrastructure space continues to thrive. Thank you.
Indeed. Ongoing collaborative efforts, as we've highlighted, and of course taking it to the ground to make sure that we are participating in making local relevance of the quality infrastructure that we look to establish. Thank you so much to my panelists. Just as we were going to unpack a lot more juice and invite you to participate, we've run out of time, unfortunately, but really appreciate the insight, information, clarity, as well as perspective that many of you have shared with us on the panel today. We also appreciate the collaborative efforts and engagements that are taking place on the sidelines to ensure that these kind of initiatives really do bear fruit and empower many of the entrepreneurs who are present with us here in the room. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. A big thank you to each and every one of my panelists for sharing their insight with us today, and thank you for also actively participating in this conversation. As we make our way off stage, I'd like to welcome back our MC for the program, Bronwyn Nielsen, and of course, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to my panelists as we exit. Thank you so much.
Dorothy, thank you.
Don't forget your bag.
So if I could ask you to remove most of those chairs, we need but 2 chairs at the moment on the stage. So if you could quickly do that. How are you? So thank you for that. We have a very special session next, and I have the honor of being and serving services, but really for Pan-African prosperity. I always think of the African Continental Free Trade Area as Pan-Africanism 2.0, because our forefathers, the Nkrumahs of the world, fought for independence to shake off the shackles of colonialism and head towards self-determination. But now, inter-Africa trade between our nations is a Pan-Africanism of another kind. It's not reaching backwards to shake off the past. It's reaching forward for a future of prosperity through mutual gain, mutual trust, and mutual friendship. Now, I think back to when I personally became engaged with the AFCFTA. It was when the first thing I ever did was here in South Africa. I was asked to, in some ways, sensitize the heads of states to what was then called the Continental Free Trade Area, CFTA. It didn't have the AF on its acronym. And the idea was they had just launched the tripartite free trade area, which was from Cairo to Cape Town, 26 countries and a number of RECs, SADC, COMESA, EAC, and a number of others were involved in that. So the CFTA wasn't really in the zeitgeist. It wasn't exactly in the consciousness, I think, of even the leaders. So what we did was we decided in Johannesburg at the Extraordinary Summit of the African Union in 2015 to hijack their lunch. So they were having a lunch, it was just supposed to be a lunch, and then we decided to do a Davos panel with CFTA. So within a few hours, we put the CFTA logo on, and we had the presidents of Kenya, the president of Senegal, the deputy of the African Union, and we just started talking. And they looked up from their lunch, and then they started listening. And pretty much you could realize that there was a ball moving. There was something happening with the CFTA that eventually became the African Continental Free Trade Area. But even then, who could have imagined that something like the African Continental Free Trade Area could become a reality? You look at other trade areas, you look at the European Union, and how long did it take them? It took them decades for them to come to agreements. And I must say that I remember at the time I was also involved in international media, talking to the Financial Times, talking to a number of other media. And there was a sense of cynicism. And that came from the fact that it was because we Africans were doing it. That they looked at us like, yeah, but can you implement this? And there was a funny kind of feeling whenever you spoke to them. Whenever I would try to reach for positivity, point the compass north and talk about all the things that could be, they would always want to talk about the negative things and the things that we couldn't do. Yes, but what about this obstacle? Yes, but what about corruption? Yes, what? And their focus was very sort of negative. And I thought to myself, we've got to do this. We really have to do this. We have to prove these people that we can actually do this thing. So when the AFCFTA was ratified and then eventually became operational on the 1st of January of this year, it was a feeling of elation. I would say that back then, only a few leaders really saw what could be. Our next speaker was one of them. He was a person that had an unswerving belief. He could see through the fog and he could see the shapes there. Maybe he wasn't quite sure exactly what it was, but he knew that we could do this. And it gives me great pleasure to invite him to the stage. He's just going to get mic'd up in a minute. He is someone who has been instrumental in the trajectory of not just my country, Nigeria, my home country, my fatherland, Nigeria, but also of Africa. Whenever you hear him talk, it's incredible because this is someone that doesn't just talk as a chronicler of history. This is someone who was in the room when history was made. And he's unvarnished with his views and his opinions about the ways we went wrong and the things we did right. So it's always mesmerizing to hear him speak about the trajectory that Africa has taken over many years. So now what we're going to talk about today is we're going to talk about the Intra-Africa Trade Fair. We have about an hour with him. Of course, as you can imagine, his time is very limited, but he's given us an hour of his time on this, the penultimate day of the conference. And the conversation that we're talking about is making the IATF and Pan-African trade an exhibition. Interesting, if you were all there, we heard a great panel, in fact, two great panels, talk about some of the challenges that we face. But unity and a sense of purpose will get us there. So without much ado, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo, former President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, and Chairman of the IATF Advisory Council. I'll just ask for a microphone, a handheld microphone, please. I need one of those. Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mike.
Or should I say good afternoon, soon to be good evening. Good afternoon, sir. It's great to see you again.
Nice to see you as usual.
And the unvarnished energy that you have always amazes me. It always amazes me. You know, you still play squash, right?
I do.
You still play squash, and you could probably beat most of these people in this room in squash. You keep young and you keep fit. So you're here, and I'm sure you've been busy. How's your last few days been going? What have you been doing?
Mike, I came here On Saturday, I spent a night in Johannesburg, did a bit of work. Then on Sunday morning, I came and then we had a meeting, actually the last meeting of the Advisory Council of IATF, crossing the T's and dotting the I's,
so to speak,
at the 11th hour. And then, of course, the opening on Monday, on which, from all accounts, seemed to have gone well.
Yes, it was very exciting.
Then yesterday, I went round the pavilions for me to also see what is going on.
What did you think of the pavilion? It's quite impressive.
I was impressed, and I said that the layout and the preparation of the pavilions were really very impressive from what I saw. And this morning, I've gone to see a hospital in the downtown, again to see a little bit of what goes on in the city of Durban. Then I left them to come and
see me.
To come and answer your call.
To answer my questions.
To
answer my
answer
call.
Your call.
So let's talk about the Intra-Africa Trade Fair. You know, this was a vision. It was an idea, effectively, that hadn't really been done, at least not like this before. We were together in Cairo in 2018. You've worked steadfastly to get us here to Durban. I've been signing deals here on this stage. It's been amazing. Yesterday there were, at least I counted just by myself, I think I kind of moderated $2-3 billion worth of deals. Today we've done at least $1 billion, if not $2 billion worth of deals. It's quite remarkable, isn't it? Because, you know, you're always talking about, you've said to me on several occasions, you've seen lots of good ideas. You were president, you were head of state. People come to you with ideas all the time. But an idea acted upon and successful is very different from just an idea. And this is, I think, would be that. You would say that IATF is just that, isn't it? A successful idea.
Mike, thank you very much. I must say that when about six and a half years ago, Dr. Orama came and tried to pull me into this, I was a little bit reluctant.
Oh, yes?
I was reluctant because of what you have just said now, which has always been one of the things that makes me unhappy about our situation in Africa. There are three things. One is ideas that are good ideas not being followed up. Two is ideas that are good ideas that are followed up but not sustained. Three is ideas that are two good ideas sustained for a while and then fizzled out.
Not maintained. Sustained but not maintained.
Sustained but not maintained. And these were the things that worried me. And Dr. Orama, I don't know how he got the idea that, well, this idea would be one that we'll drive through and we will maintain and we will sustain. So I want to start by thanking him for dragging me into this. And So far, I will say my fears have not materialized so far. Second thing is that we started, as you said and as you remember, Mike, in Cairo, and we have learned a lot of lessons from the first edition, what we could do, what went wrong, what we could do differently, and how we could do them differently. You are talking about deals. Deals are very, very important, very, very important. But one thing that has impressed me, which of course I did not realize how much it would go when we started this, is the meeting of the people. There's no other arena or forum in Africa that I know of that will have this type of situation where people meet themselves crisscross, people in the private sector, people in the public sector, people in the civil society. There's no other one. Take even our continental organization, African Union. The leaders meet themselves, but not the people.
It's always the same crowd, really, speaking to the same crowd to a great degree.
It's the same people among themselves. And we have talked about this even at that level, that look, how can we make African Union a people's organization? And here, I must say, for me, unplanned, we now have a people's organization in IATF, where you really have people, they meet themselves, they crisscross, they ask themselves, and it's wonderful.
It is not only wonderful, but in that lies, isn't that where the secret is then? The secret, we're always talking about, our people, but it's actually bringing our people together with our people. When you have Africans, fellow Africans with ideas, we've been kept apart, we've had artificial borders, we've I think Kwame Nkrumah called it the balkanization of Africa. Yeah. Once we break down those barriers and we can come together, two people come together, two Africans come together, magic happens.
It's more than magic, miracle happens. What you think was impossible then start to be not only possible, very possible. And then the fear that we have of ourselves disappears. We don't know ourselves. I see a Cameroonian and a Nigerian.
Right next to each other, border.
And now, border. But they don't know themselves. Then they come here, they work together, eat together, and then they start to become friends.
Brothers.
And what you find is they are visiting themselves. I've seen that. So this is a wonderful opportunity, apart from, of course, what it does in addition to knowledge of what you produce, how you can sell, how you can buy. All those are very important. But these people to people, it's nothing to beat it. And it's very, very good.
It's truly something wonderful. Let me ask you about the African Continental Free Trade Area. In my introduction to you, I said that you were a person that you might not have understood what the exact shape and form, but you know that in that direction there was something you could see through the fog. That's how I always see you. You had a sense that we should keep going forward, and you pushed, and you used your inimitable style, your ability to connect with people, and also your unquestionably the best network. I mean, there is no one who you cannot pick up the phone and call. It's remarkable. And you put all that to play to help push this Buddha up the mountain to get to the point where gravity starts taking it downhill, which is where we're at the moment. How important is this, the Intra-Africa Trade Fair, for the AFCFTA?
You know, the idea of African unity, African integration, bringing the, or removing the artificial boundary that was created in Germany in 1894, 1895, 1896. That has been a problem for us, really. Even when we became independent, and Nkrumah said, well, independent of Ghana without independent of the rest of Africa amounted to nothing. We still did not get this barrier out of the way. Then when we then created another barrier among ourselves, Anglophone, Lusophone, Francophone, Arabophone. We never thought of Swahili phone, or Fulani phone.
Fulani phone sounds good.
Now, and these things keep going. 60 years after our independence in Africa, we are still feeling that we are divided along the phonic lines. And I believe that one thing that has happened in recent times to try and remove that is the African continental free trade area. And you can see what magic how it went. When it was signed, we thought only 15 countries would sign, if you remember.
I was with you then that day.
Okay. And then we did the footwork. About 24, 25 signed.
I think 44 signed in Kigali. 44. It was 44.
Right.
We're expecting 24 or
Okay,
something like
all
that.
right.
44
But-
out of 55.
Yeah, but a lot more than we expected. Yes. Even this country we thought would not sign.
Yes. They came forward and they signed.
They
Yes.
signed.
It's the MC of the
Yeah. Well, don't talk about my country, but they signed later.
we got there in the end.
The thing is that we are taking very significant after 1963 that we established the African OAU, Organization of African Unity. 2018, we took another significant step with the African Continental Free Trade Area. Not the agreement itself, but like you rightly said, the number of countries that is signed, and within a space of 15 months, I think, we got the number that will make it effective. And within a space of 2 years, we brought it into operation. Yes. We haven't had anything like that. Now, if we have a thing we have put in place, an agreement to make us to be able to become one market, because that is what African Continental Free Trade area is all about, one market. One market of 1.2 billion people. Mike, imagine every African increasing his or her purchasing ability by $10 a year. Just $10. Multiply $10 by 1.2 billion.
It's 10 billion or more. Yeah. It's a massive.
10 billion. Just increasing, not market. That's 10 billion that would be additional.
That's floating in the system. That's staying in the system. It's staying in the system.
Now, how can we achieve this? How can we do this? The one major instrument of doing this is Intra-African Trade Fair. For us to know what we produce, where you can buy what, how you can buy what you can sell where. And, of course, as we heard from the Secretariat and the Secretary General of that organization, now they are working out the nitty-gritty.
Yes, the modalities, rules of origin, and negotiations.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And another thing that while they are doing that, African Bank is doing its own to say, well, look, if I want to buy kente from Ghana, Nigeria, I don't have to start looking for
dollars or euros.
Dollars or euro. I can put my naira, and then the seller in Ghana, all he needs is CD, and I think all that are going on.
That's a game changer.
A real game changer. And I do say to myself, with these things that we are having, the Africa Continental Free Trade area, the Intra-African Trade Fair, what African is doing, and what our leaders are talking about, infrastructure. We are in a new Africa, if I may put it that way. We really are.
Let me ask you about this concept of made in Africa. When you walk around the forum, the fair, you see so many amazing products that are made here in Africa. And you've been a big proponent. Yes, we can do it. We can make our own products. We don't have to be import-driven economies and get trapped in this mathematics of poverty where you're giving your foreign currency over to receive goods. So what is the potential for made in Africa products? And maybe you could weave into your answer, how can IATF help to supercharge made in Africa products?
I hope the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, in addition to working out rules of origin and content and all that they will do, I hope they will also come up with something that will say everything made in Africa will be made in Africa, maybe with the letters designating the country under it. so that it will also help us to talk of Africa. Now,
brand Africa, you're talking about the brand that is
yeah,
Africa.
Now the brand is Africa.
And we elevate that brand with pride.
With pride. So I'm buying chocolate from Ghana, and it's made in Africa, GH under. Then I know that it's Ghana. And if it's Côte d'Ivoire, it will be CD under. I know that that's Côte d'Ivoire.
And you know that chocolate will be too sweet, very sweet.
Of course. Now, I think something like that, because, you see, we must move along this integration in the sense that we are all feeling proud.
Yes.
And I get something wherever I go, I see it, made in Africa, AG, that's Algeria. Oh, this is made in Africa, AG, something. I think we need something like that. And so we have the brand. We have the brand. And then we also take pride in what we have. So if I go to a shop and I see 2 pieces of chocolate, one is Swiss chocolate, the other one is made in Africa, I will take my pride, must make me to want to take the made in Africa. I think we need to do that. But you see, the issue of the fear, because there's still fear that, yes, maybe the big countries, maybe the fairly industrialized countries will gain more than the less industrialized countries.
Yeah, countries that have a more mature market or bigger markets will overwhelm the smaller.
Yes. I think we also need to allay that fear. Allay their fear, and people say, yes, we cannot even trade among ourselves because we produce the same thing. And I say that Europe produces the same thing. Germany produces cars, France produces cars, but they still trade among themselves.
And they complement each
other.
other.
And they complement themselves. Now, I believe that we have to allay that fear. That, look, if you produce your groundnut in Gambia, you can crush it in Gambia, you can produce your groundnut oil, and it will be sold in Ghana, in Ivory Coast, or where else. And if you produce your cocoa in Côte d'Ivoire, and you turn it to chocolate, and what it should be, you can sell it anywhere on the continent of Africa, and easy for you to export. Now, you cannot send cocoa from Ivory Coast to Kenya, but you can send chocolate. Now, that you cannot send groundnut really in pods from Gambia to South Africa, but you can send groundnut when it has been processed into these places. So I believe that we should also emphasize the fact that what we have now will be the engine of our industrialization, because by adding value to whatever we produce and then selling it within our continent, we are not only increasing the trade, we are also enhancing our manufacturing, our industrialization. And I think that is really one of the things that Africa Continental Trade Fair, trade area will be doing for us.
I want you to put your presidential cap on for a moment, because you've been head of state, you've been democratically elected president of Nigeria, and you're often called on to mediate, to advise existing presidents. I mean, if you think of it, you're decades older than some of the sitting presidents that are around at the moment. When you were president, when you first led Nigeria, there were schoolboys and schoolgirls, some of them. And so you're, with that kind of, from that perspective of sharing, you've never been one to shy away from sharing your knowledge for free, sharing your time for free. You sat here with 7, I think, heads of state. A prime minister and 6 presidents were here, including the host president. And of course, Africa has 55 countries. If you're advising them, because you probably had to do this a lot, being the chairman of the advisory council, on how they should approach the AFCFTA, what they should do with the exalted position of head of state. What are you saying to them? What are you encouraging them to do?
First of all, I think we have gone beyond the fear that we had initially in 2018. We've gone beyond that. But I believe that they haven't moved fast enough to be able to get the market going as it should be going. There's still a little bit of reticence.
There is. You sense that a little bit of, what is this brave new future going to mean for me?
You can even hear from their own
their rhetoric.
Yes, rule of origin. I think we have done. We shouldn't be talking. They shouldn't be talking about rule of origin. Give it to their technical
guys. Yeah,
the technical people. Work it out, and we want it now. And when we sit down on it, we agreed on it. Well, whether it's 75% you want it to be, 70%, 80%, get it done and put it on the table and run with it. Now, the idea of our president coming here and talking about the rule of origin must be this. No, it's not here for that. It's home. Hey, my Minister of Trade, now go and get it. Now, we will not accept anything less than 75. And go and that is what we want. Let them go and do that. 75% local content or African content or whatever it is. That, I believe, should be one of the things to drive the African continental free trade area. Now, then we need to get more products into the market.
And into the global market.
Into the global market. And that, to me, is very, very important. Look, when you have the totality of cocoa industry, which produces about $135 billion, the totality. And we in Africa, we produce about 75 to 80% of cocoa in the world. And the amount of money that we realize from these $135 billion is not more than $10 billion.
President Akufo-Addo was saying this very recently. Yeah, agreeing with you.
That is shame. It's shame. And where does the money go? It goes into those who transport the cocoa beans from us to those who turn cocoa beans into chocolate. It goes to those who turn cocoa beans from cocoa beans to chocolate. So we get peanut, and we are without cocoa, you cannot get.
It makes me think that, and I don't know if everybody in this room knows this, but the reason why you use a lot of agricultural references is because you're a farmer yourself. You have a farm. You're very passionate about farming. You have a farm in Ogun State, just bordering Lagos State, and you're often found there actually with your hands in the soil working. I think you also have livestock, if I'm not mistaken.
I do.
And you're very passionate about farming. So you must have been thinking for years about this imbalance between what Africa, that God gifted Africa with all our rich loamy soil and our ability to grow, and our return on that, on what we're producing, the imbalance of it. And then you get another situation where global tensions in trade, we suffer. Africa suffers. Anything that happens outside, Africa suffers. Protectionism, Africa suffers. And so I guess when you saw the AFCFTA, it probably, and I don't want to put words into your mouth, but you probably thought this is a game changer that could redraw that thing that frustrates me so much about trade. Am I right?
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Dr. Orama is here. I said to him and his African Bank that for as long as intra-African trade is only poultry, 18%, 20%, we are not where we should be. We signed the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement in 1918. In 1928, in 1918, in 2028, no, I say in 2018.
2018, yes, I understand what you mean.
Yeah,
2018.
In 2028, we will be celebrating
10 years.
The 10th anniversary. I hope we will make it a target that by the year 2028, our intra-African trade trading among ourselves will not be anything less than 50%. And that is when we are moving. Somebody, I put this idea before somebody. He said, well, if you give that type of target and you don't achieve it, I said, no. Give that yourself a target, something to work on.
Something to aim at.
Something to aim at. Give yourself an objective. And then if for one reason or the other you cannot achieve it, please amend it and say, okay, look, you have 2028 has come, you haven't, instead of 50, you have reached 45. All right, 50 in 2030. Now, what is wrong in that? Nothing. I believe we should give ourselves that type of target, that type of objective, so that we all have something to work up to in the implementation of Africa Continental Free Trade Area.
You know, we've had a conversation now for 45 minutes and we've not mentioned the word COVID-19. This is probably the first conversation that's been had in the year where we haven't mentioned COVID-19. So I have to at this point. COVID-19 obviously was something we didn't see coming and has had seismic negative impacts on supply chains, on economies. We saw vaccines. Someone described it as vaccine apartheid, when they were hoarding vaccines for themselves and not providing vaccines for others when they needed it. Many of the world's fastest growing economies are getting back on their feet now. What extent do you think intra-Africa trade could help us get
I always look at the positive side of things, even when things are gloomy. I believe that the first thing we should do to say to ourselves first, and we thank God for this, that in Africa, by and large, COVID-19 has not been as devastating as some of us have feared. I don't know the reason for that. Specialists will know the reason. But when you go into what happened with Ebola, and I went to the 3 countries that were affected by Ebola, Guinea-Conakry, Liberia, and Sierra Leone.
You were a special envoy at the time.
I went to, and the president of Sierra Leone said, look, they will wake up in the morning and 180 people died in Freetown, and they didn't know. And then they are carrying them, you know, the way we take care of our dead. We didn't know that they are multiplying the infection. And then when they said, okay, social distancing, now, you know Lagos, and you know a place like called Ajegunle. Of course. What social distancing are you going to have in Ajegunle?
In Face Me, I Face You. There's no social distancing in the housing.
We are talking of Face Me, I Face You. We are in a room, 12 by 12, 3 meter by 3 meter. 10 people are living. Now, what social distancing are you
It's not realistic.
It's not realistic. So I was worried. But as I said, we thank God that it has not taken the scope of Ebola. Now, having said that, what should we then be doing? I said to myself, and thank you for reminding the audience that I'm a farmer.
You love farming.
I love farming. And I said to myself that, look, COVID or no COVID, before, during, and after COVID, we will have to eat. So what do we do? How do we prepare? During COVID and after COVID, so that food will be available. And that, I believe, all of us in Africa have to pay attention to. And there are also things in quite a number of African countries which, in addition to COVID, had affected agricultural production, conflict in my own part of the country and my own part of Africa, in Ethiopia, where I'm going tonight.
So you're off to Ethiopia to mediate the situation there?
Again, but I will join you on Sunday, don't forget, for this
Okay,
one.
fantastic.
I will come back. But the point, the first thing is food. Food. I will say again, if you say what first, I would say 3 times, food, food, food.
As we say in Nigerian pidgin, man must chop.
Yes. Now, after food, we have also seen that the health facilities and the medicaments that we should have had, we do not have. And this should be the next priority for us. Should be a situation where we have to be looking. The meeting that I was before I came here, somebody was telling us that, in fact, at a time, ordinary paracetamol was in short supply in this country. Ordinary paracetamol. Yeah, was in short supply in this country. Now, this must be, we must put this behind us. We must put this behind us. Food, essential medicine, drugs that we need, and then the process of producing for our essential needs. Essential needs. Processing our food.
First and foremost, the essential needs.
Essential needs.
Now, we have about 10 minutes left, so shall we see if the audience wants to ask any questions? I'm dominating all the questions here. My assistants with microphones, are you standing by with your microphones and your wipes? If you are, please. Yes? Somebody got a microphone? So I'm going to ask you to raise your hand, and then if we take 2 or 3 questions for His Excellency, then we'll take the questions one by one. We've only got 10 minutes or so. Do you have a microphone for me? You have one? Okay. I'm going to actually call on President Benedict Orama, President Professor Benedict Orama. You've come, and you know I always do this to you every time. I never leave you alone when you come in. I'm surprised you're back, actually, when you see me with a microphone. But I want you to comment, because I always describe you, and I think I described you in front of the heads of state when you did your speech, as a man who has a passion, like a student of history. You always look back, but you always look back to look forward, to see what is possible. That's how I know you over the many years that I've known you. So I know that when His Excellency talks, you really listen, because he answers, he speaks to that part of you. Before you came in, we were talking about the IATF and the significance of the IATF to the AFCFTA, and he was very articulate in illustrating why that was important. I just want to, if I can give you this microphone, I just want you to please comment from your own perspective about the IATF and the significance, and also, if you could, in your answer, talk about His Excellency's significance in making this a reality.
No, thank you very much. And let me thank Baba for agreeing to do this conversation with you. And thank you, Mark. You said something that we look back and then take the lesson to determine what we do going forward. Yes, I think that's what we did. When we conceived the IATF, we had to look back first to consider some of the kinds of things Baba mentioned, that we are the bane of the continent. Good ideas, you don't maintain. Those that are sustainable but not maintained. Those that fizzle out and all that. And then we said, well, who would we put into the leadership of this that has a history of converting good ideas into sustainable, maintainable activities? And the whole map pointed to President Obasanjo, and then we went to him. And the results we are seeing today are thanks to him. Because the IATF may look like a technical undertaking in terms of how it is organized, the different verticals, but its success is hugely a political undertaking, given the fragmented nature of our continent and the challenges each country is facing. And the problem we always face on the continent of articulating what will help us achieve our objective and implementing it. Just going back to what Baba said. One person was able to mold all these differences that enabled us to vault over the challenges that made us not give up, even confronted with what we consider, sometimes we consider daunting. So for President Obasanjo, there was nothing daunting. If we had a challenge area, he would just wave it away and to tell us to move on and make sure you don't change anything. You must achieve what we've agreed we'll achieve. And that's why we are here. And it has its own implications. We've not organized the IATF or holding this event just to hold an event. Is a means to an end and not the end. And the end game is the Africa we want, an integrated Africa that trades with itself, that uses trade as an instrument for development, that uses trade to restore the dignity of the African, that uses trade to make Africa respected in the global scheme of things. And the AFCFTA provides a platform to achieve that. Again, it's a political act. It's been signed. Things have to be done to make it effective. And IATF is one of them. And one thing that will make us begin to see ourselves as brothers and sisters, that will make us to begin to see Africa not only as a basket case, but as a bread basket. I think that's what we are aiming to achieve. And thank you everybody who is here attending this event for joining us towards that goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Orama. President Obasanjo, I think I have to ask for your response and your reply to that. President Orama, what struck me there was him talking about the political hurdles and almost describing you as the gel, like a magnet that drew all these things together. And as this kind of momentum machine that just kept pushing. You got a problem? We get past it. You got a problem? You get past it. You need this? Let's get it. In order to push it, as I described earlier, push the boulder up the hill. That's what I described it as, before your gravity helps you on downhill. So, I mean, that is high praise indeed, Your Excellency.
Well, I thank President Orama. But when I came on Monday, and President Ramaphosa came, I received him because I came before him. And he said to me, well, I want to thank you that you are pulling these together. Then I turned to him, I said, in my twilight, in the twilight of my life, what else can I do other than pull things together? Then he pulled my leg. He said, it's your sunrise, not your twilight.
It's your sunrise, not your twilight.
Then I said to him, Mr. President, I know when I'm being flattered. But on a very serious note, now what else can we do? One thing that I can, without being immodest, claim is that I have seen quite a lot. I've come to understand quite a lot. I had a friend, and he loved me passionately, a European leader. He's dead now. And one day, we sat down, and I said to him, hey, you people are not being kind to us. And he called me by my first name. He said, Olu, what do you mean by we are not being kind to you? I said, look, everything is loaded against us in the economic terms. And he looked at me, he said, look, we designed and devised capitalism for ourselves, not for you. Now, and he said to me, I said, look, not even for common humanity. He said, bring your economics book and show where common humanity is a factor of production. Now,
wow.
Mike, he was right. He won't say that publicly, and he said that to me. But he said, Olu, I must tell you the truth. if you don't do what you should do for yourself, and he said, tell me, why should I not buy your cocoa for 100?
If he can.
If I can, and take it to Europe, turn it to chocolate, and bring it to you for 1,000. He said, tell me why can't? Which is exactly what they are doing, which is exactly what our leaders didn't quite understand. And he said that was what capitalism is for. Then I turned to him. I said, so what you have done, you have substituted capitalism for slave trade. He said, Olu, that's not right. I said, well, my friend. Now, but really, the truth is this. Our leaders need to understand. And if they understand, they need to work together. We are not as weak as we think we are. I take cocoa, and the reason I keep taking cocoa is because I know it a little bit, probably more than other crops. I called a cocoa summit when I was president of Nigeria. And you know, I asked the question, why is cocoa price being fixed in London? London doesn't produce cocoa. No. Why? And you know, we could be setting the price of cocoa either in Ivory Coast or in Ghana or in Nigeria, if we can keep our cocoa for 1 year. That's what we find out. If we can just store our cocoa for 1 year,
then there's going to be a power shift.
Then we will be able to.
Yeah.
But then to be able to keep our cocoa for 1 year, we must have store that will keep that 1 year production. We haven't got the money to produce. Those who will, where we could have borrowed the money, will not lend us the money because they know it will be against their interests.
They're counterproductive to their interests.
To their interests. So now we have to count on Afrixim. Maybe they can look at this for us and take, it may not be cocoa, it may be another commodity where we can really take control and be able to fix it.
And this becomes a blueprint that could then be a domino effect.
Yes.
But you've got to do it once first in order to show that it works.
Yes.
And then you could duplicate this and change the balance. So are there any other questions? This lady there at the back with the black mask on, please. I'm going to send the microphone your way. So what I want you to do is stand up, tell me your name and your affiliation, and then ask your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Adefemi Akinsanya. I'm a journalist with the Rise News. In your answer just then, Your Excellency, I hope you can hear me, you touch on a very important point, the colonial legacy and how it continues to affect African countries when it pertains to trade. It's no secret that Afrexim Bank wants to reverse engineer that type of colonial legacy for the betterment of Africans and for Africa, but I'd imagine that one of the hurdles to that is still how other African countries see each other. I'd imagine that current geopolitical tensions would keep or continue to keep African countries from positively trading together. So more than Afrexim Bank and money, what else do you think needs to be done so that Africa truly can unify? Thank you.
It's a very good question. Did you hear the question?
Yeah, you explain a bit to me.
She said that, she mentioned that Afreximbank is doing its part, and it's bringing the capital and it's bringing the expertise towards the African Continental Free Trade Area and African countries trading with each other. But you mentioned colonial legacy and the fact that those things were embedded within the system, and then they prevented us from trading because of the mistrust that we might have and these legacy attitudes and the barriers. And how do we overcome that is what she was asking. I think that was your question, more or less.
Yeah. Well, I started that. I said our leaders must understand. Because when you understand whatever problem you have, you can start the process of solving it. We cannot solve our problems piecemeal. In fact, look at the type of thing we have. We have something now they call, the one we have with Africa and the European Union, what do they call it? It used to be Lomé Agreement. What do they call it? I think at one time it became Cotonou Agreement.
The partnership agreement, yes.
Although I don't know what they call it now. But they said to us, well, reciprocity.
Yes.
Now, tell me what reciprocity should be there between Gambia and what is the smallest country in Europe?
Liechtenstein,
Belgium.
Liechtenstein, maybe?
Now, what is the reciprocity when you talk of reciprocity? Now, so everybody should know that is not on, but let us come together as AU and we say to ourselves, look, when this agreement was being reviewed, Nigeria put its foot down. In West Africa, everybody put its foot down. But when they say, look, reciprocity, then they will not buy cocoa from Côte d'Ivoire. Côte d'Ivoire had to say, well, no. But if we have looked ahead, we have been able to keep our cocoa production in Africa for 1 year. Now, Côte d'Ivoire will not have shipped in. But that is understanding and then working together. If we work to piecemeal, one by one, and the thing that is there is this, look, we should understand that whatever helps one country in Africa helps all of us. And whatever sinks one country in Africa sinks all of us. Look, this country has got rid of apartheid now for how many years? Since 1994, isn't it? Since 1994, we are going to almost 30 years now, 25 years now. If we have not worked together, apartheid will still have been reigning here. And that is the truth. But we worked together. We got rid of colonialism. We even got rid of apartheid. Now, we have to work together to build our economy and get rid of neocolonialism.
From your mouth to God's ears. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask you to rise, if I could ask you to stand, Your Excellency, and if I can ask you to acknowledge His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo, wonderful conversation, a true Pan-African and a powerhouse for the African Continental Free Trade Area and Intra-Africa trade. Your Excellency, it's always a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for.
So we have another session straight after this right now. We're just putting our chairs up. Let me tell you a little bit about this session. If you could lower the music a little bit. This session is about trading with the diaspora. Very, very important. Something that is often talked about. We have remittances there in themselves, or the lifeblood of many countries to some degree. And our diaspora are very sort of eager to engage with the AFCFTA and intra-Africa trade. But where are the touch points? Where are the opportunities? And where is their role, the diaspora's role, in implementing the AFCFTA and the opportunities offered by the African Growth and Opportunity Act, the AGOA? So this session has a number of very, very interesting speakers, and they're different. You'll notice that they come from a number of different areas. The moderator comes from Kaya FM, and it is Gugulethu Mfufi, who is a broadcaster with Kaya FM. I will now ask you to give a round of applause for your moderator, who will be moderating Trading with the Diaspora, their role in implementing the AFCFTA, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Mark, for that introduction, and of course, a phenomenal panel that we heard just a moment ago with Baba Obasanjo. We're quite delighted to participate in this next session, and we do realize that there's a bit of movement taking place. That's just to make sure that we do comply with all COVID-19 regulations and protocol. Whilst we appreciate the fact that we are able to interact, to network, and to engage on an ongoing basis, we also do so with a lot of responsibility by prioritizing our health, our well-being, and everyone's safety in the room. In a moment, I will introduce my panelists as soon as our technical team has completed sanitizing and, of course, the setup. And as mentioned by Mark, this is a very critical conversation to ensure that we do attract our people back to the continent in forms of inspiring trade relations and, of course, transactions that are quite important to our economic growth. I'd like to warmly welcome up my panelists to the stage. My first panelist will take a seat on the second chair to my left-hand side. Allow me to warmly welcome, as there's a spider on the microphone, my first panelist, His Excellency, Mr. Alex MacDonald, who is the ambassador to Kenya from Invest Barbados. Please give him a warm round of applause as he makes his way onto stage. Mr. Alex MacDonald, he'll be followed by Ms. Kanayo Awani, who's the Managing Director of Intra-African Trade Initiative at African Bank. They'll have a seat in the second chair, followed by Dr. Uzundima Iwela, who's the CEO of Africa Center. Also joined by Ms. Angel Kwema, who's the founder and chair of Believe in Africa, followed by Ms. Angela Na Afole Odai, who's a diaspora policy officer for African Union, followed by Ms. Flori Lisse, who's the president and CEO of Corporate Council on Africa, and Mr. Akol Ayi, who's the founder and chairman of Trinity Energy. As they make their way onto stage and get settled, please give them a resounding, warm welcome and applause, ladies and gentlemen. Perfect. I'll make my way to the other side. Thank you again to our panelists for joining us for this critical conversation that we're about to embark in. And I guess just to paint some context for this, we're well aware that we've been focusing a lot on policy as a key driver for trade across the continent. That also does lead to profits that we hope to embark on for businesses as well as for governments in the form of increased trade and economic activity. But what about our people? And this conversation will certainly focus on how best we can ensure that trading with the diaspora does advance the economic developments and, of course, ambitions of AFCFTA and opportunities offered by the African Growth and Opportunity Act. Well, we're excited for this conversation because for many of you, you may be well familiar with members of the diaspora community, some of whom might be here on stage themselves, and, of course, looking to tap into the opportunities that we can advance upon. To get us straight into this conversation and really reflect on some of the economic policies that currently exist, Angel, I'm going to direct this particular question to you as a representative. My first question, and of course I do want to just bear in mind, as you are members of the audience, you will be privy to having amazing sound audio and quality, as the speakers and microphones have all been directed to you. So if at any point you witness any of our panelists slightly struggling with the audio, it really is a part of the acoustics and the dynamics of the room. However, we will endeavor to ensure that you can hear us clearly as we look to address many of these questions. But my first question goes to you, Angel, as we try to get some clarity on your view as to how best it is that we can encourage members of the diaspora to fully participate in being congruent, active participants to economic development and trade on the African continent. I'd like to get your thoughts on this one, primarily because you are someone who has worked on the policy side. You also work on the people side in Believe in Africa. So clearly you found areas of alignment regarding this particular theme.
Thank you very much for having me. I think we have a little problem with echo, so I couldn't quite understand what you said, but I think I will try to be accurate in response to your question. Talking about what the diaspora can do to really support the African integration and African economic growth, I can talk to you for hours. I can preach about that because there's so many things we can do. But I'm going to break it down to what I do personally and what our organization does, and I'm sure my colleague on the panel will elaborate on others. First of all, you all know that the value that the African diaspora bring to the continent, it's substantiated by the remittances. You gave the numbers, $44 billion a year, $48 billion, up to $60 billion. But we also know that the cost of the remittances is really high. It's the highest in the world, 12%, and the lowest one in Asia is 5%. The OECD countries for many years have a lot of discussion how we can lower that cost to make sure the money goes to the basket of the women. So our company, company I'm involved in, is called Simba. It's a fintech that we created 2 years ago with a young guy that I'm sure Kanaya knows, Simon Chemtores, who used to work here. We're creating a platform to really address the cost of remittances in Africa and lower it almost to zero. So in the diaspora, in the US side, when you say diaspora, there are two categories, the African American and the first generation immigrants. So our first generation immigrants are really representing maybe close to 3.5 million in the US side. And what we do with Simba, we create an integrated platform where they can do banking, low-cost banking, remittances, international transfer for free, and Simba to Simba transfer for free. And this is something that's really unique, even though you see the trends. There's a lot of companies now, a lot of fintech, a lot of unicorn that are getting into the international transfer system. But us, with Simba, is created by the diaspora and for the diaspora to respond to our needs. And we're partnering with the African diaspora community to support them while they transfer money home. That's number one. Number two, that will apply to any diaspora in the US and abroad, is the advocacy education piece. So Believe in Africa, for example, our job, we all former congressional staff and policymakers in DC. Our job and our vision is to help formulate African policies in Washington. To what the Afreximbank does on AFCATA and everything that's happening on the continent, we bring that into Washington and try to influence the policymakers and make sure that they design solutions that are responding to African needs. That includes AGOA and the rest. So I will start with those two, and I'm sure we can expand a little bit more.
What I appreciate is that you're sharing the passion and have really set together a very solid foundation as to how we draw that alignment, right, of people, of policies that speak to what we need to develop here on the African continent and how that translates into international participation. I'm going to shift now to Angela, who is next to you, perhaps to expand on this as well, because what has been prioritized is not only the opportunities we need to seek to trade with our international partners, and in this particular example being the US, but how is it that we also need to foster interest in members of the diaspora to also participate actively in the AU 2063 agenda, and of course actively participating in the AFCA Act?
Thank you very much. Actually, with the Citizens and Diaspora Organizations Directorate, we interface with all non-governmental or non-state entities and then streamline their activities and operations into the AU's programs and plans. So we do it this way. With CIDO, we have the diaspora bit, and then we have the civil society bit, which looks at the continent. The civil society looks at the continent bit, whereby we see civil society organizations, think tanks, and whatnot on the continent, see how best we could foster or harness that which they want to project into the AU's programs and plans. And then with the diaspora, we look out at entities, African entities, who are into these fields, and then we see how best we could engage with them, work together with them, and then make friendlier policies and plans accordingly. Now, so far as the AFCFTA is concerned, and so far as Agenda 2063 is concerned, with Agenda 2063, CIDO, or the diaspora impact, falls under Aspirations 2, which talks about African Renaissance and then Pan-Africanism, and then Aspiration 5, which refers to the cultural heritage and identity of the African person, and then Aspiration 7, per this particular discourse, because it talks about how influential and resilient Africa can be as a global player. So in view of these, so far as the Agenda 2063 is concerned, we engage with diasporas in these forms. We ensure that first and foremost, we empower them. We see about diaspora networks, and we per the AU's definition of the African diaspora, it is anybody of African descent who lives outside of the continent, who, irrespective of their citizenship or area of naturalization, is willing to engage with the continent. Based on this, we have Americas and Caribbean as one region, and then we have Europe as another region, then we have Asia, Pacific, and Oceania as a third region. This is how we engage with them. We see to it that at the end of the day, they have good structures. What we realized throughout was that Africans in the diaspora have very fine setups. Some of them have very good intentions and values. They have good networks. However, most of them are working in silos, and these silos do not hamper their growth, and their voices are not so much heard like they should be once they collaborate and work together effectively. So far as the CFTA is concerned, it will always be good for us to work together with the Secretariat to ensure that we get to know the diaspora out there. The diaspora get to understand that which the CFTA is all about. So awareness creation is key, getting to understand the dynamics of it, and then getting to know the diaspora out there who should be engaged is another thing altogether, with roadshows and so on and so forth. Another thing is, what are the tools, what are some of the mechanisms that can be used? To harness that which the diaspora have out there? Are there outreach programs? Is there any deliberate framework that the CFTA has that captures diaspora interest, or that makes sure that diasporas are viably involved in this?
A multi-pronged approach to really ensure that we are attracting the diaspora, and of course also quite key that you're also targeting entities. So we're quite deliberate about the economic spin-offs that might come off from the attraction of talent back to the continent. Uzodinma, I'd like to come to you, because I guess you're a practical example of someone from the diaspora who's come back to contribute positively to the continent in partnership and collaboration with many others. And I guess picking up on what both Angel as well as Angela have mentioned, there are multitudes of themes that we need to explore here. And from a practical point of view.
Sure, thank you, and thank you for having me. And I mean, first of all, I'll say this, that it's really wonderful to be back on the continent after being away for 2 years because of COVID. So I'm really happy to see all of you.
Right.
But you know, if we're talking practically about sort of the diaspora, I often say that I feel very much like I'm 100% representative of that. My parents are Nigerian. I grew up in Washington, D.C., eventually came back to Nigeria to work, set up a business. And right now I run an institution in New York called the Africa Center, which is all about connecting folks in the diaspora to who we are here on the continent and really harnessing that power. And when it comes to thinking about that power, it really is very much about the connection. It really is very much about the conversation. If you want to go back to the days of Pan-Africanism as a philosophy, thinking about Nkrumah and those folks during the independence time who were really pushing this idea of a pan-diasporic, a pan-black, right? A Pan-African approach to who we are as people and the strength there. That's a lot of what I think we need to espouse, and what we espouse is the Africa Center. And I think that's the philosophy that drives people back. But as you were saying, there are a number of things that people, I think, maybe get wrong in coming back. One of them is feeling that there's an element of sophistication, and I use that word very deliberately, that people somehow acquire outside that they want to bring back to folks here on the continent, which is just not true, right? I was walking through all of these halls, looking at all the amazing things that we're doing in terms of manufacturing, in terms of trade, in terms of building, and it's when we forget about the need for that real dialogue and that conversation that we move into relationships that I think are not beneficial to us as Africans and diaspora people. And so I think, Angela, when you start talking about setting up institutions and structures that take conversations from the silos and put them into forms that really actually engage and involve everyone, that's where we really start to harness the power of the diaspora. When we move away from, I'm sure remittances will come up,
Yes.
I can send $100, I can send $200, I can send $20 to family in Nigeria, but when we move away from just that as a way of interacting in terms of diasporic connections to a much larger framework that harnesses the collective power of our capital as diaspora people, in essence, some of the stuff that Afreximbank is trying to do, we move ourselves as diaspora folks into a realm where we really have the ability and the possibility to make an outsized impact. And that's what I'm really interested in, that's what I'm really excited about. And I think that's what, we're trying to work towards building too. So, again, it's just exciting to see everything that's going on in that direction.
And I think it's important that you mention that transition, which has been highlighted by many of your peers, moving away from just remittances, but really trying to mobilize that capital, transform and diversify the economies that we participate in, and also make an impact on the ground in terms of employment opportunities.
As Africans, and I think about that in terms of, again, philosophies, ideas, just who we are as people. And I think we also have to recognize the cultural capital. I mean, it's no joke, right, that the highest streaming artist on Spotify right now is a Nigerian, right?
Exactly.
It makes a lot of sense that, because of the connections between who we are as creative people here on the continent and sort of the connections and the culture trend setting that, for example, African Americans do in the United States, Afrobeats has moved over into the United States realm and just completely destroyed the whole music scene. So I think those other forms of capital that enhance who we are and that we can trade on, trade with, communicate with are really, really important.
Yeah, very important that you mention that cultural dynamic and, of course, that social capital that we need to embark on. Akol, I'll come to you in a moment to really embark on your opportunities that you've explored across the continent, but I would like to address His Excellency Ambassador MacDonald. I guess when we refer to your title and even embark on the role that you serve here on the continent, it's quite clear that there's a beautiful connection of Africans right across the globe, not just in the United States, as has been mentioned, but also certainly looking at CARICOM in Africa. And I guess your appointment as ambassador to Kenya from Barbados really highlights the fact that you are here to play a critical role in connecting various members of the diaspora towards the continent. Help us fully understand a little bit more about the objectives in terms of your appointment, as well as the relationship that is taking place between markets like Kenya, Barbados, and how this explores increased opportunities to attract talent and investment from the diaspora.
Thank you very much. I first want to thank the hosts for inviting us here, and I want to also comment on the warm welcome that we have received as the children of the scattering, we who were taken. And I want to thank you for the warm welcome that you have given to me, even in Kenya, down to South Africa. And I think that is the point at which we can talk. The diaspora is cut into several layers. Some of the diaspora has been diasporic for 400 years. Some has been diasporic for 2 weeks. And therefore the shades and the needs of each of those becomes nuanced. Some of us have no connection to the continent. We know of Africa, but we have no idea of what Africa means. And we think of Africa as a place, as opposed to a country or a continent made up of several nations, several people, several interests. And I think that the first part of our story is getting to know each other. As I was speaking to some of my colleagues, I said, what do you know of the Caribbean? They said, well, coconut trees and rum. And I said, why don't you ask me what do we know of Africa? And the tropes and the stereotypes then came out. Because each of us have a snapshot of what the world has told us about each other and what we want. And as a result, we've not taken the time to find out what we really want, what we really can do for each other. The Caribbean was the place that introduced the rest of the world to Africa. Because when the English and the British and everybody else came as masters, they saw Africans. They didn't go to Africa immediately. Some of them did, but we taught them about what this great continent is about. We gave them the culture, the food, the rhythms, jazz. And so as a result, to me, that communication and understanding between each other, what do we want, what are our aspirations and so on. The other thing to me would be an ecosystem of welcome. How can we do trade with each other easily without the barriers going up every time you hear of, immediately, and just in my experience, when we hear of Europe, people say, oh, let the European, let Britain, let America, oh, easy.
Exactly.
Africa, Far East, and so on. Woo. Well,
Ambassador, I'd like to jump in there to actually allow you to provide some practical examples. And Kanaya, I'll give you an opportunity to expand on this too, given that there have been ongoing engagements and partnerships with Afreximbank. But Ambassador, to keep with you, when we look to explore these trade opportunities between a market like Barbados as well as the African continent, help us understand the practical elements of it, beyond the talent. What tools, what products, what services are we discussing here? Hopefully that will inspire members of the audience to have a better comprehension of the opportunities that exist.
Absolutely, and I think for us, the discovery of those tools, the discovery of what we actually need, is the most important thing. So get on a plane that flies directly to the Caribbean, as opposed to going through 1,000,001 ways, and come and find out. We are encouraging Caribbean people to come to Africa, the whole of Africa, from Ghana to Kenya, from Morocco to Cape Town. And we want our people to come and see, because those stereotypes are still very much in their head. And we really have to break those down. So it's communication, it's connections, it's an environment that speaks to what each other needs, and it's the realization that each of us has our tremendous value that we give to each other.
Yeah.
So I'll stop there, because I realize our time is going and other people have so much to say.
Thanks for that. And I guess that's not a trip just for a random holiday. It's really to explore the opportunities that exist in terms of partnerships. And Kanai, perhaps you can expand on this further, because we're well aware Afreximbank has been exploring opportunities in Barbados. Perhaps help us understand how, as a DFI, you're looking to diversify the economic opportunities between the continent and the Caribbean.
No, thank you very much. And the reason we did that is because I have to set the stage or the context.
Yes.
In our medium-term strategy, we're focusing on intra-African trade. Promoting intra-African trade is the arrowhead of our strategy, which is also linked to industrialization and expanding our trade finance leadership. In doing that, we have defined intra-African trade as trade between and among African countries, but also trade between Africa and Africans in diaspora. So that whole intra-African trade strategy encompasses the diaspora, in line with what the AU, the AU considers the diaspora as its sixth region. So it's in that alignment that we decided to focus on the diaspora and spread our interventions. So a platform like this, it's not just open for intra-African trade, but also trade between Africa and the Africans in diaspora.
Yes.
And of course, yes, we've been exploring, and our own strategy, when you think about the diaspora, the thinking is always about commercial ties, human capital ties from the diaspora to Africa. But for us, it's a two-way street. There's a whole lot to offer from Africa to the diaspora.
Yes.
In fact, people like our call can begin to start thinking about trade and investments in the diaspora, in Barbados, investing in their special economic zones, in the industrial parks that Afreximbank can finance. You talked about the direct flights. Our thinking is that we need to intervene in shortening or filling the gap in the movement of people from the diaspora back and forth, cultural exchanges, technological exchanges, and what have you, those exchanges, and an idea is to practicalize and see how we can use some of our instruments, to finance those, to support joint venture arrangements between Africans and the diaspora, to promote trade and investments. When I talked about also knowledge exchange, right now we're working on an exchange program with the University of West Indies. We're also working on a program on ensuring that young professionals in the diaspora, in Barbados in particular, can begin to be integrated in large corporates, or what we call our intra-African trade champions, the likes of Dango, to integrate them as a way to begin to bridge knowledge and culture gap. And of course, our bread and butter business is to finance trade between Africa and the diaspora, intervening in industrial projects, as it were, and begin to think, for Africans, here, to begin to think about investing in the diaspora. During COVID, for instance, as part of the AU initiative and the AVAT, Africa Vaccine Acquisition Trust, we supported the Caribbean with medical, with medicine, over the COVID through the African Medical Supplies Platform, as part of an AU arrangement. And it's the same way of including them. The AU Heads of State wanted us to also have them involved. You will know that Afreximbank supported with $2 billion for vaccine acquisition, and that included the diaspora and the Caribbean in particular as well. I'll leave it there for now.
I appreciate that you've highlighted a few special zones in terms of focus areas that I do want us to build up on in just a moment. But I've kept you quiet for way too long, and we've built up on some of the examples that have been shared. And as Kanayo has highlighted, it's not what we can attract from the diaspora, but what we as Africans can also offer the diaspora. And that's been exactly up your alley within the petroleum environment and, of course, interactions you've had on the continent. Help us unpack that from an entrepreneurial point of view as to how it is that you're practically engaging with the Africa Act and, of course, members of the continent and diaspora to explore further business opportunities here.
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you, Afreximbank, for this opportunity to be on the platform like this. I think first we need to acknowledge that Africa, without doubt, is the new frontier of growth and investment. And with the like of China, India now, wages rising, the investors are focusing now to Africa. And we need to prepare our African SMEs to be ready for these opportunities. Again, not forgetting by 2050, Africa will have 840 million young people, and with a median rate of around 19. This will also present another huge opportunity as well for driving these opportunities in Africa. Talking of diaspora and specifically African, as acknowledged by Madam Kanayo, if given an opportunity, they can excel in technology and education. We have seen that happening. And just to mention technology specifically, we have seen how mobile banking, mobile money actually, which was launched in East Africa, has brought in people that have been excluded in the banking system. The vulnerable group like women and the youth. This is also very significant as well. In the diaspora as well, the remittance, I would actually call it capital, because if you may recall, many people in diaspora, like my brother who said he could not come in 2 years, whenever people make money there, they send it back home to invest actually. But in most cases, without proper platform and policies that are in place and medium that can guide such investment, they end up coming back home and find there's no investment that has actually been done. Yeah. Because sometimes you send money to your own brother and you end up not even building that house that you intend to build. So using the opportunities of AGOA that is there,
Yes.
and having such a policy that can be done by policymakers and institutions like Afro-Exim Bank, these people actually, because the remittance that are coming and what is projected even this year, is projected to be like 38 billion. In 2020, East Africa was having a foreign direct investment of 6.5, which was short from by 16%. But if you call the remittance that come from diaspora, from actually a population of 140 million people outside, in fact, that can be really more investment than the foreign direct investment that comes in so far. So I will stop for now here, but being a player in the industry, we have platform that we as entrepreneurs deploys. For example, the M-Pesa and the M-Grush that came into life 2 years ago in South Sudan, there is a mean now you can send money all the way from US, Australia, direct to your parent and brothers, and probably you could send it, channel it direct to the end beneficiaries. But we need a policy that could now foster this, and obviously also, we also want the diasporans to really help us with the network that they already have, and also with the skill transfers as well, because they are exposed into this world where they are in. But then such opportunity that they have when they are now in forums like the World Trade Organization, they could then influence.
Spoken like a true entrepreneur, making sure that you get your name out there and actively call on participants to actually join you and embark on you with this particular journey. But I'm keen to understand in the last 10 minutes of this conversation as to how we can make it practical, tangible, especially in the short to medium term, as many nations, entrepreneurs, countries try to ensure that we actively engage the Africa Act. And perhaps, Angel, this is where I'd like to come to you, primarily focusing on your area of expertise, where you've actively participated in embarking on trade relations between Africa and the United States. 2025, AGOA Act, going to expire. How do we actively participate in that? By connecting with members of the diaspora, but also ensuring that we don't do it in isolation as nations, but from a regional and continental approach?
Yes, that's a very interesting question, and I'm using this opportunity to commend Mrs. Kanayo for what she's doing. She's been everywhere preaching about the CFTA and talking to the diaspora, and I concur with what she just said about the two-way trade. Or look at the African American, for example. I'm sorry, I don't know the numbers about Barbados, even though my daughter is getting married in Barbados. We're going to colonize your country.
Have you been yet? Not yet.
So, talking about two-way trade, the African American alone represent $1.4 trillion in purchasing power. So, under AGOA, in 20 years, we only did 75 billion in terms of value of the product we exported toward the US. The non-oil products, just 75 billion. And the African American alone is 1.4 trillion. So if you look at the Wakanda culture, they purchase everything we produce. And one of the challenges that we have in the past 20 years, and the young lady I talked to earlier were mentioning that to us, is access to non-oil product, all the value-added production, agriculture, apparel, and everything. The challenge that SMEs has is because of the size of the order. It's difficult to access Mercies and all those big trading centers because they will place a large order and they don't have the capacity to respond to the order. But if you look at those small niche and boutique buyers, and the African American is the prime one to the SMEs product to the US. Those are one of the practical things you can do in leveraging on the AGOA and linkages between the African diaspora and the Africans. Now, as you speak, right now in Washington, D.C., there's a hearing on the Ways and Means Committee on U.S. Congress regarding U.S.-Africa trade. The only trade framework that we have is AGOA. They're going to discuss a lot about bold policy that we're encouraging President Biden to take, and then the 2025 potential expiration of AGOA. So that where the diaspora can play a big role is maybe relaying the numbers and what you do on the continent to really encourage the stakeholders in Washington, D.C. or in the U.S. to understand the value of AGOA and then promote inter-Africa trade integration, because it looks simple. It's not that simple, because when you look at the discussion we have in Washington, I'm not sure people all agree about renewing AGOA.
Yes.
They're talking about reciprocal agreement. Baba just mentioned that there's no way you can compare Zambia and Belgium. So we are talking about continental area activation and making tangible to companies. At the same time, they're promoting country-to-country trade relations. So, and you all know that they're intertwined, and they have serious consequences to our private sector, consequences to our industrial agenda, to Agenda 2023 and 2063, and the rest. It's only the diaspora can really help us be the voice of the continent on the ground, educate policymakers of what they really need to push. Should we need to push the CFTA or the continental regular integration, or should we need to push regular integration? We need to have speak the same language, and it's not always the case. So, and I'm really encouraging all the stakeholders to look at the diaspora as partner, as a voice, to really push the agenda, to make sure it's not undermining what you are trying to do. You cannot have a big choir with 50 solos.
Sure.
So that's number two. And number two, to conclude, is our recommendation. We have been very active in helping the new administration frame their policy. If you look at the last election, for the only time in the American politics that American president or candidate talk about Africa and put Africa policy on the agenda, on the platform. We drafted that agenda, and we're hoping that it's going to be taken into consideration starting from today when they have discussion. There's many recommendations we put, but I don't think it's the right place to talk about that. But we're all in support of economic integration and make sure it's implemented in the right way.
Yeah, very important, as you mentioned, they're making sure that we all speak with the same voice. And I guess from an AU perspective, we understand what the mandate is, we understand which pillars we're working towards, but I'm keen to understand if we do need to also drive, I guess, some kind of program of action. And I'm keen to hear your thoughts here, just Angela, very briefly, if there are new ways, new initiatives of organizing members of the diaspora to focus on specific programs of action. And perhaps, Uzindima, you can also come in here to share some of your thoughts on how we can have a targeted approach, particularly in the short to medium term, to focus on where these aspects are that we'd like to drive on. Angela?
Thank you. Actually, yes, we've been working with a lot of diaspora networks, and along the line, just last month, there was the Diaspora Innovation Days, which, of course, we've been engaging with African diaspora youth in Europe, which is a platform of about 300 diaspora organizations.
And that benefits individuals like ACOL, right?
Yes, they consist individual organizations, actually. When I say a network, usually we deal with organizations at the continental level. So organizations which form this diaspora and entrepreneurship forum. So we've been having this yearly, we used to call it Accelerated Africa Conference. And usually it was in Vienna. In 2 years ago, that was at the Austrian Chancellery, and it was quite great with several heads of state there and all that. But this year we had it last month in Abuja under the Diaspora Innovation Days. We changed the name. And then what we had was about 300 private sector organizations there. We had diaspora startups, scale-ups, and then we had those on the continent, entrepreneurs from the continent as well. And as Mrs. Kanoyo mentioned earlier, it is a two-way street. We made sure that definitely there were issues that needed to be tackled on the continent, because what diasporas see, and whenever they get onto the continent, we've had a lot of issues, complaints that they are not reflective of what they envisaged. So we have those who are thriving here, who support them there, and then there are these hand-holding sessions. So people bring either ways, they can bring in their strategies, their innovations, and then they are able to perm things up. This falls under, all these are looking at a bigger picture, which has to do with what we call one of the diaspora legacy projects that was actually declared in 2012. It falls under the African Global Diaspora Marketplace. Which actually promotes innovation and entrepreneurship. However, there's this other one that seeks to with that diaspora savings and all that are focused on and are used as investments on the continent, which has to do with the African Diaspora Investment Fund. So we have several other things in the pipeline, and we are looking at one, creating access to finance for the other, for example, like the global marketplace. So we are currently working under, we call something the C2C or continent-to-continent dialogue. That falls under what the ex-president mentioned earlier, the Africa-Europe partnership.
Indeed. So a number of themes that you mentioned, and I think quite important that we highlight that to ensure that the right people do get in contact to embark on these much further. Uzundima, very briefly, if you could also share some of your thoughts. I am cognizant that we are running out of time and do have some closing remarks we'd like to share. But your thoughts, is there an alignment regarding the diaspora and, of course, the objectives that we hear in terms of policy coming through from the AU and AGOA?
Yeah.
So, Uzundima, sorry, apologies, Uzundima.
It's to me.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, I will, sorry. I think that there is very much there is an alignment, and I think there very much is I mean, I think it can work, and I think it will work, again, if we're very focused on this. And, you know, it comes down to me to three things for me. I think communication, cultivation, and then, of course, that connection. And when I say those things, you know, it's about looking at how we tell the story of the diaspora, this cross connection, this like back and forth, making sure that it is an equal representation, diaspora folks, continental folks, in what we have the power to do. I think it's about, you know, as the ambassador said, it's about cultivation, right? It's about direct connection, about drawing people together. We can't figure out how to harness our power if we don't know each other, and if we don't cultivate each other in terms of as powerful people. And then the last one, of course, you know, it goes with it, which is the connection. It's like we have to, in more ways than just economic, have to make sure that there's a strong link between diaspora peoples, because that's, you know, the former president of Nigeria was here talking about this idea of power and raw power and the exercise of raw power. And it is through that diaspora strength that we actually do have the opportunity to transform where we sit as African peoples worldwide. So I think very much aligned with what the AU is saying. And practically, you know, there are many organizations that I think we can harness and leverage to do that, Afrexim Bank being one.
Exactly. Very important that we highlight that. As you've mentioned, a number of segments that we need to be quite cognizant of, and also building up on the themes of the human capital, mobilizing money in itself, and the alignment of policies that we also have. Well, we are under pressure for time, but I do value the insight that our panelists have shared with us today, and of course, embarking on the journey and participation that we're looking to expand on, particularly between Africa and the Caribbean, opportunities that still lie between Africa as well as the United States, and of course, broadening that skill set within a local African environment to expand and explore opportunities to members of the diaspora. Well, as we will remain seated on the stage, very briefly, we have one final speaker who will be joining us on stage just to share his thoughts and closing off this particular panel discussion, highlighting and, of course, expanding further on the themes that we need to explore, particularly when it comes to getting members of the diaspora to participate. Allow me to warmly welcome on stage Professor Gabriel, who joins us as the lead consultant for the proposed African Diaspora Finance Corporation. Please warmly welcome him on stage, given the initiative that he will be embarking upon. Thank you kindly, Prof.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and my thanks and gratitude to the conveners of this important trade fair. I had the good fortune to be in Cairo at the launch of the inaugural trade fair. Colleagues and friends, isn't it difficult to transform promise, potential, and latent diaspora resources into trade, investment, and patent impact? It is more difficult than one imagines, and there are indeed different approaches to attain this most important exercise. The approach that I would recommend is the one that's based on optimism, the one that's based on success stories, and the ones that's based on practiced and lived in realities. In the 1980s, in West Africa, businesses bemoaned the restrictions to regional trade and economic integration. The Federation of West African Chambers of Commerce and Industry, working together with ECOWAS Fund, created what is today EcoBank. EcoBank, a multi-billion-dollar business, a trans-African commercial bank that played a significant role in setting out the ecology of homegrown continental commercial banks that today have a huge impact in economies across the continent. In 1987, the Board of Governors of the African Central Bank passed a resolution for feasibility studies to be undertaken for financial facilities to promote intra-African trade and export, because in 1987, Africa bemoaned the dearth of facilities for intra-African trade. After a slow start between 1987 and 1992, the feasibility studies was completed, and by 1993, our hosts here, the co-conveners, Afrexim Bank, began trading. They are not only our hosts here. Afrexim Bank is a multi-billion-dollar development finance institution. It is an innovative development financier. This week that we've been here, we've heard of innovation after innovation, FEDA, TIPS, MANSA, PAPS, each one of them having one characteristic, that is, give me your problem and I offer you a solution. Not that the solution would be total and exclusive, but a solution nonetheless. This is why I recommend an optimistic and success story approach. Despite the devastation and the problems we face in Africa, I look here and I see optimism and I see progress and I see options for dealing with the problems we face. Regarding these most onerous tasks of getting diaspora resources into Africa, the African Union in 2012 at the Global African Diaspora Summit here in South Africa, the heads of states and government made a commitment that they would create the facilities to enhance diaspora investment. Again, a very slow start. It wasn't until 2018 that they commissioned a feasibility studies. I had the good fortune to do that work on behalf of the African Union Commission. And in May of this year, after the disruption of about 18 months due to COVID-19, the finance ministers of the members of the African Union made a provisional endorsement on the report that an African Diaspora Finance Corporation should be created as an independent, treaty-based finance institution with the mission to mobilize direct and indirect diaspora funds for structured investment in socially responsible and impactful ventures and schemes, and that this should be done through partnership with existing institutions on the African continent, such as the Afrexim Bank. Why is it, but what actually constitute diaspora resources? To be brief, I would give you a typology of the 4 types of diaspora finances. Number 1, diaspora philanthropy. People sending money for the benefit of people in Africa that they do not know about. They are not their friends or their family. The data on this, we do not know. So we have to do work on data on this. Second, diaspora remittances. We have some data, but of all forms of diaspora resources, this is the one we have most data on, yet it is incomplete. In 2018, about $82 billion was sent by Africans in the diaspora to Africa. In the 2018 numbers, and in the study we did for the African Union, we said that the real number was not 82 billion, it was 200 billion. Because the World Bank that gave us the number 82 also says that their estimate is that informal remittances, that is the one that does not go through companies, is as big as that of formal remittances. So that's another 80 billion. But the one that nobody calculates is what I call remittances in kind. My niece wants to set up a business. I send her $2,000, which is counted, but I send her $3,000 worth of equipment, which is not counted. That is remittances in kind. So colleagues and friends, I say, for remittances, the number is not about 80 billion, it is about 200 billion. And the third type of diaspora investment or resource is diaspora direct investment. That is FDI, but specifically from the diaspora. What is the amount? We do not know. Last, diaspora portfolio investment. What is the amount? We do not know. So for the purposes of starting with harnessing the diaspora resources, we need to go with what we know. And the strategy from the African Union is that this Diaspora Finance Corporation should start with innovative finance through a form of match funding linked to remittances. This would be used as capital to set up the corporation to allow for other products, namely diaspora bonds and diaspora mutual funds, to be developed in partnership with the existing financial institutions. I estimate that every year, the diaspora savings, that is the one that the bonds and the mutual funds would attract, is about $33 billion. This is on the conservative estimation. Because World Bank and other data tells us that the migrants have savings annually of just under $2,000. And conservatively, we count first-generation African diaspora, not the African American diaspora or the Atlantic diaspora, as it were, for the Caribbean. We estimate the first-generation diaspora to be 17 million. 17 million times $1,980 of savings gives us $33.7 billion of savings that we are holding in London and in Belgium and in Atlanta and not investing in services and products and trade in Africa. And the job that we all have is to develop the products and the structured instruments that would encourage the diaspora to put money in this. And the new African CFTA is the last item, in my view, that we need. We have good enough policy frameworks, colleagues and friends. It is time to act and to be inspired by the brilliant work the financial institutions are doing in Africa, and let those who do things well be allowed to do it often. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Fall. Really appreciate it as he makes his way off stage. And I think very pertinent note that he leaves it on. We have the policies. We need to ensure that we implement them correctly. The figures that he shared are substantial. So the capital is there and it does need to be mobilized. On that note, we'd like to thank you once more again, Professor Fall, for joining us and sharing that insight. I would also like to thank my panelists for sharing their insight and their views. There's never enough time to deep dive into much of the themes that we want to explore, but hence there's an opportunity for you to network on the sidelines, to gain more insight, share more context, and actively participate in engaging and shifting the narrative regarding trade on the African continent. Again, a round of applause to my panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much again for sharing your insight. We're about to make our way off stage, and I'd like to hand back to the program director, Mr. Mark Edo. As we exit off stage, please give my panelists another round of applause. Thank you. We can make our way off.
Thank you to a great panel, and thank you to a great moderator. It's not easy to be the sort of the last moderator, more or less, in a 3-day conference where you've got people sitting through it. So it's you really woke them up and gave them something to wait around for. As I said, there's deals and agreements at IATF 2021. And you can see them bringing my table back onto the stage. That's because we're about to sign a couple. But before we do, let me just make 2 announcements, actually, I have to make before that. 2 deals which we won't see signed because they've been signed already. But I want, if my technical friends over there could put this up. This is, the deal name is Aura Group. If you've got that, this is a Frexim Bank and Aura Group. It's coming now. These are the 2 parties, a Frexim Bank and Aura Group. And so this announcement is an Intra-African investment finance facility in the amount of 50 million euros. It'll be available to the borrower to support capital expenditure and equity, quasi-equity, subordinated loans to support the growth of Aura Group's strategy across Africa. That's the first one. The second one, the Intra-African Investment Finance Facility to BGFI. So this is between a Frexim Bank and BGFI. Now, this is the deal description. It's the Intra-African Investment Finance Facility in the amount of 30 million euros. It'll be available to the borrower to support general corporate purposes and the execution of its strategy across Africa. That's the second. I've got a third, Coris Bank. I'm going to announce one, Coris Bank. If you could give me that up on the screen if you have that. The 2 parties are a Frexim Bank and Coris Bank. The deal description, there it is. The facility is an AFTRA line. The AFTRA program was designed to provide a wide variety of products, confirmation, discounting of LCs, guarantees, where a Frexim Bank would be taking only the direct risk of the African issuing bank. The program aims to increase intra and extra African trade, support export and import of vital goods and services to Africa, enable African local banks to increase their trade activities, and allow local African banks to expand their correspondent banking relationships. So those are the 3 that I have to announce for you. In a moment, we'll be signing 2 more live here. But before we do, I have one more piece of information to share with you. The IATF 2021 virtual deal registration process. This is something you would have received in your email, but I'm just going to sort of spell it out for you. There it is. Thank you. Up there. One of the key success factors of the trade fair is the value of deals successfully closed. We've been talking about this figure of 40 billion for the last 3 days. To make that happen, we're calling all trade fair participants to upload the details of the deals that they've closed or discussions or outcomes to be pursued in the near future. And the link is provided in number 7, I think, for deals concluded outside of the platform. Number 7, if you read that one, in the process flow, I think, if you could call it that. Now, as of the end of day 2, almost $10 billion worth of deals have been closed here at IATF 2021, including a $1 billion deal to NNPC, which was signed yesterday on this very stage, and another $1 billion between the Ministry of Finance, Malawi, and El Saweedi, Egypt, to help in Malawi's efforts to bring electrification to their populace. This is also, by the way, an opportunity to list your opportunities for possible financing. So if you're looking for financing, it's an opportunity to articulate it on the platform. See the process number 5, I think it is, for that. Number 5 over there. So that is the IATF virtual deal registration process. I encourage all of you to get online and download your information. Tell us what you're doing here and tell us what you want to do. So thank you for that. Now, as I wait the lawyers, Joe, if you're there, my partner, Joe. So Joe and I are going to announce 2 deals today. Joe has the information, and he's going to give it to me in the order that he would like me to announce it. So this is the first one. Yeah, okay. Okay, National Bank of Egypt. This is great. Okay, so the first one is between Afreximbank and the National Bank of Egypt. The signatories for this MOU, this is an MOU, I'd call on the General Manager of National Bank of Egypt, Mr. Shahir Zaki. Give him a round of applause, please. This is Mr. Shahir Zaki. He is the International Financial Services Sector and Financial Institutions and International Financial Services Group General Manager for the National Bank of Egypt. For Afreximbank, Amra Kamel. I'm welcoming Amra Kamel back to the Executive Vice President, of course, of Afreximbank to sign on behalf of Afreximbank. Gentlemen, you have to keep your masks on for the photos. Don't take your masks off. You can take a seat and you can take the pens. So if you go ahead now and sign this MOU, gentlemen. This MOU is, the objective of this MOU is to provide a broad framework for collaboration between both parties in the areas discussed below. There's a number of areas: joint project preparation fund, treasury, raising equity participation. There are 12 actual areas. And this is to harmonize their efforts for the promotion of trade and investment flows into Egypt and across Africa, and in areas which constitute common interests to both parties and that are within the scope and limits of their respective constitutional instruments, mandates, policies, and priorities. So this is to bring Afreximbank and the National Bank of Egypt's in alignment with regards to collaborating towards intra-Africa trade. It is an MOU. Both parties are signing. And the MOU is signed. Congratulations, gentlemen. It's the advancement of many, many months of talks, negotiations, and will no doubt be not just an important collaboration, but one that is significant for Egypt and for Africa. So congratulations for that. Thank you, gentlemen, as you exit the stage. We have one more, I believe, don't we, Joe? We have one more. You're going to give me the other. Thank you. Now, if you've ever been to New York, visit the Africa Center. I think, I don't know where exactly it is, but I know it's sort of north of Central Park or close to, they're sort of rather in the north of Manhattan. And it's a very interesting place as an African to go to. In fact, most recently, Aliko Dangote opened the Aliko Dangote wing at the Africa Center. And Afreximbank and the Africa Center are very excited to announce a multi-year partnership. And to announce that, I'm going to invite Dr. Uzo Iweala, who is the CEO of Africa Center New York, and signing for Afreximbank, Mrs. Kanayo Owani, the MD of IATI for Afreximbank. So, Kanayo, if we could have you here, please. I see Uzo, my friend Uzo. How are you? COVID has kept us apart. I think the last time we met each other was just before COVID, I think, wasn't it? In New York at the Aliko Dangote when it was announced. That was a great day. We never knew what was coming. But here we are, back in the saddle. It's beautiful to see you, and how it's nice to see. Incidentally, he is the son of Okonjo Iweala, of course. He is the son. I must mention that. We're very proud of your mother. So there you go. Okay, if you guys would take your seats, please. Now, as you sign, you can go ahead and sign, and I'll tell them about what you're signing. The Afreximbank in the Africa Center are excited to announce a multi-year partnership to create the Afreximbank Diaspora Institute at the Africa Center in support of strengthening cultural and economic ties that will promote an increase in connectivity, investment, and trade with the African diaspora. This is perfect because we just came off the panel about African diaspora. That's brilliant. Now, based in the Africa Center at the Aliko Dangote Hall in Harlem, New York, and emanating worldwide virtually, the Afreximbank Diaspora Institute will reach far-ranging audiences and create deep impact through interdisciplinary policy and business initiatives focused on the undertapped resource of 1.5 billion Africans on the continent and the 150 million Afro-diasporic people globally. In the last decade, we've seen unprecedented movement to harness the dynamism and influence of Africans on the continent in our diaspora for Africans' advancement. The Afreximbank Diaspora Institute at the Africa Center will enhance those efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, you can now rise. Congratulations, shake hands, and the agreement is done. The multi-year partnership for the Afreximbank Diaspora Institute at the Africa Center in Harlem, New York. Congratulations. I'm sure you're taking more pictures over there. Today is Country Day, and the country, yesterday was Egypt, and the first day was South Africa, of course, naturally, being the host country, and tomorrow is Nigeria. Today is Côte d'Ivoire, and I understand that Côte d'Ivoire will be having a Country Day presentation of the trade and investment opportunities in Ivory Coast. Côte d'Ivoire momentarily, I understand. I think it's going to take a few minutes for us to get the desk off and to get the stage ready, but please talk amongst yourselves and we will rearrange ourselves for Country Day, Ivory Coast, Côte d'Ivoire, in momentarily. Thank you.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream fall. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. One Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh, Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh, Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair. Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair. Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh, Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow.
Hello. Hello. Bonjour. Good afternoon. We'll start in a few minutes. On va commencer dans quelques minutes. La partie réservée au forum d'affaires dans le cadre de la journée de la Côte d'Ivoire le mercredi 17 novembre 2021. C'est la quatrième phase des événements qui ont lieu pendant cette journée. Pour rappel, ce matin, nous avons eu la cérémonie d'ouverture à la salle 6A, suivie de l'ouverture du pavillon et coupure du ruban symbolique au pavillon de la Côte d'Ivoire dans le hall 2. Ensuite, nous avons eu un cocktail déjeunatoire où vous avez pu déguster les mets ivoiriens. Maintenant, nous sommes à la quatrième phase, qui est la présentation d'éléments significatifs du potentiel de notre pays, la Côte d'Ivoire, à ce Business Forum. Donc, je voudrais vous souhaiter la bienvenue à tous et à toutes. Pour ceux qui ne comprennent pas le français, je pense qu'il y a des casques, des écoutes, mais je peux d'ores et déjà vous dire tout cela en anglais, parce que nous parlons les deux langues, mais la langue officielle, c'est la langue française. Again, welcome to this business forum this afternoon, which marks the fourth step of our day. We will welcome the Minister of Trade and Industry of Côte d'Ivoire. Nous allons accueillir maintenant, si cela est possible, au niveau des organisateurs, nous allons accueillir le ministre du Commerce et de l'Industrie maintenant, s'il est là, je pense qu'il est là. Est-ce qu'on peut accueillir le ministre du Commerce et de l'Industrie de Côte d'Ivoire? Je vous demande de l'applaudir très fort, Son Excellence, M. Souleymane Diarra-Souba, qui est là et qui va être accompagné, j'espère, par nos hôtesses, nos charmantes hôtesses. M. Souleymane Diarra-Souba est ministre de l'économie, du commerce et de l'industrie. C'est un banquier de formation qui a occupé donc, le poste déjà très important de président de l'association des professionnels des banques et institutions financières de Côte d'Ivoire. Donc nous accueillons, je pense qu'il doit être là, monsieur le ministre du Commerce et de l'Industrie de Côte d'Ivoire, son Excellence Souleymane Diarra-Souba, accompagné par l'ambassadeur de Côte d'Ivoire en Afrique du Sud. Je vous demande de l'applaudir jusqu'à ce qu'il s'asseye. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Thank you. Merci, monsieur le ministre, d'être là encore cet après-midi avec l'ambassadeur et toute la délégation ivoirienne. Nous saluons également tous nos amis, les amis de la Côte d'Ivoire, les investisseurs, les hommes et femmes d'affaires, les exposants, les responsables de l'administration sud-africaine. Donc c'est la quatrième partie de la journée de la Côte d'Ivoire. Et cette quatrième partie est subdivisée comme suit. Nous allons suivre tout à l'heure un film institutionnel sur la Côte d'Ivoire, pays d'opportunités. Côte d'Ivoire, Lands of Opportunities. Ensuite, nous aurons une présentation des principaux projets qui sont dans le programme national de développement de notre pays, couvrant la période 2021-2025. À ce niveau, nous allons avoir l'honneur d'écouter d'abord le ministre du Commerce et de l'Industrie. Il va faire certainement une présentation brève. Et ensuite, nous aurons M. Touré Sultan qui va nous faire la présentation de ses principaux projets d'investissement dans le cadre du PND. Bien entendu, après cela, nous aurons un film institutionnel qui illustre la beauté de la Côte d'Ivoire dans toute sa dimension culturelle, économique, commerciale et touristique que nous appelons Côte d'Ivoire sublime. Sur ce, je demande à la partie technique de bien vouloir faire passer le film institutionnel intitulé Côte d'Ivoire, pays des opportunités. Côte d'Ivoire, Lens of Opportunities. Thank you very much.
Aquaba, bienvenue en Côte d'Ivoire, terre d'investissement, pays de l'hospitalité, carrefour culturel et économique de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Au sud, l'océan Atlantique, avec un littoral de 500 km de plage, une invitation au voyage et à la découverte. La ville d'Abidjan et sa forêt primaire, le parc national du Banco, océan de verdure, dont la canopée aussi vertigineuse que luxuriante fait oublier un instant la frénésie citadine toute proche. Abidjan offre également aux visiteurs un cours de golf considéré comme l'un des plus beaux d'Afrique de l'Ouest, apprivoisant des bunkers de belles dimensions, déployés autour d'une grande pièce d'eau centrale. Au centre, à Yamoussoukro, Notre-Dame de la Paix, la plus grande basilique au monde de par la hauteur de son dôme. À l'est, les grands royaumes aux riches traditions. À l'ouest, les montagnes millénaires et les cascades. Au nord, les vestiges de l'histoire et les trésors de l'artisanat. En Côte d'Ivoire, au pays de la vraie fraternité, les citoyens du monde peuvent vivre, travailler et prospérer en toute tranquillité. La Côte d'Ivoire, hub de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, dispose de toutes les infrastructures nécessaires à une activité économique performante. La Côte d'Ivoire est la principale zone d'activité industrielle et commerciale de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. C'est la première puissance économique de l'Union économique et monétaire ouest-africaine UEMOA, dont la monnaie commune et convertible, le franc CFA, est un atout pour l'instauration d'un marché régional au sein des 8 pays qui composent cette union. La Côte d'Ivoire représente 36% du PIB de la zone, avec une stabilité monétaire et un taux d'inflation faible. Avec l'un des plus forts taux de croissance au monde, 9% sur la période 2012-2016, la Côte d'Ivoire est incontestablement la porte d'entrée privilégiée du marché de la CEDEAO qui compte plus de 320 millions de consommateurs. Son réseau routier, classé parmi les meilleurs de la sous-région, ses 2 ports, à Abidjan et San Pedro, ses 7 aéroports, dont ceux internationaux, d'Abidjan et de Yamoussoukro, ouvrent la Côte d'Ivoire au commerce intérieur et extérieur. À la pointe des technologies de télécommunications, la Côte d'Ivoire dispose d'un réseau de qualité. Son réseau de télécommunications connecté sur la fibre optique font de la Côte d'Ivoire une terre d'innovation et de créativité qui favorise le développement. La forte production électrique, permettant par l'interconnexion l'alimentation des pays voisins, est un atout majeur pour l'industrialisation et la modernisation. Pays siège de plusieurs institutions financières régionales et internationales, dont la Banque africaine de développement, la Bourse régionale des valeurs mobilières et l'Organisation internationale du cacao. La Côte d'Ivoire est le poumon économique de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. La main-d'œuvre ivoirienne est qualifiée. Le système éducatif de base et de l'enseignement supérieur est soutenu par des infrastructures scolaires et universitaires de niveau international où les cours sont dispensés aussi bien en français qu'en anglais. À cet effet, les universités publiques, l'Institut national polytechnique de Yamoussoukro, des universités privées fournissent aux habitants du pays une formation de qualité. Le système sanitaire et d'hygiène est l'un des meilleurs en Afrique de l'Ouest, avec des établissements sanitaires publics présents dans les villes et les campagnes et de nombreuses cliniques et d'hôpitaux privés de niveaux internationaux. La Côte d'Ivoire, terre d'investissement, est un réservoir d'opportunités diverses dans tous les secteurs d'activité. La vision de la Côte d'Ivoire émergente en 2020, portée par son Excellence le Président Alassane Ouattara, se traduit par le Plan de développement national 2016-2020 qui met l'accent sur la transformation structurelle de l'économie par l'industrialisation et le développement du secteur des services. Les perspectives d'investissement sont de l'ordre de 30 000 milliards de francs CFA, avec 60% de terres arables. Le secteur agricole occupe une place essentielle dans l'économie avec une contribution de 22% au PIB. Premier producteur mondial de cacao et d'anacarde, la Côte d'Ivoire a une production agricole variée. Véritable vivier d'opportunités d'affaires, tant le gouvernement fait de la transformation locale de ses matières premières agricoles une priorité. À travers le Programme national d'investissement agricole, le gouvernement encourage les investisseurs locaux et étrangers à réaliser la conversion industrielle de l'agriculture dans les filières fortes. L'élevage et la pêche sont aussi des secteurs porteurs de l'économie. Le sous-sol ivoirien regorge de nombreux minéraux. Or, diamants, manganèse, bauxite, cuivre, fer, nickel, pétrole et gaz. Le pays veut faire du secteur minier un pôle de développement essentiel grâce notamment au nouveau code minier. Dans le secteur des services, l'indice de chiffre d'affaires a grimpé de 7%. Les services bancaires, de télécommunications, les BTP, la distribution, le transport, la santé sont en constante progression. La Côte d'Ivoire, un climat des affaires pour faciliter la vie de l'investisseur. Depuis 2013, le pays s'est engagé dans un processus d'amélioration de l'environnement des affaires avec un focus sur le doing business. Des réformes structurelles et structurantes ont permis d'être parmi les pays les plus réformateurs au monde. Il s'agit notamment de la création d'entreprises en 24 heures, du renforcement de la sécurité juridique des affaires avec le tribunal de commerce qui rend les décisions en moins de 60 jours, de la mise en place des guichets uniques de formalités d'entreprise du CPC, du commerce extérieur et du permis de construire. La Côte d'Ivoire offre à l'investisseur d'importantes mesures d'incitation et de facilitation. Un code d'investissement compétitif et attractif qui offre des exonérations fiscales et douanières et permet le transfert des fruits de l'investissement. La Côte d'Ivoire dispose de codes sectoriels, instruments incitatifs pour les secteurs miniers et pétroliers. Des zones franches, dont un village des technologies de l'information et de la biotechnologie, VITIB, ainsi que des zones économiques spéciales. Le Centre de promotion des investissements de Côte d'Ivoire, CPC, qui accueille et accompagne l'investisseur dans la réalisation de son projet. Outre les bonnes performances de son économie, la Côte d'Ivoire est également le hub culturel de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. À Abidjan, comme dans les principales villes du pays, le modernisme, la créativité et l'authenticité africaine se conjuguent pour faire de la Côte d'Ivoire un pays où il fait bon vivre, qui bouge et qui gagne. Aquaba, bienvenue en Côte d'Ivoire, terre d'opportunités, terre de croissance, terre d'investissement. Vous vous sentirez comme chez vous.
Let's give a round of applause to the country which is organizing this day. Applaudissons encore une fois pour ce pays qui organise aujourd'hui sa journée, la Côte d'Ivoire. Et vous venez voir un film. Ce n'est qu'un film, mais on vous donne rendez-vous, n'est-ce pas, en 2023 à Abidjan, en Côte d'Ivoire. Et vous verrez plus que ce que vous avez vu. Ça, ce n'est qu'un panorama. En tout cas, merci, Monsieur le ministre. Vous avez avec vous votre collègue, n'est-ce pas, Madame Zouma, qui était avec à l'ouverture le lundi soir, n'est-ce pas, lorsqu'il y avait une réception donnée par la première de KwaZulu-Natal. Madame Zouma, ministre du Commerce et de l'Industrie de l'Afrique du Sud, bienvenue en Côte d'Ivoire. Je voudrais qu'on l'applaudisse très fort. Merci pour votre soutien à notre pays. Merci pour votre présence. Comme je vous l'ai annoncé tout à l'heure, c'est la 4e étape de la journée de la Côte d'Ivoire. Ce matin, nous avons procédé à la cérémonie d'ouverture justement de cette journée, dans cette même salle, je pense. Ensuite, nous avons ouvert officiellement le pavillon Côte d'Ivoire, qui est dans le hall 2, avec la coupure du ruban symbolique. Nous avons visité les stands. Je pense que les entreprises sont là. Nous avons beaucoup d'entreprises qui sont ici, Madame le ministre. Les entreprises dans le secteur agricole, dans le secteur agro-industriel, dans le textile, dans la technologie et bien d'autres que je ne veux pas citer. je vous invite, au nom de la Côte d'Ivoire, au nom du ministre, à faire un tour sur notre pavillon, si vous avez le temps, pour découvrir les richesses de notre pays. Sans plus tarder, après ce film, nous allons procéder à la deuxième partie de ce Business Forum. Ce Business Forum, comme vous le savez, doit comprendre la partie affaires, la partie transactions, la partie projet. Nous avons beaucoup de projets en Côte d'Ivoire, dans le cadre du PND. Et la personne la mieux indiquée pour nous en parler, ne serait-ce que dans toute sa dimension stratégique, c'est votre collègue, le ministre du Commerce et de l'Industrie de Côte d'Ivoire. J'ai nommé son Excellence, M. Souleymane Diarra Souba, qui va faire une petite intervention et laisser la parole aux techniciens, à l'expert, pour nous présenter les projets à travers un PowerPoint. Je vous demande d'applaudir M. le ministre Diarra Souba, s'il vous plaît. Vous allez l'accompagner jusqu'au podium. Merci beaucoup.
Madame le ministre Lamine Zouma, ministre à la présidence de la République sud-africaine, chargé des affaires traditionnelles, Mesdames et Messieurs, je suis en tout cas très heureux d'être avec vous encore cet après-midi et de prendre la parole en présence de Madame Lamine Zouma, qui, comme vous le savez, a été une championne de l'intégration africaine et qui a dirigé les travaux en tant que présidente, si je m'en souviens, de la Commission de l'Union africaine. Et c'est sous son égide que les chefs de l'État ont adopté l'agenda 2063, c'est-à-dire l'Afrique que nous voulons, l'Afrique paisible que nous souhaitons. Et dans le cadre du déroulement de cet agenda, il y a eu un plan, un instrument important qui était de créer un marché unique avec notamment la zone de libre-échange économique et continentale. C'est Mme Zouma, en tant que présidente de la Commission de l'Union africaine, et ses pairs qui ont eu à mettre en œuvre ce rêve dont les pères fondateurs avaient écrit les premières lignes depuis nos années d'indépendance. Je voudrais vous remercier et vous renouveler toute notre gratitude pour votre présence ici avec nous lors de ces journées consacrées à la Côte d'Ivoire. Et je sais que vous le faites en estime pour le président Alassane Ouattara, le président de la République de la Côte d'Ivoire, qui, comme vous le savez, est le champion de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine. Donc, vu sous cet angle, votre présence, Madame la ministre, ne me surprend pas. Je voudrais en tout cas vous remercier pour toute l'affection que vous avez pour notre pays, la Côte d'Ivoire. Mesdames et messieurs, nous sommes là cet après-midi pour aller dans le vif du sujet. Parce que la Côte d'Ivoire dispose en fait de plans quinquennaux et de ce que nous appelons aujourd'hui des plans nationaux de développement 2021-2025 d'un montant de l'ordre de 90 milliards d'euros qui couvre tous nos besoins prioritaires pour les 5 prochaines années, qui couvre le domaine d'infrastructures économiques et sociales, les besoins en termes d'investissement touristique, qui couvre également les besoins liés à tout ce qui concerne la transformation digitale de la Côte d'Ivoire et tout ce qui a trait à l'industrialisation. Parce que nous pensons que le chef de l'État pense que c'est par ce task qu'on peut créer de la valeur, qu'on peut créer de l'emploi pour nos populations. Donc nous sommes là cet après-midi pour aller dans le détail, pour pouvoir passer en revue tous les projets prioritaires sectoriels dont peuvent se saisir les investisseurs qui sont ici, qui viennent d'ailleurs, et également les investisseurs sud-africains. Parce qu'en réalité, comme vous le savez, la Côte d'Ivoire, de par son histoire, demeure une terre d'accueil. C'est un pays dont la population est constituée de 25% de population étrangère. Et c'est un pays qui a un environnement des affaires favorable, de sorte qu'il y a beaucoup d'entreprises étrangères, à capitaux étrangers, qui sont installées en Côte d'Ivoire. Pour ce qui concerne l'Afrique du Sud, on peut citer la compagnie de téléphonie MTN, qui est présente en Côte d'Ivoire. Dans le secteur minier, nous avons Randgold et d'autres entités qui sont présentes chez nous et qui font des affaires avec des conditions qui sont favorables, avec un environnement des affaires qui sécurise les investissements. Parce que pour un investisseur, ce qui est également important, au-delà de la paix et de la stabilité, c'est d'avoir la sécurité juridique. Et à ce niveau, nous avons créé des juridictions spécialisées pour traiter des affaires. Le tribunal de commerce et la cour d'appel de commerce, qui comprend des juges consulaires, c'est-à-dire des juges professionnels du secteur privé, à l'effet que le règlement des litiges liés au commerce soit traité par des professionnels. Et il y a, je veux dire, un certain nombre d'éléments sur lesquels certainement notre collègue reviendra tout à l'heure pour aller vraiment dans le détail. Tout simplement pour vous dire que nous croyons en la ZLECAf, nous croyons à l'unité africaine, vu les perspectives qui sont dégagées. Et à ce titre, comme je l'indiquais ce matin, au titre du commerce intra-africain, la Côte d'Ivoire a un taux de commerce intra-africain de plus de 23%, contre une moyenne de 15% pour l'Afrique, pour dire que nous sommes dans cette dynamique. Et nous travaillons beaucoup au sein de la communauté économique régionale CEDEAO, avec nos pays voisins, avec également plusieurs pays africains. Mais je pense que la ZLECAf nous offre cette opportunité de pouvoir accélérer la cadence pour que la richesse créée soit africaine, pour que nous puissions consommer ce qui est produit en Afrique et pour que nos produits puissent parcourir les 55 pays avec des franchises de droits de douane et également avec la suppression des barrières non tarifaires. Et je voulais saluer à cet effet tout le travail formidable qui est fait actuellement par le secrétariat général de la ZLECAf. Madame le ministre, mesdames et messieurs, je voudrais encore une fois dire notre fierté et renouveler toute notre gratitude à tous les hautes autorités, aux membres du conseil consultatif de l'UATF, qui hier, lors de la cérémonie d'ouverture, en présence des présidents de l'Afrique du Sud, du Nigeria, de la Zambie, de Malawi, du Premier ministre rwandais, ont proclamé la Côte d'Ivoire comme pays d'accueil de la 3e édition de la foire intra-africaine IATF 2023. Cela est une fierté, est une marque de confiance et vient couronner le leadership du président Alassane Ouattara. Je voudrais en tout cas vous rassurer, Madame la ministre à la présidence, chargée du plan, du suivi et de l'évaluation, que nous prendrons en tout cas toutes les dispositions pour que IATF 2023, à l'instar de ce qui est en train de se passer ici actuellement à Durban, soit également un succès. Et j'espère qu'en 2023, on ne sera plus obligé de porter les masques, que le Covid sera derrière nous, à l'effet que cet événement puisse se dérouler pleinement en présentiel et que cela démontre qu'on peut faire des affaires à Abidjan, on peut faire également des affaires en Afrique de l'Ouest et en Afrique francophone. Donc je vais m'arrêter là en souhaitant en tout cas que les présentations qui seront faites tout à l'heure puissent retenir l'attention de nos investisseurs et que le secteur privé ivoirien est également présent dans la salle pour que pour tout est d'intérêt, et nous l'encourageons, pour que nous puissions avoir des joint ventures, des co-entreprises qui peuvent se créer au bénéfice des populations africaines. Je vous remercie.
The mic is working. Give a round of applause to Mr. Minister. Mr. Minister Darasuba was talking about the ambition of our country to take part of the ACFTA. Madam the Minister of the Presidency in charge of planning, monitoring, and evaluation. We have appreciated your listening to this important speech made by the minister. Donc nous allons maintenant appeler ici M. Touré, qui est là. M. Touré est là. M. Touré is the expert, and he will introduce the key projects of our country, covering 2001 and 2005. Monsieur Touré, take the floor, please.
Monsieur le ministre du Commerce et de l'Industrie de Côte d'Ivoire, Madame la ministre, honorables invités, distingués participants, l'honneur me revient à l'issue de l'introduction du ministre de faire la présentation détaillée du plan national de développement de la Côte d'Ivoire pour la période 2021-2025 en mettant l'accent sur les projets d'investissement majeurs et phares en vue de présenter les opportunités d'investissement dans le pays. Donc, Monsieur le ministre, au nom de la délégation de la Côte d'Ivoire présente ici, au nom du ministre du Plan aussi qui nous a mandatés, donc avec votre permission, nous allons faire la présentation du plan national de développement, mettre en avant les possibilités, les opportunités, les potentialités et puis également les possibilités d'investissement qui se présentent. Que la technologie marche. Alors, okay. Monsieur le ministre, chers participants, la présentation que je m'apprête à vous faire s'articulera autour des points qui sont visibles là. Rapidement, on verra le contexte récent de développement du pays. Ensuite, la vision et les priorités, l'élément clé, les projets prioritaires et enfin un élément de résumé de ces points-là. Donc, alors, je pense que là, on n'a pas besoin d'insister. La Côte d'Ivoire a été suffisamment présentée à travers les films institutionnels, à travers l'intervention du ministre. Donc, vous pouvez voir un peu les caractéristiques du pays, sa situation géographique, son poids économique, etc. Okay. Donc rapidement, pour mettre l'accent sur le contexte, pour comprendre un peu quel est le contexte de développement et la dynamique actuelle. Donc ici est synthétisé quelques éléments clés majeurs en termes de croissance économique. Donc il faut dire que depuis 2010, avec la reprise économique de l'activité sous le leadership du président, son Excellence Alassane Ouattara, plus des 2 plans nationaux de développement ont été mis en œuvre qui ont permis à la Côte d'Ivoire de connaître une croissance importante. Et sur la période 2016-2020, comme vous pouvez le constater, la Côte d'Ivoire enregistre en moyenne une croissance d'environ 7%. Pour l'année 2020, malgré la pandémie à Covid, l'économie a fait preuve de résilience en affichant un taux de croissance de 2%, quand plusieurs économies à travers le monde affichaient des récessions. Pour 2021, les projections indiquent une reprise d'environ 6,5% de croissance. Comme vous pouvez le constater, toute cette activité économique se déroule dans un contexte de gestion financière et budgétaire des ressources publiques maîtrisées, avec un taux d'endettement qui est largement en dessous des seuils indiqués. Les déficits budgétaires aussi, excepté l'année de Covid, qui a fait creuser le déficit. Le déficit était maîtrisé et tous ces acquis-là ont été possibles grâce à d'importants investissements, tant publics que privés. Et vous pouvez le constater, le taux d'investissement global est passé d'un peu moins de 13% en 2012, donc à 22% en 2020. Okay. Au niveau social, des acquis sont également enregistrés. Il y a une progression au niveau des principaux indicateurs, notamment l'indice de capital humain, l'indice de développement humain qui a progressé. Le taux de pauvreté, comme on peut le voir, a été réduit de plus de 14 points de 2011 à 2018 et les inégalités ont été également plus ou moins résorbées. Alors, donc ça, c'était pour planter rapidement le contexte et pour illustrer un peu la dynamique de l'économie. Là sont présentés rapidement quelques projets iconiques qui sont en cours dans le pays pour vous montrer un peu déjà la vitalité actuelle de l'économie et les possibilités d'investissement à venir. Donc rapidement, là-bas à l'extrême droite, vous pouvez le voir, c'est un projet de construction d'une tour qui sera l'une des 2 plus grandes tours d'Afrique, la tour F. La Côte d'Ivoire organisera le forum en 2023, également la Coupe d'Afrique des Nations, donc pour laquelle plusieurs infrastructures, notamment sportives, sont en cours de construction. La première ligne du métro d'Abidjan, dont les travaux ont démarré, devrait aboutir en 2025 à la mise en service effective du métro. Et puis, il y a la réalisation d'un grand port sec dans le nord de la Côte d'Ivoire, Fekessi-Dougou, qui a vocation d'alimenter les pays de l'Interland, notamment le Burkina Faso et le Mali. Alors, ces quelques points nous ont permis de mettre un peu en avant le contexte économique, la dynamique et d'illustrer un peu comment l'économie se porte bien. Des défis dont on est conscient cependant, quelques-uns résumés ici. Le défi de la poursuite de la transformation structurelle. Monsieur le ministre l'a dit tout à l'heure, l'idée c'est de capter le maximum de valeur ajoutée de nos ressources, de nos produits naturels. Donc le défi se pose. Le défi de l'investissement et du financement de l'économie également est un point important. Beaucoup de PME, notamment de notre tissu économique, font face à des défis de financement pour développer et accroître leurs investissements, leurs projets. Le défi du capital humain qui a renforcé. L'élément qui est passé tout à l'heure vous a présenté un peu l'environnement, le cadre de développement et de formation. Dans la perspective du développement que la Côte d'Ivoire se projette, donc il y a une nécessité d'adapter le capital humain, notamment des formations techniques sur certaines filières spécifiques, en vue justement de soutenir cette transformation industrielle. La poursuite de la réduction de la pauvreté et des inégalités pour rendre la croissance inclusive, la protection de l'environnement, le maintien de la paix et le renforcement de la sécurité dans un contexte socio-sécuritaire en Afrique de l'Ouest qu'on sait qui fait face à des défis, notamment le terrorisme, et puis notamment la transformation digitale avec l'avènement de la pandémie à Covid qui nous a montré un peu tout le potentiel que revêt la transformation digitale, le numérique et l'importance pour le développement de l'économie. Sur cette base, Monsieur le ministre est revenu dessus, le pays s'est fixé un agenda de développement, s'est fixé des objectifs. Donc, la conduite du développement se passe d'un cadre de planification structuré, maîtrisé et ambitieux. Donc on peut le voir, le plan se fonde sur des éléments notamment prospectifs, en l'occurrence une étude nationale prospective à l'horizon 2040, donc qui fixe déjà les grandes ambitions et les grands rêves dont le pays se dote pour cet horizon. Le programme de développement du président de la République, une autre étude prospective 2030 et également l'intégration africaine commande que nos politiques s'alignent avec les agendas de développement internationaux, notamment l'agenda des Nations Unies 2030 et l'agenda de l'Union africaine 2063. Donc, sur cette base, les grands objectifs de développement, c'est de poursuivre et d'accélérer la transformation structurelle, notamment par l'industrialisation, le renforcement de l'inclusion sociale. Et en 2030, l'ambition est de doubler le PIB par capita du niveau de 2020. Et enfin, rejoint donc la catégorie des pays à revenus intermédiaires de tranche supérieure. Le plan national de développement qui en a résulté est bâti sur 6 principaux piliers qu'on peut percevoir. Le premier pilier qui porte le cœur de la stratégie de développement concerne la transformation structurelle par l'industrialisation et le développement de clusters industriels. Le deuxième concerne le développement du capital humain en soutien à cette politique d'industrialisation. Le troisième pilier adresse l'ensemble des questions relatives au développement du secteur privé et de l'investissement. Le quatrième pilier concerne le renforcement de l'inclusion sociale et de la protection sociale. Le cinquième pilier porte sur le développement territorial équilibré, la préservation de l'environnement et la lutte contre les changements climatiques. Et enfin, le dernier pilier, et pas des moindres, sûrement même le plus important, donc c'est le maintien d'un environnement de bonne gouvernance et de modernisation de l'État dans toutes ses composantes, notamment l'administration. Donc, ceci étant, il était important de planter le cadre de développement, l'agenda de développement, les objectifs que se donnent nos autorités en vue de comprendre en aval le choix et la précision des différents éléments d'investissement précis, notamment les projets. Alors, la transformation, comme on l'a dit, de l'économie va reposer essentiellement sur le pilier qui traite de l'industrialisation. Et à ce titre-là, l'objectif principal, c'est d'accroître l'intégration de la Côte d'Ivoire dans les chaînes de valeur des différentes productions, notamment agricoles, et des autres ressources naturelles, notamment minières. Et cette stratégie-là passera par le renforcement de la base industrielle du pays, notamment le développement des infrastructures industrielles, en l'occurrence les zones industrielles, l'exploitation du potentiel minier et des industries extractives du pays, le développement de parcs industriels, notamment des zones économiques spéciales et aussi des zones économiques intégrées. Donc, tout à l'heure, on a vu dans la présentation un exemple de zone économique spéciale, notamment une zone de technologie. Okay. Et enfin, l'engagement fort de l'État, le ministre l'a dit, de créer un environnement d'affaires attractif qui permet le développement du secteur privé et de l'industrialisation, donc en vue d'atteindre les objectifs de développement. Alors, c'est juste un rappel, la Côte d'Ivoire est dotée de ressources naturelles importantes. Il n'y a plus à présenter en matière d'agriculture. On a vu le café, le cacao, la noix de cajou, pour lesquels le pays est le premier producteur mondial, donc qui a un potentiel brut important, donc qui sont disséminés sur l'ensemble du territoire. D'autres ressources, notamment le coton, et dans l'ouest spécifiquement du pays, beaucoup de ressources minières et minéralières. Okay. Donc, sur cette base, l'idée de la transformation économique par l'industrialisation repose sur le principe des grappes. Donc, 7 principales grappes ont été retenues et proposées, notamment dans le domaine de l'agro-industrie et de la transformation. Naturellement, vu le potentiel agricole dont dispose le pays, le choix était évident. Une deuxième catégorie, l'industrie chimique, plastique. Ensuite, le cluster des matériaux de construction, le cluster du pharmaceutique, le cluster du textile, avec tout le potentiel de coton dans le nord de la Côte d'Ivoire. Le 6e cluster porte sur l'industrie d'emballage et enfin un 7e cluster sur l'industrie automobile, notamment le montage de pièces détachées. Et à ce titre, il y a des avancées et des premières négociations en cours, notamment entre le gouvernement et des sociétés comme Toyota et Peugeot pour l'installation d'unités de montage de véhicules en Côte d'Ivoire. Ici, rapidement, présenter une carte donc, de ces potentialités naturelles-là en termes de ressources, des différents niveaux de transformation possibles qui justement constitueront le contenu des clusters industriels, la noix de cajou, le coton, les fruits, notamment la mangue, l'EVA, le palmier à huile, le café et le cacao. Alors, pour chacune de ces productions-là, le pays, plus ou moins, a un niveau de transformation dans les premiers degrés et la quantité de produits transformés est encore très faible. Par exemple, le cacao, on tourne autour du tiers de la production qui connaît les premières transformations. Pour la noix de cajou, le taux est encore faible, moins de 15%. Donc, il y a un potentiel industriel important là et pour lequel il va falloir faire face aux défis de l'écosystème industriel. Donc, les possibilités de transformation sont présentées, notamment pour la noix de cajou, la cosmétique, la peinture, au-delà donc, de tout ce qui est agroalimentaire, le coton, le textile, l'alimentation notamment de zones industrielles dédiées à tout ce qui est vêtements. Donc, les fruits également, notamment la mangue, peuvent être utilisés dans le domaine pharmaceutique et de la santé. L'EVA, au-delà des produits dérivés dans le textile, l'automobile, notamment la fabrication de pneus, les palmiers à huile, l'huile de préparation, la cosmétique, le café, différents niveaux de transformation, et le cacao, donc au-delà du beurre de cacao, une industrie chocolatière à part entière. Sur un bon nombre de ces produits-là, déjà il y a des embryons d'industrialisation, en l'occurrence l'installation de grandes unités de transformation au niveau du cacao de l'ANACAD en lien avec une stratégie de développement de zones industrielles et d'infrastructures industrielles dédiées à ces productions-là. Le potentiel demeure important, le potentiel de transformation grand et c'est autant d'opportunités d'investissement, surtout du secteur privé. Alors, à côté de cette stratégie de transformation qui s'appuie sur les clusters industriels, il y a aussi la notion d'agropole. Les agropoles sont des concentrés qui regroupent un peu l'ensemble des corps de métier des filières agricoles, en l'occurrence la production, le stockage, la commercialisation et les premiers niveaux de transformation. Donc, la notion d'agropole sont des grands pôles de concentration qui regroupent tous ces métiers-là, ainsi que des centres de formation dédiés spécifiquement à ces métiers. Et la Côte d'Ivoire projette d'en réaliser 9 agropoles qui seront chacun concentrés sur les filières de spécifications particulières dont disposent les différentes régions qui sont présentées là. Par exemple, dans le nord du pays, les agropoles seront concentrés sur les filières d'anacad, de coton, un peu plus dans le sud, notamment le sud-ouest. Donc, les agropoles seront concentrés sur les filières comme le cacao. Donc, 9 agropoles sont prévus. À ce stade-là, 3 sont déjà en cours de mise en œuvre ou de préparation. Donc, il y a 6 autres agropoles qui doivent faire l'objet de développement et de mise en œuvre. Okay. Pour la noix de cajou particulièrement, donc en support à ces agropoles, l'intervention de l'État, c'est l'environnement, c'est le contexte, la dotation d'infrastructures industrielles en l'occurrence. Donc pour la noix de cajou, ici est présentée, on a dit, dans la partie septentrionale du pays, des zones industrielles spécialement dédiées à la noix de cajou qui ont déjà commencé à être aménagées dans un projet notamment avec la Banque mondiale. Donc, on a au centre Boaké, à l'est, la région de Bondoukou, au nord, le Poro Korogo, et un peu au nord-ouest, la région de Séguéla, et au centre également, Yamsoko, qui sont des éléments concrets déjà en cours de mise en œuvre. Okay. Alors, cette stratégie de transformation économique basée sur l'industrie va s'accompagner d'un certain nombre d'actions et de réformes dans les domaines de développement connexes, en l'occurrence le développement d'infrastructures économiques clés, donc qui est un rôle régalien en général de l'État, dans l'énergie, les transports, l'économie numérique, le tourisme et le transport incluant également les infrastructures routières. Le renforcement de l'environnement des affaires, tout à l'heure il a été présenté les performances que le pays a enregistrées, notamment dans le cas du Doing Business, même si cet indicateur connaît une actualité de réforme, mais qui demeure un élément d'appréciation de l'ensemble des efforts qui ont été faits par le gouvernement à ce stade-là. Donc l'environnement des affaires va connaître encore des améliorations. Le développement du capital humain, on l'a dit, accroître l'offre d'éducation, surtout au niveau de la formation professionnelle et technique. Continuer les politiques sociales, donc l'inclusion sociale, notamment par le développement de filets sociaux et dans un ensemble de politiques de protection sociale. Et on l'a dit enfin, renforcer la gouvernance et créer un environnement d'un État moderne avec une administration efficace. Okay. Donc, sur cette base-là de la vision et des principales stratégies de développement, quels sont les grands projets qui découlent? Alors, les opportunités des projets se présentent tant en investissement privé, pur, on l'a vu, par exemple avec l'installation d'unités industrielles dans les différentes zones industrielles et les agropoles qui ont été présentés, et aussi des opportunités d'investissement dans les projets d'infrastructures publiques de l'État, notamment par la participation à des marchés publics ou et surtout par la participation à des partenariats publics-privés. Donc, là, de façon concrète, il y a un certain nombre de projets. L'industrialisation passe par la dotation d'importantes infrastructures. Donc, des infrastructures existent déjà, elles ont fait l'objet de réhabilitation, de début de développement, mais face à l'ambition et à tout le potentiel qui demeure, davantage d'infrastructures sont nécessaires. Donc, il est prévu environ 3000 hectares de zones industrielles à aménager, disséminées sur l'ensemble du territoire et qui sont cohérentes avec les spéculations et les produits sectoriels conformément aux agropoles qui ont été présentés et aussi aux différents clusters industriels qui ont été présentés. Donc là, les différentes villes qui sont présentées avec les superficies correspondent à des zones spécifiques sur le territoire qui permettent d'avoir une couverture spatiale complète et homogène de l'ensemble du pays. Il faut dire que sur ce point, beaucoup de projets sont déjà en cours et avancés. Il y a une grande zone industrielle à la sortie d'Abidjan, notamment le PK24, dont une partie a été aménagée. Donc, il reste encore plusieurs centaines d'hectares à aménager, qui a accueilli plusieurs industries dans la cimenterie, dans l'agro-industrie, etc. Donc la demande industrielle est encore importante et l'État s'attelle à nouer des partenariats pour renforcer le développement de ces zones et de ces parcs industriels-là. Okay. Donc, au niveau de l'agriculture, par exemple, au-delà de l'agro-industrie et de la transformation des produits, d'importants projets d'investissement public se présentent. La mise en œuvre des agropoles, qui est un élément, la construction d'infrastructures de collecte, de stockage et de conservation des produits, puisque une analyse a relevé un nombre important de pertes post-récolte. Donc une bonne partie des productions agricoles qui sont effectuées périssent donc, par déficit de conditions de conservation et de transport. Donc, un important programme de développement d'infrastructures de collecte, de stockage et de conservation permettra de réduire significativement ces pertes post-récolte. Selon certaines spéculations, ces pertes peuvent arriver carrément jusqu'à 50% donc de la production. Et c'est le cas notamment des fruits comme la mangue, donc qui ont une périssabilité importante. Enfin, projet important également dans le domaine de l'agriculture, c'est la construction d'infrastructures de conservation des semences aussi, pour rendre les semences disponibles à tout moment aux producteurs de l'année, de sorte à accroître la capacité et la productivité de l'agriculture à la base. Okay. Dans le secteur du tourisme, tout à l'heure, il y aura un élément qui détaillera beaucoup plus en détail le potentiel du tourisme et puis toute la stratégie qui est déployée en la matière. Mais d'importants projets ressortent de cette stratégie-là, notamment la construction d'hôtels de différents standings, 3, 4 et 5 étoiles. On l'a dit tout à l'heure, la Côte d'Ivoire abrite la Coupe d'Afrique des Nations en 2023. Donc, plusieurs chantiers sont en cours sur les infrastructures sportives et très avancés. Donc, accessoirement, il y a un certain nombre de chantiers à lancer sur les infrastructures d'hébergement. Donc, il y a du potentiel d'investissement en termes d'hébergement, d'hôtellerie, notamment dans les villes qui sont présentées là, un peu plus à l'intérieur du pays, Abidjan aussi, Yamoussoukro et San Pedro, qui est la deuxième ville portuaire du pays. Il y a des projets de réalisation de parcs en matière touristique, d'aquapark et de parcs de loisirs aussi. Okay. Alors, au niveau du capital humain, notamment l'éducation, il y a un important programme de construction d'universités, de construction de centres de formation technique et professionnelle. Pour les universités, c'est 14 universités qui sont prévues sur l'ensemble du territoire, qui seront sûrement mis de façon progressive en fonctionnement. Donc 14 universités à construire. Et l'idée de ces universités-là, c'est d'avoir des universités thématiques et les thèmes seront concentrés sur les potentialités locales des zones dans lesquelles les universités seront construites. On aura par exemple des universités à vocation de spécialité touristique dans le sud-ouest de la Côte d'Ivoire avec San Pedro, une université à vocation de développement des métiers miniers à l'ouest de la Côte d'Ivoire en liaison avec le potentiel minier, et etc., dans l'agriculture, etc. Donc, il y a un vaste programme de construction de 14 universités donc, qui est lancé. De grands chantiers sont déjà en cours, avec, par exemple, l'université de San Pedro, qui est dans le sud-ouest, la deuxième ville portuaire de la Côte d'Ivoire, qui a été réalisée selon une modalité PPP et dont l'ouverture devrait se faire pour la rentrée déjà de cette année. Donc, c'est autant de possibilités d'investissement, on a dit, tant en maîtrise d'ouvrage public direct qu'en partenariat public-privé. Au niveau des centres de formation professionnelle et technique, qui est un élément clé de toute la stratégie de développement, donc mettre à la disposition du tissu industriel un ensemble de compétences adaptées aux besoins. Environ 60 centres de formation technique et professionnelle sont programmés à être réalisés sur la période, qui vont concerner différents métiers, tant dans les énergies renouvelables, au niveau de l'agriculture, de l'agro-industrie, du tourisme, etc., etc. Donc l'objectif, c'est d'accompagner toute la stratégie d'industrialisation, de développement, avec la mise à disposition de main-d'œuvre et de ressources humaines qualifiées, donc tant au niveau de la formation classique avec l'enseignement supérieur et aussi au niveau de la formation technique avec les centres de formation technique et professionnelle. Le secteur de la santé n'est pas en reste. D'importants programmes sanitaires sont développés. On a par exemple un projet de construction de 20 hôpitaux régionaux, donc de centres hospitaliers régionaux, de 10 hôpitaux généraux, donc, qui couvront l'ensemble du territoire, notamment les zones les moins dotées, et aussi un projet important de télémédecine qui fait écho au contexte récent qu'on connaît avec la COVID, donc qui a développé l'intégration du numérique et du digital dans beaucoup de secteurs d'activité. Donc, il y a un projet de télémédecine dont les réflexions sont en cours, et l'idée, c'est très rapidement, d'ici l'année prochaine ou d'après, commencer effectivement à mettre en œuvre le projet de télémédecine qui va intégrer tant des aspects de connectivité et du numérique, tant des aspects sanitaires et d'autres éléments pour rapprocher la santé des populations. Et ce, surtout pour les cas de spécialité qui ne sont pas forcément sur l'ensemble du territoire et qui sont concentrés dans certains pôles. Donc, on a parlé d'infrastructures numériques. Il y a le vaste projet de fibre optique qui est déjà en cours, dont l'objectif est de continuer pour avoir un maillage le plus dense possible du territoire. Donc, l'important projet de fibre optique, qui est un projet de nature privée ou PPP, jusqu'à la connexion de toutes les administrations dans le programme de digitalisation et de modernisation de l'administration en général. Tout à l'heure, on a vu dans l'élément vidéo qui est passé la zone économique spéciale de Grand Bassam, donc qui est dans le sud-est de la Côte d'Ivoire, une zone économique donc, dédiée à l'ensemble des métiers du digital, de l'économie numérique et de la biotechnologie. Donc c'est une zone qui est déjà en fonctionnement, qui est déjà développée avec des entreprises qui sont installées, et il y a un projet d'élargissement de cette zone-là, de son agrandissement, tant au niveau de l'infrastructure que de l'installation même d'entreprises dans le secteur. Donc, le cadre de vie avec le BTP, le secteur des BTP en ligne de mire, donc qui est l'un des secteurs les plus dynamiques avec la plus forte croissance. Donc, le programme du gouvernement prévoit pour objectif la réalisation de 150 000 logements sociaux. Donc 150 000 logements sur la période. C'est autant d'opportunités d'investissement privé, puisque les logements sont produits par le secteur privé. Le cadre est réalisé par l'État, notamment tout ce qui est voirie et réseaux divers, et puis toutes les commodités au niveau de l'électricité et de l'accès à l'eau potable. Donc, un vaste programme de construction de 150 000 logements, notamment sociaux. La construction de nouvelles tours administratives, pour ceux qui voient un peu Abidjan, qui est la capitale économique. Donc, il y a la Cité des Affaires, qui est le plateau, qui concentre l'essentiel des tours et des grands bâtiments administratifs et même privés. Donc, il y a un vaste programme de construction de nouvelles tours administratives et même de nouvelles cités administratives. Au niveau toujours du cadre de vie, donc on a des projets au niveau de l'extension des réseaux d'assainissement et d'eau usée, notamment dans la ville d'Abidjan, donc qui connaît un développement urbain important, qui doit être accompagné par un ensemble de projets en termes de cadre de vie et aussi de grandes villes de l'intérieur qui sont en développement. L'urbanisation s'accompagne de la réalisation d'un certain nombre de projets qui touchent le cadre de vie, et le développement des réseaux d'eau usée et d'assainissement en fait partie. Aussi, projet connexe, donc c'est la gestion des déchets. Donc la gestion des déchets avec d'importants projets de développement, notamment de gestion moderne des déchets. On a déjà un exemple, un cas qui fonctionne, qui a été réalisé en partenariat public-privé, donc qui permet la gestion des déchets par l'enfouissement technique de ceux-ci. Donc il y a des projets d'accroissement des infrastructures de cette nature et de leur extension aux autres villes que la capitale Abidjan. Et ce programme-là s'accompagne aussi donc, de programmes de recyclage donc, de ces déchets, de sorte à en tirer les meilleures valeurs ajoutées. Au niveau des grandes infrastructures stratégiques de l'économie, l'énergie en est un. Donc, sur la période 2021-2025, l'objectif est d'accroître les capacités de puissance installées de 1800 MW. Et cet objectif-là passera par la réalisation des projets importants, tant au niveau de la production hydroélectrique, des énergies renouvelables à travers la biomasse et le soleil. Et là, on a précisément des exemples de projets avec les puissances installées à venir. Donc on a dit, tant au niveau de l'énergie hydroélectrique pour la production, au niveau des centrales thermiques et aussi de plus en plus le développement et l'accroissement des projets en termes d'énergie solaire. Il y a déjà des éléments en cours dans la partie nord du pays, qui est la partie qui a la meilleure exposition au soleil, donc, notamment dans les zones de Bundiali, Korogo. Donc l'idée, c'est d'accroître significativement le développement de l'énergie solaire en termes d'énergie renouvelable. Et vous avez vu, en lien avec la stratégie de développement du capital humain, la création d'instituts de formation à la gestion des énergies renouvelables, par exemple. Alors, là, on voit un peu le maillage du territoire de la Côte d'Ivoire en termes d'infrastructures routières. Donc, il y a un vaste programme de développement des infrastructures routières qui est en cours et qui se poursuivra. Donc, sur la carte, on peut voir les différents tracés des projets d'infrastructures routières à venir, notamment en termes d'autoroutes, un peu plus au centre et au niveau du sud, en termes de routes interurbaines nouvelles, et puis en termes de routes existantes à renouveler. Donc, cumulativement, on a environ 136 km d'autoroutes à réaliser, donc en termes de projets sur la période, 1850 environ kilomètres de routes interurbaines nouvelles à construire. Donc, tous ces tronçons sont autant de projets d'investissement à réaliser sur cette période. Aussi, des infrastructures toujours routières, notamment la construction de ponts, donc d'ouvrages en pont. 33 ponts sont prévus sur la période, notamment dans le Grand Abidjan. Ceux qui voient la ville d'Abidjan, le Grand Abidjan, c'est une presqu'île, donc beaucoup de cours d'eau entourent les différentes communes de la ville. Donc l'idée, c'est de développer accessoirement aux modalités de transport lagunaire, donc des infrastructures, en l'occurrence des ponts et des grands échangeurs pour faciliter, fluidifier la circulation et le trafic urbain. Okay. Donc pour poursuivre avec le transport, donc on a d'importants projets au niveau des transports portuaires, aéroportuaires et aussi terrestres. Donc au niveau des transports portuaires, on a le développement et la création de centres de terminaux spécifiques, céréaliers à Abidjan, de terminaux minéraliers à San Pedro. Donc San Pedro qui est le deuxième port. La Côte d'Ivoire dispose de 2 ports, San Pedro dans le sud-ouest et Abidjan donc dans le sud-est de la Côte d'Ivoire. Donc ces ports-là sont en développement, en modernisation continue, avec par exemple ces 2 projets. Au niveau des transports, donc un projet important et phare qui est envisagé, c'est la réalisation d'un nouvel aéroport international à San Pedro. Donc vous verrez beaucoup San Pedro qui intervient dans la présentation sur des grands projets parce que la zone constituera à terme un grand pôle de croissance économique qui embrassera tant tout ce qui est industrie, développement du transport portuaire. Il faut dire que le port de San Pedro est le premier port exportateur de cacao et c'est la zone dans laquelle se concentre une bonne partie de la production de cacao. Donc, à ce titre-là, la réalisation d'infrastructures de transport est importante, notamment un aéroport international et l'aérocité, donc dans la région de San Pedro. La construction d'infrastructures pour fluidifier davantage le transport urbain, des lignes de transit rapide de bus, donc BRT, Bus Rapid Transit, aussi le développement de métro. Donc, les travaux de la réalisation de la première ligne de métro à Abidjan ont commencé, environ 38 km de ligne du métro, donc des travaux déjà engagés et entamés. Donc, en termes de projet, il y a d'autres lignes à venir, notamment une deuxième ligne qui est prévue Pour rester dans le ferroviaire, on a un grand projet de chemin de fer entre Mans et San Pedro. Donc la zone de Mans, qui est dans l'ouest de la Côte d'Ivoire, est une zone de concentration d'importantes ressources minières, minéralières. Donc la connexion avec le port de San Pedro, plus au sud, permettra l'acheminement et le transport de ces ressources-là. Donc d'où la nécessité et l'importance du chemin de fer entre la région de Mans et le port de San Pedro, donc la ville de San Pedro. Alors, donc là, on a vu la principale stratégie de développement de la Côte d'Ivoire, essentiellement appuyée sur l'industrialisation, le renforcement de la productivité agricole, la transformation de produits agricoles, de produits de manufacture, le développement d'importantes infrastructures industrielles, d'infrastructures économiques, portuaires, aéroportuaires, routières, etc., l'énergie également. Donc, tout ça a un coût. Il est prévu, tout à l'heure, on a vu dans l'élément vidéo les informations du PND 2016-2020, donc qui indiquait environ 30 000 milliards de francs CFA d'investissement. Pour le PND 2021-2025, donc on a autour de 59 000 milliards de francs CFA d'investissement projetés. Donc, le ministre l'a évoqué dans son intervention. Il a donné le chiffre en euros et à peu près en dollars selon le taux de change. Donc, on a ce niveau d'investissement-là qui est prévu. Donc, environ 120 milliards de dollars, 90 milliards d'euros prévus en investissement sur la période. Et le secteur privé est attendu à un niveau important. Donc, 3/4 des investissements prévus sont attendus comme de l'investissement privé, tant en investissement privé direct dans l'industrialisation, l'installation d'unités de transformation, les secteurs productifs, l'hôtellerie, qu'en investissement par des mécanismes de partenariat public-privé. Donc, ce qu'il faudrait retenir généralement de l'intervention, la Côte d'Ivoire présente un contexte de développement économique dynamique avec une gouvernance, notamment des finances publiques saines, affiche une vision de développement et des ambitions claires et précises, matérialisées en l'occurrence dans des documents de stratégie de développement dont on vient de faire la présentation. D'importantes attentes donc, sont formulées à l'endroit du secteur privé, tant le secteur privé local que le secteur privé international et notamment africain, d'où l'importance de la présence de la Côte d'Ivoire à ce forum et aussi le forum à venir qui sera accueilli en Côte d'Ivoire. Donc, le secteur privé est fortement attendu. On a évoqué, le secteur privé peut participer à l'investissement dans le cadre du plan national de développement à travers donc, la participation, la réalisation de projets publics par des mécanismes classiques et aussi par des mécanismes en mode de partenariat public-privé. Donc, la Côte d'Ivoire dispose d'organes de gestion spécifiques des partenariats publics-privés, donc avec un national législatif qui encadre la gestion des partenariats publics-privés et un cadre organisationnel dédié à la gestion des partenariats publics-privés. Plusieurs partenariats publics-privés ont pu être réalisés donc, sur la période. Les exemples sont légion. On a évoqué la gestion des déchets dans la grande ville d'Abidjan, la réalisation de ponts dans le domaine des transports routiers, par exemple, et d'autres formes de partenariats publics-privés sous forme de délégation de services publics, notamment au niveau du transport lagunaire. Donc, c'est un outil également important d'investissement et de participation du secteur privé à la réalisation des investissements dans le cadre du développement. Le pays dispose d'importants potentiels agro-industriels et dans la manufacture, donc qui constituent autant d'opportunités d'investissement et d'importants projets, on l'a vu, sont prévus dans les domaines clés d'infrastructures économiques et stratégiques du pays en termes d'énergie, de transport, d'infrastructures routières, de développement du capital humain, notamment dans la santé et dans l'éducation. Monsieur le ministre, Madame le ministre, distingués participants invités, voici en quelques minutes l'économie des grandes lignes de la vision du plan national du développement de la Côte d'Ivoire pour la période 2021-2025, des projets majeurs et phares dérivés de ces grandes lignes de développement-là qu'on a présentés. Donc, avec le ministre, nous restons à disposition pour d'autres détails, pour d'autres approfondissements. Si certains points particuliers ont suscité un intérêt qui peuvent être amenés à avoir des détails plus précis, on se rend disponible pour partager ces détails-là donc en vue d'échanges futurs. Monsieur le ministre, Madame le ministre, avec votre permission, notre présentation va s'arrêter là. Nous restons disponibles pour la suite du programme. Je vous remercie.
Hello. Hello. We'll give him a round of applause, please. Merci à M. Touré pour cette brillante présentation qui donne vraiment la quintessence de ce que sera la Côte d'Ivoire demain, en 2025, mais 2023, c'est tout à l'heure. Alors, vous allez voir maintenant la Côte d'Ivoire sublime. Monsieur les techniciens, on y va. Thank you.
Welcome to Côte d'Ivoire, land of discoveries and dreams. With more than 60 ethnic groups, the Ivorian people are a true cultural mosaic. Côte d'Ivoire, country of hope and hospitality, welcomes you. Akwaba. From north to south, from east to west, Sublime Côte d'Ivoire extends an invitation to discover this beautiful country. Sublime Côte d'Ivoire, it's the hub for business tourism, with cities like Abidjan, Yamoussoukro, San Pedro, having world-class accommodation and exquisite conference centers which place the country in third position in Africa for business tourism after Morocco and Nigeria. Sublime Côte d'Ivoire. It's the seaside tourism, which is offered to you with immense beaches of fine sand between sea and lagoon. Seaside sites with unusual and varied charms to explore and discover to better appreciate this treasure of beauty. Sublime Côte d'Ivoire. It's a cultural diversity and valorization of customs, dances, and traditional celebrations of people who accept each other in their great diversity. Sublime Côte d'Ivoire. It's the eco-tourism in this ubiquitous environment and its lush forests that call for exploration and safari in our national parks and reserves, some of which are recognized as World Heritage Areas by UNESCO, inspiring the discovery of fauna and flora. Sublime Côte d'Ivoire is the promotion of the arts and crafts, with paintings of sacred essences, woven loincloths, potters, and sculptures. From tradition to modernism, this creative and mysterious craft honors our ancestors. Sublime Côte d'Ivoire. It's the religious tourism, proof of harmony, spiritual and cosmopolitan tolerance, with the largest and highest basilica in the world in Yamoussoukro, and the century-old Mosque of Kong built in terracotta. Exoticism, change of scenery, tranquility, good living, such is the image of Côte d'Ivoire, special in many ways. Welcome to Côte d'Ivoire, country of human warmth. Welcome here, where the dream takes shape. Photomena on the land of elephants and cocoa. Experience Côte d'Ivoire and be sublimated.
On applaudit encore, s'il vous plaît, pour la Côte d'Ivoire, qui va organiser en 2023 la 3e édition de la Foire intra-africaine de commerce, avec le partenariat de l'Union africaine et Afreximbank. Afreximbank est représenté ici par les plus hauts responsables. Je cite aussi, entre parenthèses, l'ancien président, M. Jean-Louis Ekra, qui est là. Saluons avec ses anciens collaborateurs qui sont là. Merci beaucoup. Nous avons bon nombre d'opérateurs économiques d'Afrique, de l'Ouest, du Centre, de l'Est, Austral. Et vraiment, c'est un plaisir pour nous de vous recevoir. Alors, vous savez, nous ne pouvons pas vraiment terminer cette partie, surtout avec la présence de Mme Zuma, sans lui donner la parole. Parce que c'est une grande dame. C'est une grande dame, c'est une Africaine. C'est une dame qui a beaucoup travaillé pour l'Afrique. Donc, je voudrais, sous vos applaudissements, avec son autorisation, parce que je lui ai demandé, hein, avec son autorisation, pour qu'elle puisse dire un mot. Je ne sais pas si vous pouvez le faire là-haut, là-bas, parce que vraiment, ce sera là-haut, parce que je vais vous accompagner. I will be with you. Yeah, please, respectfully. On applaudit très fort, s'il vous plaît. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for your availability, for your presence, and for your support. Thank you very much. The floor is for you, madam.
Thank you very much, and good evening to all. And I'm very pleased to be in Côte d'Ivoire. Indeed, it is very encouraging to see how Côte d'Ivoire has identified its endowments and it has identified its comparative advantage, and from that, it is building its own unique industrial structure. But I'm excited because I first acquainted myself with Côte d'Ivoire in 1999 when I became the Foreign Minister of South Africa. And I've been following Côte d'Ivoire's development. This is exciting. And I think Côte d'Ivoire needs to be congratulated. It has moved a lot, and the 2021 to 25 plan is a very encouraging and exciting. And I think Côte d'Ivoire, if South Africa is not careful, I won't finish that. But hopefully, there will be free movement of people and goods. And so Africa will be integrated, and Côte d'Ivoire, South Africa will be one continent, and people will move around and enjoy the beauty, the culture, and of course, trade, as we have now the continental free trade freely. And I think one of the things we must learn from this presentation that I've learned is that Cote d'Ivoire has realized that its most precious resource is its people. Building 14 universities and 60 technical colleges in 5 years is phenomenal. And it really needs to be applauded because it means Cote d'Ivoire is really, really investing in its people. And of course, at the end of the day, you can have brick and mortar, you can have finance. If you don't have skilled people, you will not move very far. But if you have skilled and capable people, they'll figure out what to do with the rest. So I think Cote d'Ivoire must be congratulated. Félicitations, Cote d'Ivoire. Thank you. I don't want to take too much of your time. It's in the evening, but I'm really excited about what I've seen. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Thank you very much. Give a round of applause. More and more, please. Give her a super round of applause. Thank you very much. Before we're closing this part of the program, we'll invite in 1 minute, ministers here to make the family picture here. But let me tell you that in 1995, one of the greatest African, you know him, Nelson Mandela said, when he was supposed to be the president of the country, said, nobody can alone do what is a success. We have to do it together. And this is Africa. This is ZLECAf in French. This is AFCFTA. We have to trade between ourselves. This is the end of the ceremony. And I'm inviting now Madam Zuma here, Minister Zuma, and Mr. Yarasuba to make pictures here with all the high table here. The ambassador is here. Yeah, okay, there. Yeah, and we'll do the picture just to have a kind of a memory of this ceremony. Voilà. En tout cas, on les applaudit encore très fort. Merci beaucoup, merci à tous et à toutes pour cette partie qui est très importante parce que vous avez entendu M. Touré expliquer ici en long et en large la liste des projets pour lesquels la Côte d'Ivoire souhaite avoir des investisseurs, des partenaires. Et donc, vous êtes invités, en tout cas en Côte d'Ivoire, pour justement échanger avec tous les responsables et du secteur privé et du secteur public. En tout cas, merci. C'était vraiment extraordinaire cet après-midi. Je voudrais également, à mon tour, vous remercier tous et toutes pour avoir participé à l'avant-dernière partie de ce programme. Tout à l'heure, nous aurons un dîner gala offert par le gouvernement de Côte d'Ivoire à travers le ministre du Commerce et de l'Industrie, avec un appui assez fort de l'ambassade de Côte d'Ivoire en Afrique du Sud. Alors, on va se dire au revoir maintenant, mais on vous attend tous et toutes à Abidjan en 2023. Madame Zuma l'a dit, il faudrait qu'on puisse organiser encore plus grand cet événement. Après l'Égypte, l'Afrique du Sud, ce sera la Côte d'Ivoire. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Vous voulez qu'on fasse une photo là? Ah ouais, d'accord, on va y aller alors. Ah oui, bon, tous ceux qui sont là peuvent venir. On fait une photo, on va avoir un peu de distanciation sociale, c'est vrai. We'll make some pictures. Voilà. Voilà. Donc nous sommes dans le temps. Ça se passe bien. We'll make a picture of this. Okay, thank you very much. Oui, maman. Voilà, mettez-vous, allez-y jusqu'au fond là-bas, puisque si vous voulez, il faut que vous soyez au milieu. Voilà. On a encore 2, 3, 4 minutes, et puis on va libérer la salle. Merci.
When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair. Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh Africa, come let us deal our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. So come on and come on. We call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your